earlier about the future of this competition and why they decided to come to CrossFit Mayhem.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Bob, Joe, this is a massive show, right? But we've come a long way, so I really want to hear from you guys. Like, first of all, where did this thing start and why?
You know, really it goes back to 6 years ago. Joe and I had just come back from a competition, and we really realized that the Masters community was being underserved, and we felt like nobody was going to do anything about it, so we might as well jump in and take the reins.
You're doing a fantastic job, and you have for years, but this year you decided to partner with Mayhem and Mayhem Athlete. So why?
Every year we try to up the athlete experience, and pairing with who we think is the best of the best. Mayhem Athlete here in Cookeville, Tennessee, Rich Froning, CrossFit Mayhem, just seemed like the natural decision and the way to go.
Now, I'm tremendously biased. I think it's a world-class event, but we're halfway. So I want to have the assessment from you guys. Where are we at?
Halfway, everything's going great. The athletes have really stepped it up. I mean, they've been performing amazing over the last 2 days. Just really excited to see what they can do the rest of the weekend.
I'm blown away, but also that's kind of what we continue to do. Work hard, keep at it, and the athletes are who we serve, and they are doing amazing at putting everything they have out there and being such a great group of people to serve.
And although it's come such a far way, I feel like we're still really just at the beginning, and I want to thank both of you guys for being such a huge part and for bringing this here to Mayhem.
Cool. Thanks, Rob.
And I definitely have to echo what Ro just said. Big thanks to both Bob and Joe. You talk about people working hard here. I don't think anybody's working hard than those two helping put on this competition. Let's turn our attention to the men's side of the house. After 4 events coming into the weekend, here are your leaders for each division. That 45 to 49-year-old division is going to be a lot of fun to watch here over the next 2 days. Jason Grubb, he's your 2-time defending CrossFit Games champion. He's your 2-time defending Legends champion, but he has a lot of talented athletes trying to chase him down right now.
Well, and right now it's actually the Jasons that are racing, because both Jason Grubb and Jason Luukkonen are tied for points in first place right now. Like you said, Jason Grubb is going for his 3-peat performance. Last year, Jason Luukkonen could not compete because he was sick, so they're definitely going to be vying for that first place spot. But like you said, right behind them is Ryan Recke. He's only 6 points back, and Ryan actually was the 2019 40 to 44 champ at the Legends Championship, beating out Dusty Highland that year. And again, he's only 6 points back, so that 45 to 49-year-old division is stacked.
There are 2 competition floors here at CrossFit Mayhem. We will be focusing on the floor directly behind us, and that is where event 6, Gran Torino, will take place. And for the description of that event, here's a man you all know very well, Rich Froning.
Event 6, you've got 90 GHDs, 12 rope climbs, and 150 wall balls. First part of the workout will be a nice little, it'll tax you a little bit, and then we'll see who wants it the most by who does 150 wall balls unbroken. Let's see what happens.
That is a lot of work in event number 6. Let's start with the men. Who's someone who you think might be able to finish all of that inside the 12-minute time gap?
I mean, it's going to be hard-pressed for anybody to finish this event, but who I think could get really far is going to be David Syverson in the 35 to 39-year-old division. So this is an athlete who, just like Jason Grubb, is going for his 3-peat performance. He's only 4 points back from current leader Ryan Smith right now. And David Syverson is one of those athletes who's, he's probably one of the best male athletes to have never made the CrossFit Games, but he definitely thrives, especially in this longer competition. Really, this Legends Championship is longer than the CrossFit Games. This is a meaty ask of all of these athletes, so I think this is where he could make his move on Ryan Smith for sure.
What about on the women's side? Who has a chance of completing all this work?
Well, we talked about Amy Morton and Allison Stahl earlier, and Amy Morton, I mean, this is an athlete who just entered the 35-year-old age division, and as a 34-year-old, she finished 85th worldwide in the Open in 2022. You know, she has a ton of CrossFit competition experience. She was 10th at the Atlas Games. She was on the Ocean State CrossFit team. So this is a lady who really knows how to compete, and I think something like managing the volume of this workout is going to favor somebody like Amy.
As we mentioned, competition has already gotten started. For all the scores and current leaderboards presented by Strongest, you can head to the Legends Championship site. That's legendschampionship.com. And if you want to watch highlights from those past events, you can go to the CrossFit Mayhem YouTube channel, which coincidentally we are on right now. It is the season for giving as we barrel through the holidays. And we have some great sponsors who have some fantastic offers for you. Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez have more on that.
Thanks, Sean. Everyone knows the stresses of trying to get the perfect gift for the holiday season. Well, you know what? Even if you procrastinate because it's just a few weeks away, Rogue has you covered. They have an entire gift guide for the holiday season here. If you guys want to access it, they have gift guides for a price range, for the special person in your life, for everything from the stocking stuffers to that big rig that you've been saving up all year long for. They even have a gift guide for the little tykes, the little CrossFitter in your life. It's so easy to use. You can just scan the QR code that is on your screen right now. Even Roy McKernan was able to use it. You got ahead of the schedule and got some stuff here.
Hey, that's not nice. That's not nice. Yeah, even I could figure it out, guys. That's the thing, is like Rogue's kind of already prearranged it for you because I'm a bad gift buyer, but I know that the CrossFitters in my life, they just want everything off of Rogue, so you just get what you can get.
I thought gift giving was one of your love languages.
It is. I'm just bad at it. I'm a bad lover.
Well, what do you got here?
All right, well, there's no secret that it's all home cooking here, right? Like, I live in the home of Rich Froning, so I got all the Rich Froning gear that I could find, including the R-Star hat. I got a little Into the Storm shirt. What else do I got? Got the Buffalo shirt, which is dope. You guys love that one. And then I accidentally hit the six-pack button when I got the Rich Froning jump rope. So I got tons of jump ropes, man. I got the wrist guards. And so we didn't know what to do with all this stuff. We got too much. So these judges have been working their butts off all weekend. So we're just going to give away what we can. These guys, I'll let them take their pick, but hopefully it makes them happy because they've been working so hard.
Awesome. Well, thanks, Ro. Ro's going to pass that out. We're going to send it back up to the booth. Remember, scan the QR code to get the Rogue gift guide for the holiday season. Sean?
Thank you, Tommy, and get that gift giving done now, or Santa Froning will kick down your front door and scream at you until you do. A lot of great sponsors to help you take care of that. Well, coming up here next, action is going to begin. We will have event number 6 for the 45 to 49-year-old women, and then we will continue throughout the day with the divisions of 45 and 49 years old, and then on down for event number 6, and that'll take place on the competition floor behind us. Now, coming into this event, every athlete here, and there are more than 300 of them, had to deal with some kind of adversity, whether it was arranging travel or taking away time from family and work, or just the nagging injuries and aches and pains. But there is one athlete who is here that is dealing with something that would have kept most people away from competition, and he is leaning into the support of the CrossFit community and one very recognizable CrossFit Games athlete.
About 18 months ago, came down with a tumor, grand mal seizure, and they did an emergency surgery to remove a baseball-sized tumor. So that started that journey. The surgeon was a fantastic surgeon and was pretty confident what it was, which was glioblastoma. I don't recall if he gave us a timeline at that time, but early on we knew that life expectancy was 12 to 18 months, something like that. Cody embraced that. Early on, he told me he wouldn't trade his shoes for anything because it brought him closer to his faith in God and love for other people.
The one true soul mate friendships kind of thing. It's like I don't think many people get that. It was something special.
And he was gonna pass from this, and that's hard as a parent. We will see each other again, and I'm not going to make it out of this earth alive either. This isn't meant to be our home.
Obviously losing him is hard, but I also share in the sentiment of we're a wisp on this earth. I'll get to see him again, and we'll celebrate, and we'll work out, and we'll praise, and it'll be all good. And he looked at me, he's like, man, I wouldn't change this for anything. I carry that. If he can see his journey that way, then maybe I can stand in that too, and I can continue to carry the conversations that we had when I first started doing CrossFit. And maybe I can step into that even better.
The local CrossFit gym in Spokane had an event for him on a Thursday night, 400-meter run, barbell squat cleans, and over-the-bar burpees, and over 80 people came to that event.
But doing that workout it carried a completely different meaning when doing that than it any workout ever really in the middle of doing burpees and starting to tear up. But then I got to go for a 400-meter run, and it's like, but the feelings and emotions, like feel those.
I honestly think that everybody should do CrossFit because the world would be a better place, because not only would the fitness be better, but the community and the love for each other is just absolutely unbelievable being here. Some of these guys in my class, I've never competed before. Most of these guys have competed, at the games or something like that. I've never been to an event and competed. And it's like I've known them for years. I wish everybody could experience the CrossFit community. It's unbelievable. He would definitely want me to be here, absolutely. And there's going to be tears on the floor, tears afterwards with my wife, and yeah, it's good.
Hi there, this is Sean from Bubs Naturals.
This is TJ.
Also from Bubs Naturals. And thank you for stopping by and checking out our brand. But first, what's in a name? Bubs is named after Glenn Bub Doherty, a national hero, former Navy SEAL, and my best friend from childhood. Glenn laid down his life saving others in Benghazi, Libya, and this brand is a tribute to Glenn and his way of life. Glenn was this larger-than-life personality who had all these great adventures, and we wanted to personify that in our brand. At Bubs, we live by the motto, feel great and do good. And the feel great part is by virtue of all the products that we make. Collagen protein, MCT oil powder, and more.
Our collagen protein is great for a few things: joint health, hair, skin, and nails, and gut health. It also helps in athletic recovery. It's non-GMO, it's dairy-free, it's gluten-free, it's soy-free, it's paleo-friendly, keto-friendly, and it's Whole30 approved. Not to mention we're also NSF for Sports certified, which means you'll find us in the locker rooms of a number of our pro sports teams, including the Boston Red Sox, the New York Yankees, the LA Dodgers, the Washington Nationals, and our local San Diego Padres.
Not bad. Our second product is our MCT oil powder, or as I like to call it, your new favorite non-dairy creamer. MCT oil powder, which is essentially coconut oil that's sprayed into powder, is fantastic for mental focus, sustained energy, appetite control, and of course, great gut health. It is also paleo-friendly, keto-friendly, it is Whole30 approved, it is non-GMO, and it's free of all that other stuff that no one wants to have in their products. So, these two products are accompanied by our Fountain of Youth and a handful of other products that you'll see rolling out real soon. So thank you for stopping by and checking out the Bubs brand, where we live by the motto, feel great and do good. We're feeling great with all the products that we put out there to help you live your best life, and we're doing good by always giving 10% of all profits to charity. Thanks again. This is where you say thank you.
Thank you.
And you mean it.
I mean it.
We are set for event number 6 here at the 2022 Legends Championship from CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Annie Sakamoto. Event 6 is Gran Torino, and it is presented by Reebok, and it has 252 total repetitions, 150 of which are wall balls.
And that's if you make it there, Sean.
We start with those 90 GHDs, and then we will perform 12 rope climbs. After that, you finish up with everyone's favorite benchmark workout, Karen, 150 wall balls. We have yet to see an athlete finish this event inside the 12-minute time cap. Keys to this event.
Yeah. Well, the first one, Sean, has got to be midline maintenance. You know, we're thinking about what these athletes have done previously to this, 90 toes to bar being one of those things. What they have to do after this, heavy deadlifts is right after this event. So they really need to manage that midline. And then the other is going to be quick and efficient rope climbs, which is going to be pretty hard to do on the tail of 90 GHDs. But you want to get to those wall balls feeling as good as possible. So midline management and quick and efficient rope climbs are what I say are going to be the keys to this event.
It's the first of 4 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old women. That is Ada Keplinger. She comes in 27th place overall, looking to work her way up the overall standing. She was here at this competition last year. She took 10th overall in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
And I've actually competed against Ida in at the games before. She's a long-time competitor. This is her last year in the 45 to 49-year-old division. So very impressive that she's still out on the floor with all these other young ladies.
We are underway. The 252 total repetitions here in Gran Torino. 5 athletes are on the floor. We showed you Ida Keplinger. She's in lane 5. Lesha Vozabul, Renee Brechtel, Andrea Wallace, and Jen Dion. The other women who are in this opening heat.
It'll be interesting to see, you know, when and where these ladies choose to break. Not a super fast pace right now, which is smart. You want to be as relaxed as you can on that eccentric part of this GHD sit-up. Quick little snap on the way up. It's like the pain's going to set in at some point, Sean. Can you get through a good 20 to 30 reps before you give a little rest?
Closest to the camera in lane 6, that is Jen Dion. Jen is 29th overall. She's in last place right now. Her best finish was in event number 1. She took 24th. She's looking to work her way up the standings here.
And this 45 to 49-year-old age division has a lot of veteran games and Legends Championship athletes. So this is a very seasoned crew of athletes right now.
So Andrea Wallace, she is your leader right now through 44, now 45 of those 90 GHD sit-ups. She's on the left side of your screen. She's out of Aloha Kihei CrossFit in Hawaii. Competed in the 40 to 44-year-old division last year, so this is her first year here in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
Always a good place to be, the young one in the group.
Andrea Wallace continues to lead. She's through now 60, so 30 left, as does Renee Brechtel. Renee Brechtel out of Mobile, Alabama.
She's another athlete that competed last year. She finished 15th in this age division, so she's used to the events that Bob and Joe come up with for the Legends Championship.
And Brechtel's in that headband now in the middle of your screen, and she has just 18 to go here. After this is the 12 rope climbs. And then we're going to close out with 150 wall balls, which I know you're a big fan of.
Yeah, I think I'd take my time on the GHGs purposely to not get to the wall balls. I'm impressed with Renee. You know, I was thinking if you could get the 90 done in about 4 minutes, that would be a good time. And she's going to get it done sub 4 minutes. Super impressive from Renee.
Brechtel with 5 to go. Her best finish was 15th in event number 1. Now she will finish up, and Renee Brechtel will make her way to the rope for 12 climbs.
I was thinking this is another spot where, again, 4 minutes would be a really good time. If you were able to hold, you know, 3 reps every minute. Now that's 1 rope climb every 20 seconds. That's still pretty aggressive.
Andrea Wallace and Ida Keplinger have now both closed out their sets of 90, and they are to the rope to begin their sets of 12. 252 total repetitions. At the 102 rep mark is when they will move on to the biggest part of this event, and that is the 150 wall balls. 12-minute time cap here. First of 4 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old women. We will also see the 40 to 44-year-old women in this event and the 35 to 39-year-olds.
And here's the catch with these rope climbs, Sean. You know, the higher you can pull your knees up, the more purchase you can get on the rope, the less time you're just hanging on that rope. But to get your knees up, you got to use your midline. And guess what you just smoked with 90 GHD sit-ups. So Renee, on your left there, she's doing a great job of getting those knees up as high as she can, considering how hard she just taxed those abs.
She is through 3 of her 12 as she continues to lead. Renee Brechtel was the first woman off of the 90 GHDs, but now Wallace and Keplinger are catching up to her. Now Jen Dion is done with her next rope climb. And in lane number 2, Lesha Vozabur has closed out her set of 90 GHDs.
Here's the other thing, Sean. You know, besides those 90 GHDs that these ladies just did, they did 90 toes to bar yesterday, which that event was also, from what we've heard, very grippy. They had heavy dumbbell box step-ups, also very grippy. So the combination of that grip and midline and then going into 12 rope climbs, it's a tough ask. Look at that. Renee's doing a great job of holding that 3 a minute. She's through 6. She started right about that 4-minute mark.
We're already halfway through. There's only 12 minutes in this event. And again, we have yet to see anybody complete it inside the 12-minute time cap.
That's not really a 12-minute time cap. You know what that is, Sean? That's mercy on your soul.
Yeah. Brechtel and Wallace are now tied, and they are both halfway through their 12 rope climbs. There's in lanes 3 and 4, respectively. Brechtel's on the left side of your screen. She's in the black top and long black pants. And then right next to her on the right side is Andrea Wallace. 5 to go for each of those women. They continue to lead here through 97 of the 252 total scored repetitions. Keplinger sits in 3rd. And now she is through her 97th rep. She has 5 to go here on the rope as well. So Keplinger is starting to gain some ground. Brechtel and Wallace, your 2 leaders.
Wallace is just a little quicker on that descent on that rope, which again, it's going to save some grip, save some effort.
And they're right next to each other in the overall standings. They're only separated by 2 points coming into the day after 4 events. This is event 6, and there are 2 different competition floors here at CrossFit Mayhem. And we are focused on floor number 2. That is the indoor floor here. Event 5 is taking place on a separate floor. Remember to see all the leaderboards presented by Strongest. You can go to legendschampionship.com, and then if you want to watch highlights from the events that have already taken place, action started here on Thursday, you can check out the CrossFit Mayhem YouTube channel, which you should be on right now. 3 to go for Brechtel and Wallace and Keplinger now. Keplinger's in lane 5, and she was second or third off of the GHD. She had a really methodical pace there. It looks like it's paying off for her.
She did. I never saw her break. Same thing on these rope climbs. You know, she's not getting her knees up the highest, but she must, you know, she just has the upper body strength that she doesn't need it.
Brechtel on the way down now as she has 1 rep left. On the left side of your screen. Andrea Wallace now has 1 left, as does Keplinger will here in a second. She has 2 remaining. And Brechtel and Wallace maintaining the lead here on the rope. Now Brechtel is done, and she will move to the 14-pound med ball to try to complete Karen here in 2.5 minutes. If she wants to finish it.
Yeah, I could do it. Not.
Andrea Wallace is now done.
This is where, you know, knowing your capacity on wall balls is so important. For some people, big sets is going to work. For some people, quick sets with short rest. Again, you're just trying to chip away at as many as you can get. So if you take yourself through 20 wall balls, but now you need a 40-second rest, it's not worth it. To me, it's much better to knock out 5, rest for 3 seconds, and just repeat that process as long as you can.
Keplinger has now finished up her 12 rope climb. She has joined Brechtel and Wallace on the wall balls as we are approaching the 90-second mark. Brechtel got a good chunk done on the left side of your screen before Wallace joined her there. And Keplinger's got a good pace going here as well.
Yeah, Wallace already looks like she's really struggling with those wall balls. That's where, again, I'd like to see her do 3 even. Drop the ball, reset, do another 3, just chip away. There's too few seconds left to take, too much break.
Brechtel has knocked out 25. And she gets back to work, less than a minute to go here. The first of 4 heats in event 6. Nine total events that are planned here at CrossFit Mayhem, the 2022 Legend Championship presented by Mayhem Athletes. So we'll close out tomorrow. First time that this competition has been held here. Last year was in San Diego. Now 20 seconds to go. Brechtel continues to lead here. Keplinger is trying to catch Wallace for second.
This is the hardest part now, is when you got to pick it up and just not put it down.
Well, Renee Brechtel is going to get through 144 of the 252 total repetitions, so she will have the score to beat with 3 heats remaining here.
That was a great effort from Renee. She came off that GHD first. She was so smooth. She definitely slowed down a bit on those rope climbs, but made up for it when she got to those wall balls. Yeah, so there's Andrea Wallace. She was very smooth on those GHDs. Quick little rests, but she never took her feet out of the pads. Just a quick breath here and there. Made it through pretty much unbroken. But then it was Renee Brechtel on those rope climbs. She started off really kind of holding 3 reps every minute. She slowed off that pace towards the end, it was her and Andrea really racing on those rope climbs. But definitely once we got to those wall balls, that's where Renee pulled ahead of Andrea. Andrea had a lot longer rests, whereas Renee was able to get bigger chunks done with smaller rests in between. See Ida Keplinger on the right-hand side of your screen. She chipped away at a good chunk of those wall balls, but Renee Brechtel with the score to beat of 144 repetitions.
Andrea Wallace is able to hold off Ida Keplinger for second place in that heat by just 2 reps. And Jen Dion and Lesha Vozabul unable to get through the rope climbs. Heat number 2 here of Gran Torino, the 6th of 9 events at the 2022 Legend Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Rory McKernan will be joining us throughout the day as well as we bring you coverage of the 6th time that this competition has been held.
Ooh, this workout, the Gran Torino, starts with 90 GHD sit-ups, very appropriate when you're here at CrossFit Mayhem. Moves over to 12 rope climbs and then 150 wall balls. Easy day to finish up. And it's all within a 12-minute, I'm going to call it mercy cap.
Gran Torino is presented by Reebok. Your lane assignments for the second of 4 heats. All these women trying to track down Renee Brechtel's score of 144. 8 women on the floor here. And Diana Munoz in lane 5. She is your highest ranked athlete coming into the day. 17th place overall. Opened up with a 7th place finish in the opening event, but since then hasn't done better than 15th. Let's talk about the keys here to getting through this inside that 12-minute time cap.
First, say a little prayer. Second, I think really it's going to come down to some midline management. You know, these athletes did 90 toes to bar coming into this event. They're going to do some heavy deadlifts after this event. So really, those GHDs, it's knowing when and where to take those rests, trying to keep them minimal. And then doing some quick and efficient rope climbs so that you have as much time as possible for those wall balls. But those rope climbs are going to get tough. Their grip has been taxed, their midline has been taxed over the last 2 days.
Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
The second of 4 heats has begun. We will see if anyone can get close to finishing this event inside that 12-minute time cap.
See some pretty quick reps right out of the gate. I like, if you see in the black shirt right there, Kelly Edelman. I love how relaxed she looks. It's easy, Sean, to go out really hot. You're feeling good. You snap off 15 of those GHDs and then, oops, my quads and belly are aching, and I got nothing left to give. Not surprising to see Kelly kind of really controlled and relaxed. There was an event very similar to this in the age group semifinals this past year that involved 100 GHD sit-ups. They were split up 50-50 with some handstand walks in between. And Kelly Edelman actually finished 16th in that event. So not surprised to see her just looking very relaxed and controlled on those GHDs.
Took 11th overall.
She did.
In the age group semifinal.
Yep. She's another athlete I've actually competed with against her, at the games before, so a very veteran Masters athlete.
Lane 2 is Ashley Fiala. She is your leader right now through 40 of those 90 reps.
She's quick on those reps. You see her take a little break
She's
here and there.
At a Turn 2 CrossFit in Marietta, Georgia. got to the online qualifier stage last year at competition where she took 214th. Now she has 30 reps to go before she'll move to the 12 rope climbs.
Yeah, very different strategy than somebody like Edelman. You see she's quick on those GHDs, and then she takes about a 5-second pause, but she keeps the speed. So it'll be interesting to see if that, is that just her MO? She's used to doing it that way. Who comes off the GHD first? Her or Kelly Edelman, who again has just been super smooth. I haven't seen her break once.
Fialas and Canelo are through their 70 reps, and now they are inside 20 to go here. Denise Canelo, who is in lane 4, she's on the right side of your screen. She and Fiala nearly rep for rep right now.
Yeah, you see Fiala take her feet out of the pads right there. That's a good idea. You can get a little more relief on those quads when you actually slide those feet out. Very similar to where Renee Brecko was off of these GHDs. So she was just under that 4-minute mark, and that's exactly where these ladies are going to be.
And it is early, but in the opening heat, Renee Brecko was the first woman off of the GHDs and was able to hold on to that lead. So Denise Canelo, who is in lane 4, making her way to the rope climbs. Here comes Ashley Fiala. Just 12 minutes, again, in this event. And now Jill Bowerman in lane 6 will be the third woman onto the rope.
See Denise really rocking back to get those knees up high on that rope climb. Basically, Ashley's caught back up with her, though. They're both done with their first rope climb. And it's Ashley who's back on that rope first.
Diana Munoz has now moved into a fight for the lead as well. So a little faster pace going here in heat number 2 than we saw in heat number 1 with these 12 rope climbs, at least in the early reps.
And actually, that's what we saw with Renee. We talked about, trying to hold a rep every 20 seconds would get you done in 4 minutes. And Renee was kind of on that pace for about the first 6, and then she definitely fell off of that pace. Let's see if these ladies can kind of hold that 3 rope climbs per minute pace.
Ashley Fiala, Denise Canelo, and Jill Bowerman on your screen right now from left to right. They're fighting for the lead. Brandy Cantwell is also close to the lead pace. Canelo, the first woman off of the GHDs, but she saw what lead she built not last very long here.
Right. She came and she rightfully chalked up for quite a bit, and by then Ashley was already halfway up that rope.
We are now halfway through the allotted time for this event. Ashley Fiala is your leader right now. Fiala coming in 22nd place overall after 4 events.
Denise struggling with that clamp right there to touch right at the end. Good save from Denise.
There's nothing worse than getting close to the top and then realize you got to pull one more time to make that touch, and then you start flailing with the legs.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's worse than that, missing it.
Yeah. The Fiala has 5 to go here. A much faster pace, than Brechtel in the prior heat.
Yep.
And Renee Brechtel has the mark to beat right now. She got through 144 of the 252 total scored repetitions. At the 102 mark is when Fiala will be able to move to the final part of this event, the 150 wall balls.
Yep. Fiala's a little smaller athlete than Brechtel, though, so she's going to probably need the extra time on those wall balls. You know, the rope climb favors her a little bit. She's a lighter athlete.
4 to go for Fiala. She's on the left side of your screen in the pink top. Cantwell, Bee, Canelo, Bowerman, and Edelman all just a rep behind her. With 4 minutes left before we hit the time cap. Bee and Canelo knocking out another rep. She's got 4 remaining.
Kelly Edelman is an athlete who could do real well on those wall balls. She did well. There was a wall ball event in the age group online qualifiers also, and she did well. She finished that in 10th. So get her to those wall balls, Sean, and she should be able to get a good chunk of those done.
Yeah, Fiala with 2 to go. And we are approaching the 9-minute mark here. So the pace has slowed from where we were when these women first started this portion of the event. Looked like if they were able to keep that pace, that they'd have a lot more time than the prior heat did to try and knock out as many of those 150 wall balls as possible. But now we're inside 3 minutes to go. Fiala with 1 rep remaining. And there she goes, left side of your screen.
Well, and I believe Renee Brechtel came off that final rope climb around the 9:30 mark. So Ashley's just about tied up with her, assuming she makes this one. Oh.
One final small pull for Fiala, and she is now done, and she will move to the wall balls. So less than 2.5 minutes to go for her, and she picks it up, and she gets right to work. So 144 reps, that's the mark to beat from heat number 1.
You can see what an effort it is for Ashley. She has to jump. You see her feet leave the ground every single rep. It's like a 1 rep max every single time. And I say that with all of the empathy in my heart.
Here comes Brandy Cantwell. She'll be the second woman to get started on her wall balls. She's right to work. And then down in lane 7, Kelly Edelman has now finished up her 12 rope climbs. 90 seconds to go. And Edelman is to work here.
And if you just look at the effort for Kelly, it's so smooth. It's so easy. Of course, she drops the ball right when I say that. Versus Ashley, who really has to jump every single rep. You see Brandy Cantwell kind of struggling with her positioning. Kelly, look at her. Her heels barely lift up off the ground. Super smooth. She's got just over a minute. She looks like she could do it for a whole nother minute.
Yeah, she's starting to jump a little bit.
Yeah.
But we saw a no rep earlier from Fiala. And now we have less than a minute to go. So Edelman moving up here in heat number 2. She now is through 120 of the 252 total scored repetitions. And it looked early on that maybe Brechtel's mark of 144 was going to be in danger. But that looks like it has a really good shot of surviving into heat number 3.
Definitely.
30 seconds to go. Fiala's through 132. Edelman sits in second. Cantwell is in third right now.
I love it though. You know, Fiala, she dumps it, she picks it back up, she goes for another couple reps. She's doing all she can with her little frame.
6 of the 8 women in this heat have made it onto the wall balls. Now, Edelman has overtaken Fiala Edelman in the bottom right-hand part of your screen. They're very close. We'll have to wait for the official results, but it's going to be Edelman through 141 repetitions, edging out Fiala by 2 for the Heat win. But Renee Brechtel's mark of 144 will be the top score with now 2 heats remaining. So a great late charge there from Kelly Edelman to win the heat.
Yeah, and you know, I think I kind of had mentioned that Kelly was very slow and controlled on her GHDs, which was probably her plan. She knew she didn't want to blow out her midline and her quads. She was smooth on those rope climbs, and she was able to kind of take over on those wall balls.
Well, Denise Biancanillo was the first woman off of those GHDs. And then it was Ashley Fiala on the left who took the lead on the rope climbs. But as you mentioned, once Kelly Edelman got to the wall balls, that's where she was able to do some damage.
Right, and again, not surprising to see Fiala do so good on the front half of that workout, the GHDs, the rope climbs, the kind of more gymnastic-y movements that favor a smaller athlete, but those wall balls, it was a 1-rep max every time. And again, that's where Edelman, heels barely having to leave the ground, was able to overtake Fiala and edge her out for the heat win there.
141 total repetitions for Kelly Edelman to win the heat, but Renee Brechtel still the top scorer at 144. Ashley Fiala just 2 reps back, and then it was Brandy Cantwell who holds off Jill Bowerman by 4 reps for 3rd place. The 2 more heats remain here in event number 6 for the 45 to 49-year-old women at the 2022 Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem athlete from CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Rory McKernan will be joining us throughout the day as well as we work through day 3 of 4 days of competition. Event 6, Gran Torino, and it has proved to be quite the challenge for all of the athletes so far.
Yeah, it opens up with just a mere 90 GHD sit-ups. At that point, we might as well just do 10 more and call it an even 100, huh, Sean? Goes over to 12 rope climbs, and then finishes up with really as many of 150 wall balls as you can get in the remainder of that 12-minute cap.
Lane assignments for this 3rd of 4 heats in event number 6 of 9. Tiffany Kempton in lane number 5. She comes in with 244 points to start the day after 4 events. Her best finish was a 3rd place in event 3. In fact, she has back-to-back top 10 finishes, looking to keep herself inside of the top 10.
And Tiffany actually was 5th last year in the 40 to 44-year-old division, so this is her first year in this 45 to 49 division. No surprise to see her doing so well.
And we will see if anyone can get close to the 144 rep mark that was put up by Renee Brechtel in heat number 1. We still have yet to see anybody complete this event inside the 12-minute time cap. Let's talk keys to this event.
Yeah, so obviously the very first key is going to be your midline management, meaning kind of how do you manage those GHD sit-ups? When do you rest? How big a sets do you do? How fast do you go? And a lot of that will be in an effort to have quick and efficient rope climbs so that you can chip away at those 12 rope climbs as quickly as possible, giving yourself as much time as you can for those 150 wall balls.
Heat 3 of 4 is underway. 90 GHDs to begin, then it's 12 rope climbs, and then we close out with the 150 wall balls.
We saw Kelly Edelman do a really good job, kind of sneak in from behind to win that last heat. And a lot of it was she was actually very slow and controlled on her GHD sit-ups. I think she must have been like 4th, maybe off of the GHD. Nothing special there, but what we talked about that I really liked, and you can kind of see Jen Botcher doing it right there in lane 7, is she was very relaxed, very smooth. Almost like doing the least amount of work that you need to on those GHDs.
Monique Gunter is your early leader here. She's now through a third of those 90 reps. She's in lane number 4, middle of your screen.
I like that. We talked about that earlier too with Ashley Fiala, kind of taking your feet out of the pads, shaking out those legs for a quick second before putting them back in, instead of just resting with your legs in that semi-flex position.
Gunter now halfway through, as is Shannon Schliefer.
Like Tiffany Kempton was talking to somebody there for a second. Or was that Anne-Marie Fuse?
2 minutes nearly gone by here, and Gunter is through 60 of the 90 repetitions. You said earlier, or maybe if you can get it done in 4 minutes, you're in decent shape here.
Yep, and we've seen a lot of the top ladies so far finish in just under 4 minutes. But again, I think, Sean, it's not even just how fast you come off, but how good you feel when you come off, so that you can really start chipping away at those rope climbs.
144 repetitions is still the top score. That was Renee Brechtel who did that in heat number 1. In the prior heat, Kelly Edelman got close to that. She completed 141 reps. And both of those women, Brechtel and Edelman, got done with their rope climbs with about 2.5 minutes to go.
Shannon Schliefer right there. She was 7th last year in this division. We talked about how veteran this 45 to 49-year-old female division is. So many athletes that have competed at higher levels. And it's Shannon who's off those GHDs first. Just over 3 minutes. That was fast.
Yeah, Schliefer coming in 12th place overall after 4 events. Took a second in event number 3.
I love it, Sean. She didn't even chalk. Get that first rope climb under your belt.
Monique Gunter
great.
is moving to the rope. She's already there. Now in lane number 2, Annie-Claude Delisle will get to work on her first of 12 rope climbs. At the 102 rep mark is when they will move to the wall balls.
I really like the descent of Annie-Claude Delisle. If you watch, she just fire pulls that thing down. And again, you're saving so much energy if you're not efforting, for lack of a better word, to get down that rope. You watch her, she just kind of fire pulls right down. Super smooth.
Annie-Claude Delisle is in lane 2, and she's through 92 of the 252 total score repetitions now with 10 rope climbs remaining. Shannon Schliefer is still your leader, though, in the heat. Mentioned that in the prior 2 heats, the leaders have gotten through the rope climbs with about 2.5 minutes to spare.
Yep.
Schliefer with 8 to go, Delisle with 9. And Gunter, Kempton, and Rieger now have 10 to go.
And Annie's going with the old Spanish wrap. And it's maybe not as efficient on the way up, but what it allows her to do that fire pull slide on the way down, which saves her a lot of effort. She's got a really good jump and aggressive wrap when she goes up.
First time I saw that was Annie Thorisdottir in 2012 in the rope sled event.
Ah, yes, I remember that event. Those were some high ropes. I remember that.
7 to go for the leaders, 6 to go for Schliefer. Now she's a rep ahead of the women trailing her. Schliefer in lane number 3.
She's on pace right now, but this is where we've seen all the other athletes really slow down, right about that 6 rep mark. You can really see the pace slow down in between the rope climbs.
Now Schliefer with 5 to go. And if she can get done with those before 9.5 minutes on the clock, she'll be ahead of where both Brechtel and Edelman were from the prior 2 heats when they put up their top 2 scores.
Similar to the last heat, one athlete that I'm going to keep my eyes on too, Sean, is Jen Botcher in lane 7. So this is an athlete who has competed many times at the Legends Championships. And again, we talked about the wall ball workout that was in the age group semifinals. She finished that workout 5th. So if she gets to those wall balls feeling decent, just like Edelman, she could really make a move when she gets there.
Botcher in 13th place overall after 4 events. Best finish was a tie for 3rd in event number 2. And remember to keep up to date on all the scores and leaderboards presented by Strongest. You can go to legendschampionship.com. And if you want to watch highlights from the prior events, action started on Thursday. You can peruse the Mayhem YouTube channel, which you should be on right now if you're watching this competition.
In other words, don't go anywhere?
Just file that away for later. Delisle now with 3 reps remaining. Schliefer has 3 remaining. Now both of them are through their 10th of 12 rope climbs. Delisle in lane 2, far left side of your screen. Schliefer is right next to her. And 3rd place, Tiffany Kempton, is on the bottom right. So 8.5 minutes gone by here. 3.5 minutes remain. And if Delisle and Schliefer can get these reps done, they'll have
a little more time.
A little more time than both
that kind of
Brechtel and Edelman did.
Yeah,
so
that 9:30 mark is what we've seen so far.
144 repetitions is the score to beat. Renee Brechtel did that in the first of these 4 heats. This is the 3rd of 4 heat. Overall leaders in the standings coming into the day will be up next. So Delisle and Schliefer moving to the wall ball at the same time, and it's going to be Annie-Claude Delisle in lane 2 getting to work first.
Yeah, these ladies have a good 20 to 30 seconds on Brechtel.
And Schliefer's going to break. Delisle continuing to work here.
Great opening set from Annie. Again, you hope she's just not burying herself. You know, what would be a bummer now is to watch her rest for 30 seconds.
Well, she got through 12, took a quick break, picked it right back up. Schliefer back to work.
And look who also just got to those wall balls. Right-hand side of our screen, there's Jen Botcher. She's got just over 2 minutes. Just like Edelman. Look how smooth she looks. That narrow stance, that comfortable squat, feet barely leaving the ground. This is what Jen wanted.
Well, Schliefer's starting to fall back a little bit as Botcher has overtaken her for 2nd place. Schliefer's on the left side of your screen. She's in the dark shoes. Delisle is in the pink shoes on the left side of your screen. She is your leader. She's now through 132 of the 252 total score repetitions, and she's creeping up on Renee Brechtel's top mark of 144.
You see Shannon kind of going to that one-off style on the wall ball. Again, if you can keep the pace, it might not be a bad idea. She was really fumbling earlier. She couldn't get a rhythm, so great adjustment from Shannon Schleifer right there.
Schleifer going singles, trying to catch up with Jen Botcher, who surpassed her for second place. And now Delisle is our new leader in the event. She's through 146 repetitions, and she still has more than 30 seconds to go here. Renee Brechtel will now move into second, but probably not for long because Botcher's continuing to work. She's now at 144 and 145, so Botcher now has the second place score in this heat and in the event.
Yep.
15 seconds to go. Delisle continuing to work.
Very impressive from Annie Delisle.
She's gotten through 52 of the reps here. Botcher's on the bottom right-hand part of your screen. She is closing in on Delisle, but just going to run out of time.
Wow. Wow.
Within a rep.
Wow.
157 from Annie-Claude Delisle to set the new mark to beat, but Jen Botcher did some incredible work on those wall balls, and if she had just a minute to go,
if she had about 10 seconds to go,
she would have maybe put some serious distance between herself and Delisle, but just ran out of time, but an incredible effort.
Yep. Annie, giving good name to the wall ball game. Better name than mine does, that's for sure.
Well, for the second straight heat now, the first woman off of the GHDs did not hold on to that lead as we moved our way through the event.
Yeah, Shannon Schleifer was so good off those GHD. We talked about she didn't even chalk before that first rope climb. But it was right there at the ropes where Annie-Claude Delisle kind of started to give her a run for the money. They came off that final 12th rope climb at the same time, but it was Shannon who just started to struggle so hard on those wall balls. Annie, she struggled a little bit at first, kind of finding the rhythm, finding the spot, but she kept chipping away at those wall balls. She had few rests, 157 wall balls, 157 reps total. She takes the lead. Jen Botcher hot on her heels with 156 reps. So 2 new scores to beat in that third heat.
Botcher had a great charge late, just ran out of time, just 1 rep behind Delisle for the event lead. Carrie Rieger finishes in third place with now 1 heat remaining. Sixth of 9 events here for the 45 to 49-year-old women of the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside the 2021 45 to 49-year-old CrossFit Games champion, Annie Sakamoto. Rory McKernan will be checking in with us throughout the day as we work our way through day 3 of 4 here. Overall standings coming into this event. But Tiffany Kempton, who we just saw in the overall lead with 412 points. Event number 6, Gran Torino, 252 total repetitions. We have yet to see anybody finish.
90 of those repetitions will be GHD sit-ups, which is very fitting here at Mayhem, CrossFit Mayhem. Then 12 rope climbs, and then they'll finish up with 150 wall balls, which so far has become how many of 150 wall balls can you get in the remaining minutes of a 12-minute cap.
Fourth and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old women. 157 repetitions is the score to beat. Jen Dieter will be in lane number 1. She finished second at the Legends Championship in 2021 to Jessica Manfro. Definitely want to keep an eye on her.
Also, she did well. Jen Dieter right there did well in event 4 for the semis, and that was the one that involved 100 GHD sit-ups. Jen Dieter, a very strong athlete, but also does well at the gymnastics movements.
1, go.
And we are underway.
Fast pace for a lot of these ladies. And you know, Sean, you think about GHDs, at least when I think about doing GHD sit-ups, there's two ways you can recruit on a GHD sit-up. You can kind of use those abs and just keep your legs relaxed. That often pulls a little bit more on your lower back. So if you're not great, you have any lower back issues, it's probably not your best bet. The other way is to really fire that quad, snap that leg straight. But if you're thinking about 150 wall balls, that might not be your best bet because you're going to fry out those quads. So possibly a combination of the two, alternating between the styles at different points.
Velvet Minnick and Elizabeth Weir right now, your top two. Carol Mezin in there as well. Now the standings we just showed you included scores from this event. So we saw Tiffany Kempton in the overall lead. That will likely change, as right now Kempton listed at 8th place in this event, but with one heat to go, that result may not stand. Past the 90-second mark, Mezin, Weir, Penny, Minnick, and Van Zanten all past the halfway point of these 90 GHDs.
And you see where she's actually touching the metal part of the GHD versus just the pads, which is really doing a little more work than she needs to. The standard is usually just, and you can see all the other athletes are just touching the pad. She's making herself come a little further forward than necessary by touching the metal part of that GHD.
Weir in lane 7 is looking for her second event win of this competition. She finished first in event number 3. And now she has 20 reps remaining. She's on the far right side of your screen. $157 reps from Annie-Claude Delisle is your mark to beat. Did that in the prior heat. Second place right now, Jen Botcher in 156, also in the prior heat.
Super fast from Elizabeth Weir. We saw the ladies from the last heat, Schleifer, and they came off probably just under the 3:30 mark. And Elizabeth Weir is going to come off at about 3:16.
So Elizabeth Weir out of Dreamtown CrossFit in Truckee, California.
That's my neck of the woods.
That is definitely our neck of the woods. Now more women are going to join her on the rope. Kim Van Zanten is the next woman who's done. Angie Penny in lane 5. And Jen Short in lane 2. And Velvet Minnick also heading to the rope. Carol Mezin done. Andrea Maida is finished. And Jen Dieter, who was second place overall at the 2021 Legends Championship, will be the last woman onto the rope climbs. But we have seen athletes
I was just
make up ground in this portion. Then we saw Jen Botcher when she got to the wall balls make up a ton of ground in heat number 3.
It's almost kind of knowing where, is your strength GHDs, is your strength wall balls. Jen Botcher knew her strength was wall balls. She just needed to get to the wall balls feeling as good as possible so she could get as many done as possible.
So the 102 repetition mark is when they will move to the final portion of this event.
And this is an athlete I'm really excited to watch, Angie Penny. We don't know a lot about her. She was 76th, I believe, in the age group online qualifier, so she didn't even qualify for the semifinals this year in the games process, and she is leading the charge in this very veteran group of ladies right here. She has almost 30 points over Kim Van Zanten, which is a big lead after 4 events.
Angie Penny started off the competition in a really great fashion. She finished first in event 1 and then tied for 3rd in event 2, 7th in Unforgiven, event number 3, and then 4th in Saved by the Bell.
All top 10 finishes.
Angie Penny in lane 5. She is on the left side of your screen in the all black. Now halfway through her rope climbs.
See Elizabeth Weir right there, who was the first one off the GHDs, but she doesn't look quite as smooth as Penny does on those rope climbs right now. I've seen a couple little fumbles from her, both on the way up and on the way down.
We're going back to the chalk bucket on the right side of your screen. We saw Annie-Claude Delisle in the prior heat when she put up her best time at 1:57. She got through this portion of the event at about 9 minutes.
Yep. Penny has 7 of the 12 done, so over halfway. She's only 6:40 in, but this is, again, where we've seen all the ladies slow down is the back half of these rope climbs. A lot of the ladies did the first 6 in about 2 minutes, and then the next 6 in about 3.5.
Approaching the 7-minute mark with 5 minutes remaining here as Penny continues to lead. And Carol Mezin in lane 3. She's in the all black. Is making a bit of a move here. Mezin also has an event win under her belt. She won event number 2. Benjamin Button. Lanes 5, 4, and 3. Your top 3 women here in this 4th and final heat for the 45 to 49-year-old women. And Penny now with just 3 to go.
Yep. Mezin struggling a little bit on this one.
And there's Angie Penny. Two to go for her. 4 minutes remaining in this event.
This is one of those ones, Angie, where you want to take a little more rest. You saw her kind of really struggling at the end of that rope climb.
And Jen Dieter
Carol
is making a move as well. Dieter is now tied for 2nd with 99 of those 252 total repetitions remaining. Dieter was the last woman off the GHD, so doing some work here on the rope climbs. We'll keep an eye on her.
And Jen, actually, for not being a bigger athlete, Jen Dieter did well in the wall ball event that was part of the semifinals. She finished that one in 14th. So again, for not being a bigger athlete, she managed those wall balls well. So if she can get to the wall balls feeling good, she could definitely make up some time.
There's Carol Mezin now with 1 rep to go.
There are 5 ladies tied right now.
We're past the 9-minute mark, so we are right about where we were when Annie Delisle got done with this portion of the event. So her score at 157, as Jen Dieter took a spill off that rope.
You gotta be careful.
157 is looking pretty good right now. Mezin making her way back up for her final rep. The Dieter is right there. Dieter is also, I believe, on her final rep. Her judge's hand is not in the air. Dieter's on the left side of your screen.
Oh, Elizabeth Weir to those wall balls.
Elizabeth Weir with an early no rep. She was the first woman to get to the wall ball. So Weir, first woman to the rope, first woman to the wall balls.
Look how wide her stance is, though. You see her right there on the lane 7. Super wide on that wall ball stance.
Less than 2 minutes to go. Now Jen Dieter on the left side of your screen.
But there, look right in the center of your screen, Angie Penny. Just like Edelman, just like Jen Botcher, she makes those wall balls look so smooth and easy.
157 reps from Annie-Claude Delisle is the mark to beat. We're through 123 of the 252 total scored repetitions. Mezin and Penny are right there with her. Dieter, who again got to the rope in last place, is moving really well here as she is now through 118 of the 252 total scored repetitions. 16 wall balls down for her. Less than a minute to go. 157 is the top score.
I think it's going to be tough to beat right now, Sean.
31 reps for Elizabeth and 97.
They have 40 seconds and a good 20 reps to go. That's kind of unbroken for 20 reps.
Carol Mezin in lane 3 is taking a break right now. She is your leader in the heat. Inside 30 seconds to go. Angie Penny and Elizabeth Weir are there as well. Now 10 seconds to go. So Annie-Claude Delisle is going to lock up an event win as her mark of 157 will win. Mezin and Weir will tie for this heat win at 148. Second place score was 156, so Jen Botcher is going to lock up 94 points as the two top scores come from Heat 3.
Great effort from Carol Mezin right there. She was steady on those wall balls. Gave her the heat win right there just by a rep.
And there is Elizabeth Weir on the right side of your screen, who faded a little bit in the beginning of the rope climbs, but put on a late charge and was the first woman to move to the wall balls.
Yeah, you know, Elizabeth, I got to give it to her. She was the first to the rope climb. She looked a little bit fumbly on the rope climbs, but she was the first off the rope climbs. She looked a little fumbly on her first wall balls, but she did great. She finished well. She was really fast on those GHDs. And again, she kind of fumbled a little bit on the first rope climb, especially on the descent, whereas Angie Penny just looked so smooth the whole time on those rope climbs. Carol Mezin started to kind of give a hard charge with Penny right towards the end of those rope climbs. Same thing. That must have been something about the all black on the rope climbs because those ladies were great. But it was really Carol Mezin on those wall balls that was able to stave off Angie Penny for the heat win. Great job for Carol Mezin right there. Not an event win, but a heat win.
The event win will go unofficially to Annie-Claude Delisle. 157 of those 252 total scored repetitions completed. Jen Botcher will take second. Mezin and Weir now tied for third place, with Andrea Maida rounding out the top 5. The 45 to 49-year-old women now through 6 of the 9 events here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. And now the 40 to 44-year-old division will take the floor for event 6. And that event is Gran Torino, presented by Reebok. And we are still waiting to see if anybody can get even close to finishing this event inside of the 12-minute time cap.
Right, we've yet to see anybody really get upwards of 60 repetitions on that wall ball. And a lot of it comes down to the work that has to come before it, and that's 90 GHD sit-ups and 12 rope climbs. And that pretty much has left us with an AMRAP of 150 wall balls and the remainder of the 12-minute time cap.
Lane assignments in this opening heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women. We'll have 6 women on the floor here. In lane 5, Tennille Cisco-Dennis, 24th place overall, coming off a 20th place finish in event number 5.
10 seconds. Athletes stand by.
178 total points for Cisco-Dennis. Best finish of the competition, a 15th in event number 3. And we are underway, 90 GHDs to kick us off here.
So the keys, I would say, to this event, and we've seen it time and time again in the last heats, is managing your midline on these 90 GHD sit-ups. That, you know, these athletes did 90 toes to bar yesterday. They have a heavy deadlift coming after this. So it's not even just about this event, it's managing your midline for the whole rest of the competition. But part of that will be how well can you feel going into those 12 rope climbs so that you can make those rope climbs quick and efficient and give yourself some time to get some wall balls done. Some of the best times coming off of this GHD sit-up portion has been about 3.5 minutes, 3:15 from, or 3:16, somewhere right around there for Elizabeth Weir, in the final heat of the 45 to 49-year-old women. She actually was able to get a heat win with that fast time off the GHDs, but it hasn't always been getting off the GHDs fastest that has proven to be the way to win this event.
There's Angie Darbon, 28th place overall after 5 events. But it's Marsha Sherman in lane 2, who's your leader as we approach the 2-minute mark. Sherman is through 55 now of these 90 opening GHDs.
That's great. That means she's holding about 30 GHDs a minute. It's 1 rep every 2 seconds. I love that quick little pause at the top, get back to work.
Sherman out of North State CrossFit in Redding, California.
Also kind of our neck of the woods.
My family is there right now, actually.
Oh yeah. Sheena and Max.
And Sherman closest to the camera now with 10 reps remaining. As we work our way through this opening heat of the 40 to 44-year-old women, let's take a quick look back to the 45 to 49-year-old competition. Rory McKernan is with your event winner.
That's right, Sean. And first I got to get these ladies to play back for you what they were telling me, because it was an already brutal workout, and you guys could hear the announcers. You knew how close you were. Did that help or did that hurt?
It pushed me. It pushed me to not stop on those wall balls. Well, when I could not stop, that was hard to hold on.
And same question for you. I mean, you know what's going on. You had the awareness. Did it make it hurt worse?
Yeah, but it pushed me so much. I needed to hear it because that's what keeps us going. We hear what our competition's doing, and that's where you go. And wall balls, I like to give myself a break, and you can't do that right now. And so to hear the rep for rep was just, it was so helpful, and Carol's so amazing that I dropped it and wanted to take a break, and I heard she was right there with me. I was like, oh, shoot, got to get going again. And so it just makes you go, and I love that.
I love that too. Now, this is our first year here at Mayhem, but you both have experience with the Legends Championship, even a previous champion. So at the halfway point, what's your assessment of the competition so far?
It's been good. It's tough. It is really, really tough. They're staying on schedule, so we know exactly when to time our eating and things like that, which is really, really helpful. I appreciate that, but the workouts have been brutal.
You traveled all the way from California to compete. What brings you out?
This. Being here in this environment and with the Masters, competing with Masters only is my ultimate favorite. I love it, and it's just, it fuels me, it makes me happy, it's my joy center, and I don't care where it ends up, I'll fly to it. Yeah.
I love that. Okay, we're very grateful for both of you, and congratulations on your finish.
Carol Mezin and Elizabeth Weir, who finished tied for third in that event for the 45 to 49-year-old women, joining Rory McKernan. As we turn our attention back to the 40 to 44-year-old women, it's Marcia Sherman in lane number 2, who is your leader.
And Marcia came off those GHDs super quick. She was just over 3 minutes coming off the GHDs, and with this one right here, she'll already have 5 rope climbs done. Only 5 minutes into the event, Sean.
Tennille Cisco-Dennis is in second place. She's in lane 5. See her hopping up on the rope in the background. So Sherman looking to put up a solid score here and try to start climbing up the standings here. Through 5 events, she's in 29th place. Her best finish was 21st in event 3.
She might have just been waiting for this event, Sean. She's doing a great job on these rope climbs, especially in those shorts. That's a brave woman right there.
There's Tennille Cisco-Dennis, who is on the back half of this set of 12. The 102 rep mark is when they'll move to the wall balls. First of 4 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women.
As she's caught up with Marcia Sherman now. Wow, she just actually overtook. So Tennille Cisco-Dennis just overtook Marcia Sherman on those rope climbs.
Just heard our floor announcer pronounce it Marche, so
thank you.
we're going to go with that.
I appreciate that.
So we're all on the same page. The Sherman, though, now with 4 to go. Cisco-Dennis, after she makes this touch, will have 3 remaining, and we have 5 minutes to go in this event.
Yep.
Leslie Franklin sits in 3rd, followed by Angie Darbone, and Natalie Couch is through 7 of her 12 reps.
We talked about one of the keys being fast, efficient rope climbs, and that's exactly what Tennille's doing. She's not getting her knees up really high, but she's got that quick little hand pattern, foot, foot, hand, hand, foot, foot, hand, hand, and that's what has allowed her to overtake Marche Sherman on these rope climbs.
Sherman spending a lot of time shaking out her hands here.
Yep. Well, again, they did a couple of different events yesterday that really taxed their grip, including the Toda Bar workout. They had some dumbbell step-up work to do in one of the events. So not only is their midline taxed, their grip could be very taxed. Wow.
Well, Cisco-Dennis with 1 remaining.
And 4 minutes on the clock.
Leslie Franklin, who is in lane 3, also now with just 1 remaining. Sherman now in 3rd place with 2 reps left. This will be the final touch for Dennis, and she'll move on to the wall balls. Tennille Cisco-Dennis, the first woman done, along with Leslie Franklin. They are getting to the ball at exactly the same time. And Franklin's going to get to work first. And a no rep on that opening rep. And now she has it sorted. Angie Darbone and Marcia Sherman are close to finishing up their rope climbs as well. So we have two women here in this opening heat onto the wall balls. Inside 3 minutes to go.
You saw Cisco Dennis kind of fumble with her first rep also. I think pretty common. You got to kind of get your bearings, figure out where that wall ball target is. But then she got a nice little set off. Franklin has some good rhythm. You can see her on the top side of your screen right there.
Chanel Cisco Dennis is now in the lead with 115 repetitions done. Marcia Sherman is falling way back here. She still has 1 rep to go, and she's been spending a lot of time shaking out her hand. She's on the left side, going to the chalk bucket. She was the first woman to get to the rope. Now less than 2 minutes to go. Tanil Cisco Dennis, bottom left of your screen, sits in first place in the heat. On the right side is Leslie Franklin.
Yeah, great little battle between these ladies. Similar to Mezen and Weir, it's kind of like knowing where each other are. You know you got to pick it back up.
Now Natalie Couch has finished up her rope climbs. Franklin and Dennis trading the lead here. Now Dennis back in front. Franklin on the right side taking a break. 252 is what you got to get to finish the event. Lane 7 is Natalie Couch. She's on the left side of your screen.
36 reps for Tennille.
And now Marcia Sherman has gotten to the wall balls. Only one athlete remains on the rope. That's Lauren Toon. And she has 3 reps remaining. Her judge has his hand in the air on the right side of your screen. Franklin and Cisco Dennis continue to lead here. They're both through 142 of the 252 total scored repetitions, so they've got knocked out 40 wall balls and counting.
Yep, and they're just going to have to battle out the last 25 seconds of this event. Franklin doing a good job of not putting that ball down.
Leaders on the right side of your screen as we now have 10 seconds to go. Franklin trying to hold off Cisco Dennis. This is the fight for first place in this opening heat.
3, 2, 1, time.
And they each try to squeak in a rep. And Cisco Dennis is going to come 3 reps shy as Leslie Franklin got through, I believe, 157 repetitions.
Yep, that's what I saw. That's what it looked like the score said. What a great race between those two ladies. They came off the rope right about the same exact time. Leslie Franklin making up a lot of time on her rope climbs, trying to catch up with Tennille Cisco Dennis there. And then really, it was a race to the 12-minute mark between Leslie Franklin and Tennille Cisco Dennis, going rep for rep, trading off the lead there. But Leslie Franklin edges out Tennille Cisco Dennis by just 3 repetitions, 157 it looked like total reps, the end of the 12-minute mark there.
First of 4 heats, pardon me, is done, and it's Leslie Franklin who has the score to beat, 157 repetitions, which was the top score from the 45 to 49-year-old division. Event 6 of 9 here at the 2022 Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete, as we are getting ready for the second of 4 heats to take the floor. Gran Torino is the name of the event. Remember, this is the indoor competition floor here that we have here at CrossFit Mayhem. There is another competition floor that is on the outside. That's where event 5 was held.
Yeah, these athletes have 3 events today. Actually, the 49 and younger have 3 events today. Everybody else has just 2. This definitely being the meat and potatoes of possibly the entire competition.
Competition has been going since Thursday here in Cookeville. If you guys want to check out all the scores and leaderboards, you can head to legendschampionship.com for the scores presented by Strongest. And if you want to watch highlights from prior events, you can browse the Mayhem YouTube channel. Heat number 2 for the 40 to 44-year-old women. Event 6, Gran Torino, 252 scored repetitions, 3 different movements, and we kick things off with 90 reps on the GHD.
After those 90 GHD sit-ups, you're looking at 12 rope climbs, and then you're going to finish up with just 150 wall balls, otherwise known as Karen, one of the benchmark workouts. And that's all in a 12-minute time cap, so we have yet to see anybody even get close to the 100 wall ball mark. I really don't think this workout was meant to be finished, Sean. Unless, of course, you're a Mayhem athlete, and then it might even be an AMRAP in 12 minutes.
Or just a warm-up.
Yeah.
8 women in heat number 2. Lane number 5 is Kristen Melendez, 16th place overall. 2 10th place finishes, though, including one in event number 5. Those are her best results so far of the competition. 246 points coming in here. 157 reps. That is the score to beat
3, 2,
from Leslie Franklin.
go.
Event kicks off with 90 GHD sit-ups, which again is a hefty ask for a lot of these athletes. Doing 90 in a workout is one thing. Doing 90 in a row is a whole nother thing. So this event, really, the first thing that comes to mind for me is managing those GHD sit-ups, not only in relation to this event, but to the rest of the weekend. They still have a lot of work to do. But in relation to this event, it'll also come down to how they manage those sit-ups to how they do those rope climbs. Can they keep their rope climbs quick and efficient, which will give them as much time as they can for those wall balls.
Haley Queller and Melissa Jacobson in the early lead here. And there's Queller in lane 1. And she will take a break as she is through 41 of the 90 reps. And then down in lane 6 is Melissa Jacobson. She's in 18th place overall, but coming off her best finish of the competition, she took 9th in event number 5.
Kind of at the apex of the mountain here, too, of the competition, Sean. So these athletes have already had 5 workouts going into this event. And one of them involved a good amount of midline. They had 90 toes to bar yesterday for their first event. They also still have some work to do. We talked about the heavy deadlifts coming after this. They've done a lot of grip work. The toes to bar again come to mind, and then the dumbbell box step-ups that they had on the first day. So grip's a little taxed, midline's already a little taxed, which makes the first part of this workout, the 90 GHDs and the 12 rope climbs, definitely a tough ask.
Well, Haley Queller was the recipient of a few no reps, so she's fallen off the lead pace here. Amanda Filler's in lane 3, Melissa Jacobson in lane 6. They are still on that pace, as in Autumn Spence in lane number 7. That's Melissa Jacobson there in lane 6, closest to the camera. Amanda Filler's in lane 3. She's at the far end of the floor on the left side. She now has 5 reps to go, and there she is. Looks to be the first woman off the GHDs and onto the rope. Final rep for her.
That hasn't always been a good thing, as we've seen in previous heats, though, Sean. I think if you go a little too fast on these GHDs, we've seen a lot of these ladies kind of lose it in the rope climbs. So hopefully Amanda still has enough gas in the tank to get through these 12 rope climbs. I love it. She was one of those athletes that didn't chalk up, just went right up to the rope. We've seen a lot of athletes kind of bobble on their first rope climb, just look a little awkward, and Amanda looked great on that first rope climb.
Well, Fillers has been to the games before. 2017, she finished 30th with CrossFit Revamped.
So we know she's got some competition experience.
Sophie Mathis is onto the rope as well.
Yeah, and Sophie looks very comfortable on these rope climbs.
Challenging Fillers for the lead right now, and so every woman in the second heat has now moved on to the rope. 102 repetitions, that's the mark in the white box next to their names that they have to hit before they move on to the wall balls. 150 total on the wall balls they need to complete. We have yet to see any athletes in any division get close to even finishing this event.
If you watch Haley Queller in the far lane there, oh, they just went off her. She's another one of those athletes that has a nice descent on that rope climb. Super quick, super efficient, kind of fire poles right down.
Queller on the left side of your screen now in lane number 1. Had that early lead on the GHDs, now trying to creep up here. She's through 3 of those 12 rope climbs. And Kristen Melendez has moved into the lead.
Yep, there's Haley right there, and you see she's just so fast down that rope. There's so little effort in getting down, and that's something where in the heat before, we saw Marche Sherman. She came off the GHDs first. She was a good 1 or 2 reps in on the rope climb, and then she actually came off the rope climbs last. And a lot of that, I think, was her inefficiency, not just on the way up, but on the way down. She really had to take a lot of effort getting down that rope. We don't see that with Queller right now.
The battle for the lead in this heat is going on in lanes 4 and 5. Sophie Mathis and Kristen Melendez. Mathis is in lane 4. She's on the left in the white top. Melendez right next to her in the pink top, chalking up her hands. They are both through their 7th rep of the set of 12 rope climbs. Past the halfway point of the event, a 12-minute time cap here, second of 4 heats for the 40 to 44-year-old women.
And we saw Tennille and Leslie in the heat before come off those rope climbs right about the 8:30 mark, which gave them each about 3.5 minutes to chip away at those those wall balls. So it'll be interesting to see if Mathis and Melendez can hold pace, come off right around the same time.
Sophie in lane 4 working her way down. She's out of Belgium. CrossFit Bink 36 and was 19th in the age group semifinals this past year.
So if it was the old way, she would have made it to the games.
Sneaked right in.
Yep.
unofficial 55. Unofficial 55 is that number on the wall ball we're looking for.
Mathis now has 2 remaining, approaching the 8-minute mark, so 4 minutes left. At that point, 157 from Leslie Franklin is the top score here.
And again, Franklin and Cisco Dennis came off the rope climbs right about the 8:33 mark.
There's Kristen Melendez just closing out her 10th rep. Mathis with 1 to go. Melissa Jacobson in lane 6. She's also wearing a pink top. She has 2 to go. She's got the purple socks on.
Matthew's finishing up her last one.
So Sophie is done. She'll move to the wall balls now.
Only about 10 seconds behind where Franklin and Cisco Dennis were on the heat before.
And she will get to work. Twice that thing has come down and hit her in the face.
Yeah.
And then she bobbled the catch there.
You know, I think it's that combo of figuring out where that target is, but also your shoulders being smoked from that rope climb. You know, it definitely makes that ball feel a lot different.
Mathis gets through 10 reps and she takes a break. Now both Melendez and Jacobson in lanes 5 and 6 are getting set to join her. Now Jacobson is there first. Now here comes Kristen Melendez. 3 women on the wall balls here.
Sophie kind of looks like she's found her groove now. Those first couple of sets looked tough, a little awkward.
Now Lori Webb down in lane 8 will be the 4th woman to pick up the wall ball. Less than 2 minutes to go here. Mathis through 119 reps. Leader in the heat, 157 is the score she's looking to track down from Leslie Franklin.
So Jacobson, she looks really smooth on those wall balls.
And in lane 8, Lori Webb is gaining ground here. She got hit with a no rep, but she's had a pretty smooth pace. So Melissa Jacobson taking a look back at the clock.
And we saw it in the 45 to 49 with athletes like Jen Botcher. You know, if you can, again, get to the wall balls and feel good and get big chunks of wall balls off, you have a chance to make up a lot of time.
Lori Webb's on the far right side of your screen in lane 8, has now moved into 3rd place in the heat. Mathis, your leader's on the far left. She's in the white top. Less than a minute to go here. If Mathis can put on a charge here, she might have a chance of catching Franklin. She's within 20 reps.
45 seconds.
And Lori Webb keeping the pressure on Jacobson. Jacobson is in lane 6. She's got the ball down. Lane 5 is Kristen Melendez. She's taking a break. Now Mathis within 12 reps, but less than 30 seconds to go here.
We're seeing a great race between Mathis and Jacobson again, similar to the one that we saw in the heat before.
Now Jacobson creeping up. She's 1 rep back of Mathis. We'll see if either one puts the ball down here with 10 seconds to go. Mathis trying to hold off Jacobson. Jacobson now tied with Mathis. A faster pace here for Jacobson. She is in the lead. Melissa Jacobson by a rep over Mathis. 155. She gets done, but that will not be good enough to beat Leslie Franklin, who still has the top time. The top score, I should say, at 157.
Just barely misses that by 2 reps. Again, it was that great little push between her and Mathis right at the very end. Like you said, Sean, she was just a little bit quicker on those wall balls, and that's what allowed her to overtake Sophie Matthews right at the very end there. So she won't take Leslie Franklin, but she will take Tennille Cisco-Dennis, who finished at 154 reps in the heat before. So that score of 155 is good for an unofficial second place right now.
So 2 heats down, 2 heats remain for the 40 to 44-year-old women in the 6th of the 9 events that they will face here at the 2022 Legends Championship. And it's a great setting here at CrossFit Mayhem. Kind of has like an old school, affiliate throwdown feel. There's athletes all over the place. Fans are intermingling with them. Fantastic setting here for the 6th iteration of the Legends Championship. Last year we were on the West Coast in San Diego. This year we come to Cookeville, Tennessee to hold the biggest Masters event outside of the CrossFit Games. More than 300 athletes competing. 4-day competition that started on Thursday. With friends and family here and fans checking out the action. And what is really, if you had to have a list of places you needed to see around the world, CrossFit landmarks, CrossFit Mayhem is definitely going to be on that list.
I have never been here, Sean. I was so excited when I got asked to work this event because I have never been to Mayhem, and I have always wanted to see it, and it is not disappointing, that's for sure. But yeah, it definitely is a spot I get to check off on my list now. Places I've seen, things I've done.
We are glad you are with us here in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Roy McKernan will be checking in with us throughout the day. Working our way through event number 6 for the 40 to 44-year-old women. It is Gran Torino, 252 total score repetitions. And we will see if anybody can flirt with getting through this thing inside the 12-minute time cap.
One athlete I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on. She's in lane 3, Sean, and that's Sarah Blunk. Sarah was 3rd at the Legends Championships last year. She's an athlete that also, if we think about the 2 events that this kind of has similarities to from the CrossFit Games age group semifinals, both the handstand GHD event and the wall ball event, Sarah did very well in both of those events. She got 6th in the GHD handstand event and 13th in the wall ball event. So definitely an athlete to keep our eyes on. 8
women in this 3rd of 4 heats. You mentioned Sarah Blunk there in lane number 3. She comes in 11th place overall, 288 points. She's only 6 points out of a spot inside the top 10. That's Stephanie Graham.
Athletes stand by.
In lane 5. She's 12th place overall, had a great start to the competition with 2 finishes inside the top 5, a 5th and a 3rd, but since then has struggled a little bit, looking to get back on track here in event 6. 157, that's the best mark we have seen.
And this is such a tough workout. I mean, if you think about what they've done and what they're going to do, I would say one of the hugest keys to this event is going to be managing that midline. On these GHDs, we've seen a lot of ladies come off this GHD first, but not finish anywhere near first in the event. The other thing that's going to be key is to have quick and efficient rope climbs, giving yourself as much time as possible on those wall balls.
Erin Snellgrove in lane number 7. She's in that pink headband. 2nd from camera. She's your leader through 35 now of these 90 opening repetitions. Snellgrove 14th place overall coming in. Best finish of the competition was a 6th place in the opening event, Endless Ergs.
I love the ponytail whip. And a big smile to go with it.
Snellgrove has experience at the regional level. Back in 2012 and 2013, she competed at the Central East Regional as an individual. That was back in the day where that Central East Regional was, especially on the men's side, just a murderer's row of pipe hitters. And we had Julie Fouché competed at that regional.
Yep. That was almost a mini games in and of itself.
So Snellgrove threw 71 along with Christina Gibson and Lauren Lewis down in lane 1. So we should have 3 women getting off this thing at around the same time and heading to the rope. There's now nearly 3 minutes gone by of this 12-minute event.
And again, some of our best finishers have not come off this GHT first. It's almost kind of a trap, if you ask me, Sean. You go too fast on these GHDs and you just end up needing too much rest on your rope climbs.
And there's Christina Gibson, who's going to be off first.
Smart, I like it. She's chalking on her way to the rope.
Gibson in 9th place overall. And in lane 7, it's Snellgrove now off the GHDs. Down in lane 1, Lauren Lewis in the pink top and long black pants. She just slid down the rope. She is on the rope climbs as well.
Oh, and she's right back up. And here's what I love. Lauren looks like a taller athlete, and she is utilizing every inch of that length on that rope climb.
Lewis out of Roanoke Valley CrossFit in Roanoke, Virginia.
She just did those first 3 rope climbs in about 45 seconds. Super impressive.
And right side of your screen is Erin Snellgrove. She's chalking up her hands in the black pants. She's struggling here on these early repetitions. We'll keep an eye on her. She was one of the first women off the GHDs. She was actually second. And now in lane 5, Stephanie Graham has closed out her set of 90. Snellgrove able to get that rep completed. Now Lewis and Gibson are your leaders right now. Lane 1 is Lewis. She's on the left side. And Gibson is in the long black pants in lane 4. And she just made the touch. So she has now 7 reps remaining. Lewis is about a half a rep ahead of her at this point on the left side. Top 2 on the screen.
So yeah, Christina was one of the first off of the GHDs. She's doing great on those rope climbs. Here's what I don't love. She's got her hands on the rope to start instead of, you see a lot of athletes when they reach up and they give a big jump and you just get that much more purchase up that rope.
Well, Lauren Lewis with 232 total points. She's in 19th place. Hoping to score some points here and get herself up the standings. Mentioned Christina Gibson, who's inside the top 10. Gibson has a pair of finishes inside the top 10. In events 3 and 4, she took an 8th and a 7th, respectively, Unforgiven and then Saved by the Bell. Past the halfway point, 12 minutes of allotted time in this event. Lewis and Gibson, your leaders. Maddie Betts in lane 2. Just made the touch. He's in the headband.
I'm going to imagine, Sean, that when Lauren Lewis gets to those wall balls as a taller athlete, game over. You can see her using that length on those rope climbs.
She has 2 to go.
She's not even at the 7-minute mark.
She's going to have, if she can keep this pace, a lot of time to work her way through those 150 wall balls.
Leslie Franklin, who holds the event best score so far at the 157, she got to the off the rope climbs at about the 8-minute and 33-second mark. Lewis only has 1 more rope climb, and she's only at the 7-minute, 10-second mark.
Final rep for Lewis.
She's gonna have almost a whole minute more than Leslie Franklin and Tennille Cisco-Dennis had in that first heat.
You saw the score to beat on your screen, 157 reps, and now Lewis is done. And Maddie Betts also on her final rep. And Lauren Cullen in lane 6 is now done. So 3 women onto the wall balls.
Look how smooth Lauren Lewis looks on those wall balls.
6, Lauren onto her wall ball. That is your 1, 2, 3. Lane 1, lane 2, lane 6. Coming up on 8.5 minutes in.
Gibson and Snellgrove were the first 2 women to the rope. Now, Snellgrove has fallen way off the pace as she's close to the camera going through her rope climbs. Gibson is now onto the wall ball. Lewis is through 17 reps and counting. She's on the far left side in lane 1. She is your leader right now. Lauren Cullen in lane 6. Now on the right side of your screen, sits in second. And in the all black, the box on the left is Maddie Betts.
3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes to go. Lewis is looking to set the new mark to beat here. Now 30 reps into her set of 150. And 132 total repetitions down.
8 reps in lane 3 for Sarah.
Cullen taking a break.
16 reps for Christina in lane 4.
I love this. Lauren never takes her hands off the ball. So when she rests, she just hikes her hips up for a second, keeps her hands on the ball, drops her hips, picks the ball up, goes again.
Got a no rep there, but she's through 141 of the 252 total scored repetitions here in event 6. Lauren Cullen on the right side is starting to gain a little ground here. Cullen now tied with Lewis. Far left side, far right side, your top 2. Gibson and Betts are fighting for second. Gibson in lane 4, Betts in lane 2. Now 90 seconds to go. Lewis and Cullen are both going to blow by Leslie Franklin's top score of 157. And Cullen on the right side of your screen is now your leader. She'll take a break. That'll open the door for Lewis to move back in front. Now the 2 of them through 60 of these 150 wall balls, and 60 seconds remain.
And they're pretty much going rep for rep right now, Sean.
Another break for Lewis. Cullen continuing to work. By far the best score we've seen all day from anybody. Cullen through 172 and counting. Lewis another break.
30 seconds.
Now, Maddie Betts in the all black is now in 3rd place.
What a motor on Lauren Cullen. She just keeps going.
10 seconds.
10 seconds remaining, and Lauren Cullen now just piling it on. As it doesn't look like Lauren Lewis is going to be able to catch her. She will not. Lauren Cullen, 187 to set the new mark to beat.
Super impressive. Not a smaller athlete, but when you look at how tall Lauren Lewis is, I thought she would just manhandle those wall balls, and she did. But what a motor on Lauren Cullen to catch her and overtake Lauren Lewis. It's a battle of the Laurens right there.
85 wall balls for Lauren Cullen to take that heat.
Lauren Lewis was so good on those rope climbs. So again, not one of the first off the GHDs, but really used her length on the rope climbs. And we knew she would do well on those wall balls. Being one of the taller athletes, she chunked off a nice big set right out of the gate. But it was Lauren Cullen she didn't get to the wall balls first or even second, but she had such a motor and she just kept chipping away at those wall balls. 85 of the wall balls done. She had about, I think, 4.5 minutes to chip away at those wall balls. She never stopped. What a great race between the two Laurens, with Lauren Cullen coming out the winner.
187 reps. She beats Leslie Franklin's prior top mark by 30. Lauren Lewis will finish in second in that heat, followed by Maddie Betts. She and Christina Gibson had a good battle. They're going late in that heat. Fourth and final heat coming up next. Before we get there, let's send it down to Tommy Marquez, who has your Reebok athlete to watch.
Thanks, Sean. Now that we're well underway here on day number 3, some of the podium races are really starting to take shape. In the women's 40 to 44 division, a race between Amanda Cummings and Raylan Batdorf for the third and final podium spot is certainly our matchup to watch here. And they're two athletes with very different competitive backgrounds. Amanda Cummings finished inside the top 10 globally for this age division in quarterfinals last year, but she finished just 5 spots shy of qualifying for the CrossFit Games. Meanwhile, Batdorf has been competing in the Open since 2014, but she's never competed beyond the Open. So while Amanda Cummings may have the edge competitively on these higher level competitions, Batdorf is sitting just 12 points back of Cummings now for the third and final podium spot. And it should be noted that Batdorf has the tiebreaker if it comes down to it, thanks to 2 event wins through 5 events so far. 12 points separating the third and final podium spot. Should be our matchup to watch here, Sean.
Thank you, Tommy. Event 6, Gran Torino. And Lauren Cullen really bit off a huge chunk of that event in the prior heat. We'll see if anybody can beat 187 reps here.
And those 187 reps came from doing 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, and then as many of the 150 wall balls as you can in whatever is left over of that 12-minute cap. And we've seen it almost every single heat, and that is, it's not if you're first off the GHDs, it's how well you do on those rope climbs that's going to determine how far you can get in those wall balls. And that's Julia Kenyon, and she's another athlete, I believe, that will do really well on this, especially if she gets to those wall balls. She got second in the age group semifinal wall ball event. And that's in the world, Sean. So this should be a great event for her, assuming she has some time on those wall balls.
And she is your overall leader coming in. 456 total points. She leads Amy Edelman by 30, and Kenyon already has 2 event wins under her belt.
We've seen it time and time again, Sean. Again, it doesn't matter if you come off these GHDs first. It's just about managing that midline, about feeling as good as you can coming off of these GHDs so that you can have some quick and efficient rope climbs and give yourself as much time as possible to chip away at those 150 wall balls.
Tommy mentioned the battle right now for third place between Amanda Cummins and Raylan Batdorf, pardon me. 12 points separate the two of them. Cummins will be in lane 3. Batdorf is down in lane 6. Batdorf in lane 6 in that black top. 2 event wins so far, but trails Cummins by 12 points. And despite the fact that Batdorf does have the event wins, she's got an 18th and then a 13th in the prior event. That's why Cummins now in lane 3 has the lead. Cummins much more consistent. Everything 11th or better for Amanda Cummins.
And Raylan had a very similar showing last year at last year's Legends Championships, where she finished 8th place. She had an event win, she had a 6th, but again, she had a 33rd and a 19th. So she's a little bit of a yo-yo athlete, we would say. She's a great athlete, but she needs to kind of get a little more consistent throughout the weekend.
Amanda Cummins, they're in lane 3. She's through 56 now and counting, your leader in this heat. Back-to-back second place finishes in event 3, Unforgiven, and event 4, Saved by the Bell, and then she's coming off a 4th place finish in CJ, which was the event 5 that was held on the other competition floor here at CrossFit Mayhem. 394 total points.
Amanda looking very relaxed on those GHDs.
Cummins inside 20 to go here. Kenyon, your overall leader, sits in second. And then Amy Edelman, who's in second place overall, is right behind Kenyon. Kenyon and Edelman have started to separate themselves from the rest of the competitors. They're the only two who have more than 400 points. And Edelman has a 32-point cushion on Amanda Cummins right now in the overall standings. Cummins on her final rep, and she is done. So Amanda Cummins making her way to the rig for her 12 rope climbs. And here comes overall leader Julia Kenyon.
And you can't count out Kenyon again. Not only did she do well in the semifinals, she finished 5th at the games last year, Sean. So she wasn't off the GHD first, but she was on that rope first, and a super efficient rope climb right there. She was up in 2 pulls.
Raylan Batdorf in lane 6, and the all black was 3rd to the rope. 187 total repetitions is the mark to beat. Belongs to Lauren Cullen, who did that in the prior heat. It's the 4th and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women. The 35 to 39-year-old women will be up next.
Kenyon is so fast on these rope climbs. Amanda Cummins was actually on the rope and partway up before Kenyon was even on the rope. And Julia actually was able to tap and come down before Amanda had even tapped. Look how fast Julia Kenyon is on those.
Kenyon taking a second to sit back on her haunches and chalk her hands.
Watch this, Sean, though. She's so fast and efficient at these rope climbs. Look at that. She's up in 2 good pulls.
Cummins has knocked out 4 of her 12 reps. She's chalking her hands on the left side of your screen. She's in lane 3. Kenyon in the light pink top in lane 5 is now through her 5th of 12 reps. Kenyon moving into the lead here.
And I like it. Her and Amanda Cummins are pretty much rep for rep right now. To me, though, Sean, Julia's rope climbs just look a little bit more efficient, a little bit easier. Like she's having to use less energy to get up that rope. She's got that good J hook. She touches, she unhooks, and basically just squeezes that rope on between her legs on the way down.
Cummins and Kenyon both halfway through their sets of 12. And Elizabeth Lane in lane 7, keep an eye on her. She's starting to creep up as well. So Julia Kenyon doing some great work here. As long as she just stays in this position in this heat, she didn't even have to win the heat. As long as she's towards the front, she's going to be just fine. 456 total points coming in. She has a 30-point cushion over Amy Edelman, who sits in second place overall. And it's Amanda Cummins in lane 3, who's trying to hold off Raylan Batdorf in lane 6. Cummins hanging on to that third and final spot on the podium by 12 points over Batdorf. And Cummins towards the front here. Rachel Sessa in lane 8, starting to move up as well. She's 6th place overall, coming off her best finish of this competition, a 3rd place in event 5.
Rachel Sessa is another athlete that was at the Legends Championships last year as well.
The 2 reps remain for Sessa on the right side of your screen.
She finished 6th last year, but in the 35 to 39-year-old division, so she's a newcomer to this division. Exactly what you want to be. Youngest in the division.
She has 1 rep remaining. The leaders right now in this heat are in lane 7 and 8. Rachel Sessa in lane 8 is in first. Elizabeth Lane moving up as well. So Sessa will be the first woman to the wall balls. About 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go before we hit that 12-minute time cap. 187 repetitions from Lauren Cullen is the top score we have seen so far. That was in heat number 3. This is the 4th and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old women.
Julia Kenyon's moved on to her wall balls. Again, she's about a minute behind where Lauren Lewis and Lauren Cullen were when they got to the wall balls. But Julia Kenyon got 2nd in the wall ball workout in the age group semifinals. So, and look at how smooth and composed she looks on these wall balls, Sean.
She's already through 10. She has yet to take a break here. Right in the middle of your screen, Julia Kenyon trying to catch up with Rachel Sessa for the lead in this heat and widen her lead on the overall standings, because right now Kenyon ahead of both Amy Edelman and Amanda Cummins, the 2 women right behind her in the overall standings. And speaking of Amanda Cummins, she has now just closed out her set of 12 rope climbs.
Look at Kenyon. She's almost 30 reps in and she has not stopped. Unbroken so far.
And Julia Kenyon, your overall leader and your leader right now in the heat, continuing to crank away as she is now through 40 wall balls.
40 unbroken just to open up.
Not a bad way to start things out here. Amanda Cummins, she's in lane 3. Off your screen, but it's Raylan Batdorf in lane 6, who came in 4th place overall, who's trying to track down Cummins, who you're looking at right now.
And Cummins was first off the GHD, but she definitely slowed up pretty hard on those rope climbs. This could open the door for Batdorf.
Batdorf has the lead on Cummins, got to make up that 12-point deficit if she wants to leapfrog her for a spot on the podium. Less than 90 seconds to go here. Julia Kenyon is through 160 reps. She's got 27 left as she wants to catch Lauren Cullen. And remember, she ripped off a set of 40 to start before she took a break. Now through 166
She has 21
repetitions.
reps in 1 minute if she wants to catch Lauren Cullen.
Raylan Baddorf has now moved into second place. She's right next to Kenyon. Baddorf now on the left, Kenyon on the right. Baddorf looking like she's going to put herself inside the top 3 with this effort, because she has plenty of people between her and Amanda Cummins, and don't forget about scores from prior heats that may factor in here. 30 to go. Kenyon looking to pick up her 3rd event win of the competition.
She's going to do it, Sean. She had almost a minute less than Lauren Lewis and Lauren Cullen did going into these wall balls.
So Kenyon is now in the lead. Baddorf is trying to hold off Sessa and Edelman.
3, 2,
Julia Kenyon, 3rd event win of the competition, and she will have a vice grip on that top spot on the overall leaderboard. What an impressive effort for her.
That was so well played, Sean. She knew that the wall balls were her jam. She just managed the GHDs. She was smooth on those rope climbs. She didn't let anybody change her game on those rope climbs, because she knew when she got to those wall balls, she was going to make up a ton of reps. Amanda Cummins was super fast on those GHD sit-ups, but we've seen it almost every single heat. First off the GHD can almost be the kiss of death, because she definitely ended up struggling on the rope climbs. She was rep for rep with Kenyon through about 6 of the rope climbs, and then she really slowed down, and that's where Julia Kenyon made her move, as did Rachel Sessa. Rachel Sessa gets to the wall balls first. She's looking good, knocks off a few, but Julia Kenyon opens with a set of 40 and never looks back, able to overtake Lauren Cullen's score of 187 reps in the heat before by 7 reps, coming in at 194 total repetitions.
And 194 repetitions will be good enough for Julia Kenyon's 3rd event win of the competition. Through 6 events, she has yet to finish worse than 4th. If you want to keep up to date on all the leaderboards and scores, you can go to legendschampionship.com and check out all the scoring presented by Strongest. And remember, competition started on Thursday here at the Legends Championship. If you want to watch highlights from prior events, you can peruse the CrossFit Mayhem YouTube channel. We're going to take a short break, but action will continue. When we return, the 35 to 39-year-old women take the floor here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete.
Guys, I have Julia Kenyon with me. She, of course, won the previous event, and she is the overall points leader in the 40 to 44 women's. First of all, you made that one a little harder on yourself because I could tell you were trying to finish it.
Yeah, I was really hoping to see somebody finish it, and myself being that person. So, you know, when you stop in the 90s, you only got a few more. Let's keep going. But, you know, time is the stop. So.
That was your third first place finish. Are these events just lining up nicely for you?
I mean, I work hard all year, so they're good CrossFit workout tests, I feel. So they're well programmed, lots of different variety, working different muscles and all the skills. So I think they're just good workouts, but I do put in the work. So. Absolutely, and you've had success at the highest level. Now, what are the off-season events like this in December? What do they bring to you? Why do you do them? The more you can get out on the floor, the more experience you have on that competition floor. It brings challenges that you have to figure out under pressure. You don't always have that in your home gym. You know, you can just kind of get away with some easy things in your home gym, whereas on the floor there, you gotta go and figure out any mistakes and just challenge yourself. I don't think you push as hard ever as you do in a comp, knowing somebody next to you is pushing just as hard. So.
Now, the men are still going to have this in front of them. There's still women to go as well. What are the traps of the workout? Give us a little bit of a tip on where it really starts to hurt. On this workout in particular, I mean, my strategy was to hit a huge set of wall balls because I feel like once you stop on those, it just hurts. It's hard to pick it back up and it's hard to keep going, so hit as many wall balls off that rope as you can and then just hang on. Hugely impressive performance this entire weekend so far. Congratulations.
Event number 6, Gran Torino, as action continues here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. We are through one of 4 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Roy McKernan, and Tommy Marquez checking in throughout the day with us. Event 6 is proven to be a lump of coal in people's stockings. Gran Torino, 252 reps of 3 movements.
Santa Claus was not good to these athletes this year. They have 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, and 150 wall balls, all in the face of a 12-minute time cap. So really what we've seen so far, Sean, is not an actual time to beat, but a score to beat. How many wall balls can these athletes make it through in the remainder of that 12 minutes?
Lane assignments for this second of 4 heats. Dylan Hurtado, who you just saw in lane 5, comes in 12th place overall. She's out of Mexico. And coming off her best finish of the competition, she took 2nd place in event number 5, CJ. Hurtado with 286 total points. She is 4 points back of Chelsea Hansen for 11th place.
That CJ event was 21:15.9 of power cleans and bar facing burpees.
We are underway in Heat 2 for the 35 to 39-year-old women. After this, we'll bring you the 45 to 49-year-old men as they take their turn at event number 6. The score to beat, unofficially 171 total repetitions from Karen Whitney in Heat number 1.
And we've seen it time and time again, Sean, these 90 GHDs, it's not necessarily where you're going to win this event. It's where you kind of have to manage your midline so that you can have quick and efficient rope climbs, because we've seen too many athletes get stuck on those rope climbs or at least slowed up. So these athletes need to be careful about doing these GHDs, in my opinion, too fast.
There's Dylan Hurtado, you just saw in lane 5, 12th place overall. Mentioned her in the beginning of this event. Tara Berquist on the right side of your screen in lane 8 is your early leader here. Taking her first break.
Yeah, and you can see how far back she has her glutes off that GHD pad. And honestly, Sean, I like to set myself up that far back. For me, if you have the mobility, you can just touch the ground a little bit easier there. You can tax those quads a little bit more, which could come into play on those wall balls.
And Berquist approaching the 60 rep mark.
I feel like these 90 GHD sit-ups are just kind of a trap for a lot of these athletes. We've seen so many come off really quick. And it's just the first 3 minutes of this workout, and there's so much more to go. So I think these athletes are well served, better served, I should say, if they just pace out these GHDs a little more.
That's Kate Curie, pardon me, in the middle of your screen, who is in 2nd place right now behind Berquist, who is working her way through her now final 10 GHDs. Berquist at a Seabright CrossFit in Santa Cruz, California.
I know that CrossFit.
Curry continuing to get through her reps. She now has 10 to go. And there is Bergquist. And Bergquist is done, and she'll move to the ropes.
I like that. She gives a little trot down there, make sure those quads are still working.
171 reps unofficially is your score to beat from Karen Whitney in heat number 1. And now there goes Kate Curry.
I like it. Tara's already back up on that rope. That was a short rest. Great descent. Super smooth. Not expending any extra energy.
The 3 women onto the rope climb, soon to be 5. As in lane 6 and 7, Amanda Norton and Casey Johnson are moving to their ropes. Lanes 4 through 8, now lanes 3 through 8, all on their rope climbs. Tammy Gruninsky and Jolene Quirk
and
are now
Bergquist
finished.
is making really fast work of these rope climbs.
Bergquist already with 3 down, now 4. As she is your leader here in the second of 4 heats. There's Dylan Hurtado in lane 5. Bergquist on the bottom right, your leader right now in the heat, comes in 23rd place overall. She has 188 total points as Bergquist, just 6 points back of Quirk for 22nd place.
And just 6 reps done of her rope climbs. Dylan Hurtado with another rope climb done.
5 reps remaining for Bergquist. She's through 7 of those 12 reps.
She is making quick work of these rope climbs.
Another rep down for Bergquist. Morges and Curry, along with Johnson and Hurtado, fighting for second. Bergquist, though, with a 2-rep lead over the field right now.
Nice little slide on that descent.
Now 3 to go for Bergquist.
She is barely resting. Oh, I like that. She actually thought better of it. Rope climbs are one of those things, I think, Sean, that you don't realize how much abdominals you use in a rope climb until you've done 90 GHDs right before it, and you don't have the abs to pull your legs up.
Well, there's Elizabeth Morges, who is challenging Bergquist right now for first place in the heat. Morges has some games experience. She was on a CrossFit Revamped team in 2017. They took 30th that year in Madison. And also competed last year in individual quarterfinals. Bergquist is now done with her 12 rope climbs.
He's got almost a full 4 minutes to chip away at these wall balls now. But Elizabeth is hot on her tail. See, Elizabeth kind of sets that ball to the side on each rep. But she doesn't keep it centered. She kind of pushes the ball to one side or the other.
Berquist and Morges are the only two women onto the wall balls right now. Second of 4 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women. 6th of 9 events that the athletes will face here at the 2022 Legend Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete.
Yeah, all these athletes still have one more to go today.
Unofficially, the time to beat is Karen Whitney's score to beat, I should say, at 171 reps. Berquist now through 20 reps, and she's going to take a break. More women getting on to the final portion of this event. Berquist has been able to hang on to the lead that she built on the GHDs. Elizabeth Morges was the second woman onto the wall balls. She was able to chip away at that lead during the rope climbs, but Berquist is 3 reps ahead, now 2 reps ahead of her for the top spot in this heat. As Morges is on the bottom left-hand part of your screen, just picked up the ball in those long back black pants.
And you know, Tara's not doing huge sets. They're 3, 5, 7s, but she's just right back on that ball. So she's doing a great job there, but Elizabeth is pushing her.
2 minutes to go, less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. .171, the top mark from heat number 1. Berquist, another break.
I like what she's doing though, Sean. She's doing short sets. She doesn't take a long break. She picks that ball right back up. But Elizabeth Morges on the other side is doing the same thing. Short sets, short rest.
Amanda Norton on the right side of your screen with her hands on the ball. Now she's getting back to work. She currently sits in 3rd place, but creeping up on Morges. She's able to knock out some bigger sets here with not a ton of rest. So Norton threatening to move into 2nd place, and she has now done that.
She's coming for Tara now.
Norton just 2 reps back. Morges back to work. Berquist remaining in the lead. She's through 54 of her 150 wall balls. Less than 45 seconds remain here. Berquist trying to track down the top time. That belongs to Karen Whitney. She's got 10 reps to go and 30 seconds in which to get them done. 172, pardon me, is the top score from Karen Whitney.
Ooh, she's going to be close.
15 seconds to go. Norton has now moved into 1st in the pink top on the left box, on the left side of your screen. She's in the far right in that box. Long black pants, pink top, and Norton's gonna do it by a rep. Amanda Norton with a late push. And we saw this with Julia Kenyon.
Yep.
And some other athletes in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
Yep.
Got to the wall balls and were able to knock out big sets, and it pays off for Amanda Norton, who is now your event leader at 173 reps.
That was a great job by Amanda Norton. And again, I think, you know, especially for these athletes that are good at wall balls, it's not about getting there first. It's about getting there feeling good so that you can get some big sets on those wall balls. And that's exactly what Amanda Norton did. She wasn't first off the GHD. She wasn't first off the ropes. But once she got to those wall balls,
Amanda Norton is your new event leader by 1 rep as she bests Karen Whitney's score of 172. Norton coming in at 173. Tara Berquist, who had the lead for the majority of that heat, will take 2nd place followed by Morges and then Casey Johnson rounding out the top 4.
You know, Tara Berquist was really good on those GHDs. We talked about her positioning, how she really had that hip back off that pad. She was fast. She got them done in just over 3 minutes. She was actually really consistent on her rope climbs as well. She was smooth, and that got her to those wall balls first. But Elizabeth Morges had made her move on the rope climbs, moving herself right behind Tara Berquist when it came to those wall balls. They were rep for a long time on the first couple minutes of the wall balls, but it was Amanda Norton right there in pink who made the move on the wall balls to edge out both Elizabeth Morges and Tara Berquist to take the heat win, and right now the event win at 173 reps.
2 heats down, 2 heats remain for the 35 to 39-year-old women here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. We are in Cookeville, Tennessee at, where else? CrossFit Mayhem. Event 6 is Gran Torino. More on that in just a second, but I'm glad you're with us today, everybody, on this 3rd day of competition here in Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Annie Sakamoto, Roy McKernan, and Tommy Marquez checking in with us throughout the day. 252 total repetitions, 3 movements, GHDs, rope climbs, and wall balls.
That's it. That's all.
Couldn't be simpler.
With a 12-minute cap for those 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, and what really is just an AMRAP of 150 wall balls in the remainder of the 12 minutes. We have yet to see somebody finish it, but we did see an athlete by the name of Julia Kenyon in the women's 40 to 44 division get over half of the wall balls done. She got about 85, I think, 87 of the wall balls done. Super impressive performance. Can any of these younger ladies in the 35 to 39-year-old division match or beat what Kenyon did?
8 women in heat number 3, lane number 5, Ashley Rincon. 13th place overall right now. Best finish was 10th in event number 2. She has 284 total points, but she's only 14 points out of a spot inside the top 10. Keys to event 6.
Well, we've seen it too many times, Sean. It is, I would say, number 1, that midline management. Not being first off the GHDs, I think that's a trap for a lot of these athletes. And then quick and efficient rope climbs. Too many ladies have gotten caught on that rope and spent too much time there. We've seen a lot of these ladies make their move on those wall balls. So feeling good getting to those wall balls is really important.
90 GHDs to kick things off. Score to beat, we just saw it, was Amanda Norton in heat number 2, 173 repetitions.
Jess Kraisman right there. She's an athlete that did well last year at this event. She finished 7th place.
Usually don't see a belt brought out for a GHD. Why does something like that happen on this movement?
I think a lot of these athletes, again, in an effort to, kind of protect that midline, are going to use it. And in fact, I saw Tara Berquist on the heat before take off her belt in the middle of her rope climbs. I got to tell you, for me, Sean, the inability to breathe on those GHDs with the belt on wouldn't be worth it for me, but definitely GHDs are one of those movements that can really fire up people's lower back.
Jess Kraisman, she's coming off her best finish of the competition. She took 4th in the last event.
Ashley Rincon there. Looking relaxed. I like the eyes closed.
And Colleen Lahane is your leader right now in lane 1, and she is way back on that pad, just like we saw from Tara in the last event.
And it does allow you to touch that pad a little easier when you're further back like that. I mean, look how much closer her torso is to that pad when she goes down to touch it.
Lehane in 19th place overall after 5 events. She did have a 3rd in event number 3, Unforgiven. 214 total points coming into event 6. Lane 6, Chelsea Hansen, who is moving towards the middle of your screen in the pink top and headband. She has moved into the lead here. She's through 78 reps and counting, and she now has 10 to go. Left side of your screen, now on the right side in the headband. Chelsea Hansen has overtaken Lehane for the early lead here. Rincon taking a break.
Yep. And it's a good idea. I like what she's doing, which is get up, get off those quads for a second. Get them out of their pad. Shake them out. You know, again, I think these 90 GHDs can kind of be a trap. You don't necessarily want to be the first one off that GHD.
Chelsea Hansen is the first woman off. She's moving back to the rig for her 12 rope climbs. 3 athletes close behind her. Colleen Lehane in lane 1. Lacey Baumgart in lane 4. And now Kelsey McDonald in lane 7. And Ashley Werner getting to work as well. The 12 rope climbs here at the 102 rep mark is when they will move to the wall balls to get as many of those 150 done as they possibly can. And the top score belongs to Amanda Norton, who got through 173 total repetitions. That's 71 wall balls that she was able to get through.
Lacey Baumgart going for that almost kind of legless descent. She just traps it with those inner thighs. You can see her, she's just going, she was just now going up that rope.
Chelsea Hansen, there in the headband, first woman to the rope, and she is through 4 of her 12 reps. Quick chalk. She's going to get back to work here. Lehane and Baumgart are right behind Hansen for first place in this heat. 3rd of 4 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old women.
These athletes here, 35 to 39, making some good work. 5 reps here for Colleen in lane 1.
Chelsea Hansen's doing a great job of keeping a good pace on those rope climbs. It'll be interesting to see if she can keep it, though, because she doesn't jump to initiate that rope climb, and she doesn't really seem to use her legs a ton.
6 reps for Colleen here.
She seems to be pulling quite a bit.
7 reps for Chelsea there in lane 6. 5 reps remaining. Off the GHD first, still maintaining on the ropes.
There's Ashley Rincon, who is working her way down. She's through 6 of her 12 repetitions.
Chelsea's still pretty consistent. 4 reps to go, just over the halfway mark.
And Chelsea Hansen looking to push her way into the top 10. She came in, or pardon me, into the top 10. She's 11th place overall. She is only 8 points back of Stacy Marino for 10th. There is Colleen Lehane in lane 1. 3 reps to go for her. Chelsea Hansen also with 3 reps, and Hansen is getting to work before Lehane. She's about halfway up, and now Lehane is starting her climb. Hansen making the touch. 2 remaining for her. 5 minutes to go. Lehane getting hung up a little bit there on the descent.
She actually lost her shoe on that descent.
And everyone worries about the way up, but as we've seen, and it doesn't matter what competition it is, you can make up a ton of time if you're efficient on the way down.
You can save so much of your grip strength, your energy, if you're efficient on the descent.
Hansen on the right side now has just 1 rep remaining, as does Lehane. Less than 4.5 minutes to go here. The 150 wall balls await. 173 is the top score.
Yeah, I like how composed Chelsea still looks. Very methodical, and when she's going to jump up onto that rope. Lehane just a little quicker on the actual ascent.
Hansen is done, and Lehane is done. They will be the first 2 in this 3rd heat to move to the 150 wall balls.
Chelsea got that ball going first. Just like we've seen so many times, Colleen had a little bobble on the first rep.
Hansen at a CrossFit Cedar Park in Austin, Texas. On the right side of your screen. Now through 10 repetitions and taking a break.
This is where Lehane could make her move. Look at her feet barely even have to leave the ground.
Lehane goes with a set of 15, and then she'll stop as Hansen is now back to work. Lacey Baumgart is also on the wall balls and hanging close to Lehane and Hansen. Baumgart in lane number 4. Lacey Baumgart, second from left on your screen. 174 officially the score to beat. And Chelsea Hansen on the right side in the pink top and long black pants. Trying to hold off Baumgart. Now Baumgart right now has moved into the lead. She's through 142 of the 252 total scored repetitions. So Baumgart 40 reps in to the wall balls here. Baumgart again second from left on your screen in the all black.
You've seen a lot of athletes pull ahead right here on these wall balls. Seems to be exactly what Lacey Baumgart's doing right now.
And Lehane on the left side has fallen back into 3rd place.
Chelsea keeps chipping away, but Baumgart's getting these big sets done. There's about 90 seconds left.
90 seconds, 43 reps in lane 3.
Lacey Baumgart, your leader, center of your screen right now, has some regionals experience, competed at the regional level 2015, 2016, and 2018. Those all came at the Central Regional. Her best finish was 25th. That was in 2015. Baumgart creeping up on Amanda Norton's top score of 174. She's got more than a minute, now less than a minute, pardon me, to reel that in. So Lacey Baumgart looking to be your event leader heading into the 4th and final heat. Baumgart in 9th place overall, but she's only 38 points out of a spot inside the top 5. And now she is your event leader.
30 seconds, athletes.
Through 180 reps and counting. Right side of your screen is Baumgart, and she's going to take a break. 80 reps done, and she's going to pick it right back up and go here.
82 for Lacey.
Chelsea Hansen, though, she's keeping with it. She's not that far back off of Baumgart.
Hansen left side of your screen.
She could make a move right here.
The two of them now through 188. The fight for the lead on the left and right side of your screen. And it looks like we're going to get a tie here. Baumgart and Hansen both through 192 reps.
Great job from Chelsea Hansen. She was so consistent all the way through. And how about Lacey Baumgart making a huge move on those wall balls?
Lacey Baumgart and Chelsea Hansen each get through 192 of the 252 total scored repetitions, so they knock out 90 wall balls.
Very impressive from both those ladies. I feel like we've seen these two-way races on almost every single heat that we've done. Again, we talked about how, you know, the GHDs can almost be a trap. Chelsea Hansen was one of the few ladies that came off the GHD first and still ended up finishing first in the heat. I think it's the only time we've seen it thus far in competition. Chelsea was super consistent on her rope climbs. She was racing at that point with Colleen Mayhem for the lead. Colleen losing her shoe on the one descent on the rope climb. Both those ladies got to the wall balls right about the same time off of those rope climbs. But that's where Chelsea Hansen was able to chip away a little bit deeper on those wall balls. Lacey Baumgart joins her right about now on the wall balls, and Lacey, big sets, short rest. She's able to make up a ton of time. And her and Chelsea Hansen pretty much synchro the last set of wall balls to tie at 192 repetitions. The new score to beat going into our last heat.
One heat remains for the 35 to 39-year-old women here in Event 6, Gran Torino, at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez checking in with us throughout the day as we work our way through this Saturday, the third day of competition here at the Legends Championship. And wrap things up tomorrow with day 4. Overall standings coming into this event, Allison Stahl is your overall leader by 18 points over Amy Morton. Stahl has 3 event wins so far.
Yeah, both these ladies have 3 event wins, but Allison Stahl overtakes Amy Morton. Amy Morton had the lead going into today because Amy finished 6th on the event previous to this one. So what a race it's going to be between these two ladies all the way to the finish.
Between Stahl and Morton, they have won every single event. They tied for first in Event 2, Benjamin Button.
Yep.
Gran Torino is what is up next.
Great event for these two younger athletes. 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, 150 wall balls, and that's all done against a 12-minute time cap. The most we have seen completed so far in this 35 to 39-year-old division was set in the heat before. 2 ladies finished 90 of those wall balls, Lacey Baumgart and Chelsea Hansen. Can Allison Stahl and Amy Morton go even a little bit deeper, or maybe one of the other ladies in this final heat?
4th and final heat, and the overall leaders will be in the middle of the floor. Allison Stahl will be in lane number 4, Morton right next to her in lane 5, and then Jamie Latimer is in lane 6. She currently sits in 3rd place. She is 34 points back of Morton for 2nd.
Jamie's another athlete who competed at the Legends Championship last year. She finished 9th place, so she's sitting better than she was last year.
So what are these athletes keeping in mind as they work their way through the event if they want to be successful?
You know, one of them is going to be managing the midline on this first part, not going too fast, too hot on these GHD sit-ups, because we've seen too many ladies not be able to stay efficient and quick on those rope climbs. And then by the time they get to the wall balls, either too much time has elapsed or they're just too taxed from the previous work. So I think managing the first 2 pieces of this event will determine your success and how deep you can get into those wall balls.
Stahl, Casey, and Latimer, your early leaders here. They're now a third of the way through.
Funny to see the style difference in Allison Stahl and Amy Morton. Amy looks very relaxed on those GHDs. Allison is much quicker. She's much snappier. Again, Amy has a lot of competition experience. Allison is flying through these GHDs.
Allison Stahl in lane 4 on the left side of your screen. Now moving out of view is your leader. Latimer, Jillian Cook, and then Stacy Marino you saw, but Allison Stahl, who made it to the regionals in 2016 in the Atlantic Regional, finished 30th there. And Stahl now with 20 reps to go. Amy Morton on the right side of your screen.
Yep, we talked about that.
Taking a break.
Taking your feet out of those pads, getting a little rest, a little tension off of those quads. You can see how much further back Allison Stahl's hips are than Amy Morton's. Really just means it's a lot easier to touch that pad. You don't have to get quite as much extension in that lower back.
And Stahl has not taken a break this entire time.
Why would you,
And she
Sean?
is going to rip through all 90 repetitions in less than 3 minutes, and she will be the first woman to head to the rope, coming into this event in first place overall and leading Amy Morton by 18 points. Between Morton and Stahl, they have won every event here so far at the 2022 Legends Championship. Now in lane 6, that's Jamie Latimer, who currently sits in third place. She's 34 points back of Morton for second. Stahl already through her first rope climb.
Oh, Latimer so fast up that rope. But what I loved about Allison Stahl, she never took her hands off the rope. In between rep 1 and rep 2, she never even took her hands off. Same thing. Rep 2, rep 3, she doesn't even leave the rope.
Colette Casey and then April Payne, who's in lane 3 on the left side of your screen. They're onto the rope climbs. Only 2 athletes are left on the GHDs. Mallory Lawson and Jillian Cook. As Jamie Latimer knocks out another rep here.
I love how tight up she gets her knees into her chest and then really just uses those legs to stand up. Look at her lay back right there. She's touching that beam every time in 2 pulls. Super efficient rope climbs from Jamie Latimer.
There's Colette Casey, who comes in 7th place overall, 328 points. The top 3 really have separated themselves from the pack here. Latimer, Morton, Stahl.
The only ones over 400 points.
Only ones over, that's exactly right. And Latimer at 422 has a 62-point lead on Payne for 3rd place.
Yeah.
The bottom left in lane 2, that's Colette Casey now on the left side of your screen. In the black pants and the headband. April Payne is in lane 3. She's on the lead pace. So these 12 rope climbs going down pretty quickly here for this 4th and final heat.
A lot of these ladies over halfway through the 12 rope climbs.
And we haven't even reached the halfway point of the event. 12-minute time cap. The Latimer right side of your screen.
She's so good at getting those knees up high into her chest.
Colette Casey on the left.
Yeah, Colette's really good at just getting right back up onto that rope.
Three reps left for Latimer and 3 reps left for Colette Casey as well. Allison Stahl in lane 4 also has 3 reps remaining. And in lane 5, so does Amy Morton. So top 3 women in the overall standings towards the front of the pack in this 4th and final heat. 192 total repetitions is the mark to beat Lacey Baumgart and Chelsea Hansen both put up that score in heat number 3.
Yeah, Amy was not one of the first athletes off the GHD, but she's done a great job of making up some time on these rope climbs.
So 1 remains for Latimer. She's on the right side. And now in lane 3, April Payne has moved to the wall balls.
And April Payne was last year's Legends Championship winner, so no surprise to see her at the head of the pack right now.
Now Amy Morton is onto her wall balls, and she is ahead of Allison Stahl, who is now just starting her set of wall balls. So we have 5 minutes to go here before we hit the 12-minute time cap. It's April Payne in lane 3, who is your leader right now. And then the top 3 women in the overall standings are all behind her. Morton, Latimer, and Stahl.
April taking a little rest right there. She's going to open the door for Amy Morton and Latimer.
Payne through 27 reps, and now she continues to work. 150 total wall balls here. No one's been able to complete this event inside the 12-minute time cap. Jamie Latimer on the left side of your screen.
You can see the workout starting to catch up with her. Allison Stahl and Amy Morton right there just looking super composed on the wall balls. Oh, and they take a break at the same time.
Latimer continuing to work.
Allison is actually past Amy Morton on the wall balls now.
April Payne left side, lane 3. Now 50 wall balls into her set of 150. Less than 3.5 to go before we hit the time cap. And Latimer has moved into second, ahead of Allison Stahl. So Latimer, who's trying to creep up on Morton and Stahl, is doing herself a favor, but now she's taking a break on the left side. That has allowed Stahl and Morton to pull back ahead of her. Now Latimer back to work. Morton taking a break in lane 5. April Payne on the right side of your screen continues to lead. She's in the long black pants and black top.
She's one of those athletes, her feet, her whole foot is not leaving the floor. Just a little pop of the heels. She barely has to jump to get that ball up to that target.
Amy Morton has now moved into the lead. Morton out of Ocean State CrossFit in Cranston, Rhode Island, was at the CrossFit Games in 2017 on Ocean State's team that finished 14th overall. And last year, this past season, I should say, Morton competed as an individual. She was at the Atlas Games and she took 10th.
She also finished 85th in the Worldwide Open this year at 34 years old.
Well, 192 is no longer the score to beat as April Payne has passed that, and we still have more than 90 seconds to go here. Payne and Morton tied for the lead. Stahl and Latimer sitting 3rd and 4th respectively, and Stahl is keeping the pressure on the overall leader. Stahl is in the box on the bottom right-hand part of your screen in those long dark blue pants. First time we've seen anybody get past the 200 rep mark. Payne and Morton have both done it. Stahl and Latimer are going to do it here pretty soon.
60 seconds.
These ladies already have 100 wall balls in, Sean. They're not going to finish, but they're going to get pretty close.
Well, April Payne is just trying to chip away at Jamie Latimer's 62-point lead right now. And she's getting a little help in the form of Morton and Stahl. Now 30 seconds left, and Payne has a 4-rep lead on Amy Morton. Payne's going to take a break. Morton's continuing to work here. And now a break for Morton as Payne starts again.
10 seconds. 125. 3, 2.
April Payne trying to hold off Morton, and it looks like Payne's going to do it. 230 reps, and their first event win for April Payne as she looks to stay within striking distance of a spot on the podium.
That was a huge effort. Like you said, Sean, she'll get a little help at making up some of the extra points between her and Latimer by Morton finishing in front of Latimer. Great effort. Well, it was Allison Stahl that was so fast on those GHDs, finishing them, I think, in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. She was super smooth on the rope climbs, but Latimer and Morton were both able to make up some time on the rope climbs. Latimer was super efficient. April Payne also was one of the athletes that made up some time on the rope climbs, and then not only did she make up time on the rope climbs, she made up a ton of reps on those wall balls. April Payne, there was a two-way race towards the end between Payne and Morton. Both Latimer and Stahl were also putting the pressure on at the end, but it was April Payne that was able to eke out almost 130 reps, 128 reps, I believe is the math there, on the wall balls. 22 reps shy of finishing the 150 wall balls. Great event win for April Payne and some needed points to close the gap between her and Jamie Latimer.
And for the first time in this competition, someone not named Allison Stahl or Amy Morton wins an event for the 35 to 39-year-old women. April Payne picks up 100 points for the victory, her first event win of the competition. Unofficial standings now after 6 events. Allison Stahl still with an 8-point lead over Amy Morton. Jamie Latimer remains in 3rd place, but April Payne carves 12 points off of that deficit as the top 3 women, the only 3 over 500 points now with 3 events remaining for the 35 to 39-year-old women. We will take a break, but we will continue our coverage here at the 2022 Legends Championship. Men coming up next when action continues here on floor number 2 at CrossFit Mayhem. Our midday show is coming up next, so stay with us, everybody. been smooth sailing so far at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks for staying with us, everybody, as we continue our coverage here from Cookeville, Tennessee. And I want to thank one of our sponsors, Centurion Boats. Centurion Boats wants you to have the best Christmas ever. Scan the QR code on your screen for more information. Sean Woodland and Annie Sakamoto here inside CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee, as women's competition has wrapped for the day. We've just watched event number 6, Gran Torino, and man, that proved to be a pretty significant challenge for every single athlete out there.
Definitely, and I cannot believe some of those ladies in the 35 to 39-year-old division almost finished it. I mean, it really became an AMRAP of wall balls, and to think that there was a couple ladies right there in that final heat that there were 20 reps about from finishing that event. Very impressive.
Great performances across the board so far. Let's take a look at the overall leaders for each division. For the women now through 6 events, Allison Stahl continues to lead for the women. We just saw her in action. She has 558 total points. Taya Gebby is your overall leader. She has been impressive. 594 out of a possible 600 points.
Yeah, she is just 6 points from perfect, Sean. And she has 5 event wins and 1 second place, just a slight mar on that record. Not surprising, Taya Gebby is an athlete that has just entered this division and did very well last year at this competition, so no surprise to see her on top.
Yeah, 98-point lead over Julia Rappaport for first place. So Gebby looking like first place is definitely hers to lose, but there is a battle going on for that 3rd and final spot on the podium. Let's talk about the 35 to 39-year-old division, the one we just saw. Allison Stahl is still your overall leader, and it looks like we have 4 women contending for 3 spots on the podium right now.
Definitely. We came into the day with Amy Morton ahead of Allison Stahl. We went into that last event with Allison Stahl 16 points ahead of Amy Morton. Amy Morton was able to cut back into that lead that she lost to Allison. Now she's just 8 points behind Allison Stahl, and Jamie Latimer still holds the only other spot with over 500 points, but April Payne in a very impressive performance on event 6, chipping away at that deficit between her and Latimer.
We have a lot of great sponsors helping us put on this competition here at CrossFit Mayhem. AdvoCare is one of them, and Rory McKernan has more with them.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Joshua Watts from AdvoCare. And Joshua, really the first thing that I want to ask is, I know you've been around for a long time. You've been in partnership with Rich, so why? What attracts you to Rich?
I think one of the things you get with Rich is not only just a great example of someone who fitness is very important to them, but also just a great person. You know, Rich is someone who leads by example in everything that he does. And, you know, really just his character is very evident in everything that he does. And that's just something that really just kind of has drawn him to us, and has been a big part of our partnership with him.
Love that. Now, obviously, you're here on site supporting athletes. They got free Spark, they've got Rehydrate, but we've got something really cool to offer people at home if they click the QR code on screen.
Yeah, that's right. We're here this weekend, and as a part of the partnership with the Legends Championship this weekend, we want to offer a free preferred customer program to anyone who is watching, and that comes with your first purchase. Essentially, when you go to checkout, you would add that PC membership to your account. It's going to give you the credit for that, and really the advantage to that is you're going to get 20% off your products moving forward. You have the advantage to build that up to a 30% discount, depending on your purchase history. But really, again, just an opportunity to extend something here to the crowd, here to the fans, in partnership with you guys.
Yeah, thank you. And so everything immediately decreased in price. And by the way, that's usually something you pay a lot of money for. So we want to thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the event. And thank you for this cool opportunity.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Click that QR.
Big thanks to AdvoCare for helping us put on this competition here at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. The 6th time that we've had the Legends Championship. Let's turn our attention now to the men's side of the house. They are through 5 events. Here are your leaders in each division coming into event number 6. And in the 50 to 54 44-year-old division. It is close on top of that leaderboard, just 2 points separating first from second.
Right. I mean, really, the top three have it all locked up right now because 62 points separate Rowan Lowe, who's currently in third place, from Tim Anderson, who's currently in fourth place. But like you said, just 2 points separate Nicholas Harbalas and Corey Dagg, who are both in first and second place, and only 12 points between them and Rowan Lowe. So anyone in those top three could shake out in the leaderboard, but really those top three are set at this point.
In the 40 to 44-year-old division, it has been close on top of the overall standings. Rudy Berger, though, starting to get a little bit of separation here.
Right, Ruby Berger is 22 points ahead of countrymen Jonathan Varela and Chicho Quesada. They have just a few points up on Bill Lloyd, who is 8 points back, which doesn't reflect what this says after the 5 events, but I'm pretty sure according to our standings, that's what we have. Bill Lloyd 8 points back from Chicho Quesada. All those gentlemen very close.
Yes. We'll have to get these corrected, but Rudy Berger is your overall leader coming into event number 6. Athletes to watch now as we head into event number 6. We talked earlier about that 45 to 49-year-old division. That should be an exciting race when Jason Grubb and the guys trying to chase him down take the floor.
Right, and it looks like right now Jason Luukkonen has overtaken Jason Grubb going into this 6th event. And so, you know, Jason Grubb is probably one of your most veteran, tough athletes that's on the field. 3-time games competitor and champion, 2-time Legends Championship champion, looking to three-peat here as well. And so you can bet that Jason Grubb is going to put the heat back on Jason Luukkonen to try to retake that first place position.
RP Strength is another one of our great sponsors here at the 2022 Legends Classic, helping us put on this event. Let's go down to Rory McKernan with more on them. Wait for that in just a second. Wait for Rory to get in position and get ready, and we'll send it back down to him. But we are waiting on event number 6 for the men. That will take place on the competition floor behind us. Let's go down now to Rory McKernan, who is with RP Strength.
Thanks, Sean. I am here with Mike Israetel, who is the creator of the RP Diet Coach app. And Mike, there's a lot of confusion out there. There's a lot of noise. So with RP and the app specifically, what sets it apart from the rest?
Yes, well, it's just the best. And there's just one way to say that. I'm kidding. It's pretty good. So the thing about our app is that lots of other apps are trackers. You sort of lay out your plan, some semblance of it, and they sort of keep you to task. Our app is a diet coach, which means it does a couple of things differently, a little bit above and beyond a tracker. One thing it does is it splits up your intake into distinct meals. Another thing it does is it reminds you to eat those meals at various times of the day. So it's not just like this whole gigantic filled up balloon of food I eat through the day. It goes breakfast, lunch, dinner, snack, etc. You get to choose the foods that go into those meals. It pops up and reminds you when to eat them. Another thing is it has a weekly check-in process to see if you're on track to meet your weight goals or not. And if you're not, it doesn't just say, hey, you're off track, eat this much food instead. It's a negotiating process, a little bit of soft AI that says, hey, how are you feeling? Do you feel like you did a good job staying on track this week, or do you want another crack at this past week? You can negotiate with it, you can make your own decisions. It's kind of like, well, geez, having an expert coach in your pocket. It's not as expert as me, of course, but I think it's better actually, so I'm gonna start having it coach me. That's kind of the difference. It's not a tracker, it's a coach, so it's there with you and it gives you the particulars to really execute your plan. So it's not open-ended, yeah, go eat some food and train and things will happen. It'll get as specific as you want, which means that if you just want to be told what to do and when, give your own input and insight to negotiate with it, you're gonna have an amazing experience just like with a coach. You're gonna get unbelievable amounts of fitness, arguably too much fitness, and you're gonna be like, why am I so fit? I just need to back off for a while.
I'm sold. I already was before, but I'm even more sold now. So fair to say that it's the next best thing to personal coaching, or is it even better in some senses?
So it's definitely better in some senses. It's much more responsive, instantly responsive. Your coach, I mean, unless you have an amazing coach that just sits on the phone all day waiting for you only, it's instantly responsive. Its calculations are machine precision. It's not going to make a mistake of getting you to the wrong number of calories and, oh, sorry, you didn't lose weight. I mean, it just mathematically calculates out everything I would, except better because it does it flawlessly. It doesn't do personal stuff. It pretends to care that your life is going down the drain and you need different macros, but it's, hey, do better next week. but it's a cold calculating machine at the end of the day. A coach is really good, and we have tons of coaches at RP that do this, of connecting with you on a human level, really listening to you, and really turning your fitness in the direction that we need it to be turned. But if you are pretty good, you know, listen, I got to lose 15 pounds. I have 3 months. I've done a few diets before. I know how to eat food. I know what macros are. It'll do all the calculating, all the planning, all the reminding, all the updating, so you can just flow. You look at it, you do what it says, and boom, you get results.
It's also extremely affordable in comparison, especially during this competition. You guys can click the QR code on your screen. You can get 6 weeks for free. That means it's going to take you all the way through the middle of January. Go check it out. And Mike, we'll be back later to talk about some more nitty-gritty inside the app.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thanks a lot to RP Strength for, again, supporting us as we put on this competition at the 2022 Legends Championship. Action is going to continue here in just a moment. The men coming up next, 45 to 49-year-olds out on the competition floor for Event 6. Stay with us, everybody, here in Cookeville, Tennessee.
seconds. Athletes, stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. Here on the competition floor, event 6. Event 6, day 3 here. At the 2022 Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete. Brandon Torino here. 90 GHD sit-ups, followed by 12 robots. They'll finish up with 150 wall balls. These athletes here will set the pace a little over 1 minute. 6, Patrick. That's your 1 and 2 here. Stacy's made his way down. Lane 5. We're coming up on 5.5 minutes in. Coming up on 5.5 minutes in. Samuel going up and down there in lane 8. Keith and Patrick. Lane 6 and 7. Once again, they got 12 of them. 12. One more run remaining here. In lane 3. He is done making his way down. Athletes, we're halfway there. Halfway there. All our athletes here working through their 12 rope clocks before they move forward to their wall balls here. Hand in the air. Lane 8 for Manuel. Hand in the air for Patrick in lane 6. That is your 1 and 2 here at that 7-minute mark. Lane 8, lane 7, Manuel, Patrick. 1 and 2. Stacy's on his way up. 7 reps in there. Lane 5 for Stacy. Patrick's got 3 more reps remaining. In lane 6. Coming up on that 8-minute mark. Coming up on 8 minutes in. Athletes were at that 8-minute mark. 2 more reps remaining for Patrick here in lane 6. 2 more reps. Lane 8. Manuel's got 2 more reps remaining. Coming up on that 8.5 minute. Coming off 8.5 minutes in. All right, we got Patrick in lane 6 has moved forward. Going to start working through his 150 wall balls. Last rep for lane 8. 3 more reps here for Stacy in lane 5. Athletes, you're coming up on 3 minutes. Coming up on that 3 minutes remaining. Coming on 9.5 minutes in. You're 1 and 2, Patrick. In lane 6, Manuel down there in lane 8 is your 1 and 2 here at that 9.5-minute mark. 12 rope climbs, 150 wall balls. Trying to get it done in 12 minutes. Stacy's got 2 more rope climbs going up. Hits the top, he'll have 1 remaining rep left. 20 seconds. Patrick sitting on 69 reps. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. We're heading into here for heat 1, 45 and 49.
Action continues here on day 3 of 4 at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks for joining us here in Cookeville, Tennessee at the house that Rich built. The house? I don't even know what that is. It's a house. It's CrossFit Mayhem.
It's a couch.
I'm
couch.
I'm Sean Witham with Andy Sakamoto, Roy McKernan, and Tommy Marquez. Be checking in with us throughout the day as we work our way through now the 45 to 49-year-old men. 1 heat is down. 3 remain. It's event 6, Gran Torino.
90 GHD sit-ups into 12 rope climbs on 150 wall balls. It really seemed like this was an AMRAP of wall balls in the remainder of 12 minutes, but there was a couple ladies in the final 35 to 39-year-old heat that made us believe somebody might finish this workout, Sean. And I think really, no offense to the ladies, but if anybody could do it, it's going to be one of these guys.
Second of 4 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old men. Lane assignments for heat number 2. Greg Hauser in lane number 5, currently 16th place overall, 292 total points, but has his best 2 finishes of the competition under his belt. 2 ties for 7th in the last 2 events. And there is Greg getting set for the 6th of 9 events that these athletes will face here.
Good old Lee Pappas right there. He's been in the game quite a while. But I think they should card him. He does not look like he's 45 years old right now.
We saw him earlier today and he walked in like, oh, this guy must be in the 35 to 39-year-old division.
Right.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are underway.
That's
how I get out of bed every morning. Is running kind of, yeah.
I like it.
Start with the 90 GHDs. Andy, what are the keys to this event?
It's going to be midline management. Making sure that you are resting and not going too fast or kind of fast beyond your means on this first part will, I think, help ensure the second key to this event, which is quick and efficient rope climbs. And that's so that you can get to those wall balls with enough time, but not blown up so much that you can't get a good chunk, if not all, of those wall balls done in the remainder of that 12 minutes. Lee Pappas, one of the first gents to stop and take a little rest, and I like that he took the feet out of the pads, get a little rest.
You saw Matt Jacobson a second ago. He was one of the men here in the lead in the beginning stages. We're just past the 1 minute mark. 12-minute time cap here. 90 total reps here on the GHDs.
Actually, a lot more of these guys are kind of taking their feet out and resting than we saw in some of the female divisions. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out when these guys get to the rope climbs.
There's Matt Jacobson in lane number 1. Leader right now in the heat through 42 repetitions. 10 years ago, competed at the Northern California Regionals. He took 8th place. He was at a Brethren CrossFit at the time, which is in Morgan Hill.
With the one and only Lee Pappas, correct?
Right now he's at a CrossFit Sabo in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
That's great. That means I competed with, not against him.
Was 2012 the year they had it outdoors in that?
Yes, sir.
The fairgrounds.
Yes,
there,
sir.
That was a
there
scorcher.
was 2 years that it was in San Jose. Then we moved up to the Sonoma Fairgrounds.
That was the one.
Yeah. That was 2013. Matt Jacobson flying through these GHDs right here. Quick little rest. I really like that when these guys are resting, they're taking their feet out of the pads, even standing up. I think you can get a lot more relief on those quads if you actually slip your feet out of the pads.
Greg Hauser in the right side of the box on the left of your screen is now 20 reps shy of the 90 that they need to complete here. After this, it's on to the 12 rope climbs. And Jacobson has 5 to go, as he has just kept this on a slow and methodical pace here. He's at the bottom of your screen. Jacobson's score was incorrect because he continues to work. And down in lane 8, or pardon me, that is Matt Jacobson in lane 8. We had it misidentified earlier. I apologize to the Jacobson fans. He's down in lane 8. That's your leader.
No. Bradley Pritchard is now off the GHDs, but Jacobson has a good lead, a good 1 rep lead on all these gents.
Jacobson and Pritchard, first 2 men onto the rope. Down in lane 3, Mitch Paget, and then Carlos Montero in lane 1. So Jacobson through 2 of his 12, now getting started on rep number 3. Carlos Montero is moving through these pretty quickly. He is tied now with Pritchard and Jacobson for the lead, and he gets right back to work on his 4th of 12 repetitions.
Yeah, Montero looks really efficient on those rope climbs right now.
Pappas just hopped up for his first rope climb. He's on the box on the left side of your screen in the red and white tights.
And this is where athletes like Pappas and even Montero right next to him can take advantage of that height. You can see Lee's up in 2 pulls every time.
Matt Jacobson, right side of your screen, has now fallen back into second place as Montero and Pritchard are about half a rep ahead of him. We are now at the halfway point. 6 minutes remain here. 12-minute time cap. 252 total scored repetitions. At the 102 rep mark is when they will move to the 150 wall balls.
You can see those rope climbs are starting to look a little tougher for Matt Jacobson. He'll struggle at the top there. Whereas Montero in lane 1 still looks super smooth. And Bradley Pritchard with a smooth descent.
Jacobson now with 4 to go. Montero, Pritchard are your 2 leaders. Paget and Jacobson now fighting for second place. Montero's in lane 1, left side of your screen, the man we showed earlier. Again, apologize for misidentifying him. And then it's Matt Jacobson on the right side of the screen. Jacobson was the first man off of the GHDs, the former regional competitor from 2012 at the Northern California Regional, back when there were 17 regional competitions.
Oh. The good old days.
Mitch has 3 reps remaining in lane 3. Carlos, 1 rep.
And Montero back on that rope before Pritchard.
Lane 1. Lane 7.
And Bradley Pritchard is down in lane 7 as Carlos Montero makes his final touch, and he will be the first man to his wall balls.
He's got 4 minutes.
Now Pritchard is done in the gray shirt. So Montero just gave that first rep a try, let it hit the ground, just maybe trying to gauge how he feels, to what kind of sets he's going to go after here. Pritchard is getting to work. Montero with a 2-rep lead over Pritchard as Pritchard takes a quick break.
Well, and we talked about it earlier, Sean. We've seen a lot of athletes bobble with those first few wall ball reps, and I think they don't realize how smoked their shoulders are going into that first set of wall balls. And you saw Montero kind of shake out his arms after the first 2 attempts.
Less than 3.5 to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. This is the second of 4 heats for the 45 to 49-year-old men. We don't have an official score from heat number 1, but a good portion of the field did get into the wall balls.
Athletes, you're coming up on 3 minutes.
Now 3 minutes remain.
Looks like Carlos has kind of found his groove on those wall balls now.
11 reps for Mitch. Holding that 3rd spot here in lane 3. 16 reps for Bradley. I believe down there in lane 8. We're at 9.
Montero now through 27 wall balls. Paget remains in second, with Pritchard now dropping back to 3rd. So Mitch Paget in lane 3. As you take a look at Bradley Pritchard, has moved into second, has Paget. Paget is the man in the black shorts in the box on the left side of your screen, second from left.
Coming up on 2 minutes.
Approaching the 10-minute mark. Now we have 2 minutes to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap. Montero continues to lead here at a CrossFit Fort Lauderdale in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Carlos is doing a really good job of minimizing his rest periods.
Left to right, it's Montero, Paget, and then Bradley Pritchard, your top 3. Here comes Leonidas Pappas onto the wall balls. Less than 90 to go. Matt Jacobson is also onto the wall balls. He's through 23 and counting. Montero trying to get a few reps here and hold off. Well, Paget now has passed him. So Paget in lane 3 on the right on that box on the left has passed Montero.
He's doing a great job of just continuing to chip away. But right next to him, Lee Pappas has gone for a huge unbroken set right there. He opened with, I think, about 22 unbroken reps.
30 seconds. Lane 3. Bitches are 1 at 60. Carlos, 56. 30 seconds.
Paget has to just keep chipping away. Carlos Montero is right behind him.
So Paget now with a 6-rep lead on Montero. Pritchard is in 3rd. And then Matt Jacobson has moved up to 4th. So Jacobson doing some decent work here on the wall balls to move himself into a top 4 position in this heat. But it's Paget who's just trying to gut out these final reps, final seconds for him. And he will wind up with a score of 176, which I believe is now the score to beat, but that depends on the official scores from heat number 1. But Mitch Paget used some pretty impressive sets on the wall balls to overtake Carlos Montero late in that event.
Yep, and we've seen it a bunch of times here where it doesn't matter if you're the first off the GHD, it doesn't even really matter if you're the first off the rope climbs. If you can hold some big sets or at least really short rest on those wall balls, you have a chance to win this event. That's exactly what Mitch Paget just did. 176 reps.
Carlos Montero finishes in 2nd as he led for a good portion of that event. But as Annie said, it's Mitch Paget now with what we believe unofficially to be the top scorer at 176 reps. 2 heats down, 2 remain for the 45 to 49-year-old men here in event 6. Halfway through the 45 to 49-year-old men as they continue to take on event 6, Gran Torino here. The 6th of 9 events at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem athlete from Mayhem, CrossFit Mayhem here in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto. Roy McKernan and Tommy Marquez will be checking in with us throughout the day as we continue our coverage here on day 3 of 4 of competition. Event 6, Gran Torino, 252 total reps. No one's finished it yet.
Not yet. We're looking at 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, and then 150 wall balls to round out this event, all under a 12-minute time cap. And so far, like you said, Sean, no one has finished it, so it's kind of been how many wall balls can you get? I would love to see somebody finish this event.
So 8 men in this 3rd of 4 heats.
And of these 8 men, at least 3 of them have gone to the games, that being Mike Dudevoir, Justin Lasala, and Mike Kern are all games athletes in this heat. This isn't even our 4th and final heat, too, so this should be exciting. Mike Kern, I could see him doing very well. You see him right there in the gray shirt.
Mike Kern there, and as Andy mentioned in the gray, and next to him in lane 5 is Dustin Owen, who was in 5th place overall, coming off the 2nd place finish in event number 5. 404 points for Dustin Owen.
2, 1, go.
We saw Mike Kern earlier this morning. We said, how's it going? He said, I'm a little lower than I want to be. This is a gentleman who got 2nd at the games this year. So, you know, again, I think this is an event where Mike could try to make up some points.
Keys to the event, watch that midline.
Watch that midline, and it's going to come back to bite you if you don't. And that's being consistent and smart on these GHD sit-ups, and that just depends on, you know, how familiar your body is to the GHD. And that will probably determine how quick and efficient you can be on those rope climbs. So we've seen a lot of athletes go out a little too hard, a little too fast on the GHDs and kind of implode on those rope climbs. And really, it's all about how good you feel when you get to those wall balls, because we've seen a lot of folks get to the wall balls not first and come out of this event being first. So I think managing the first 2 sides of this event will really help with your overall success.
And there's Mike Kern, middle of your screen in the gray shirt, 2nd place right now in the heat. John Gleich is your leader. Gleich's down in lane number 7, so just the right side, you can see his arm. He's your leader. More than a third of the way through these 90 GHD sit-ups.
You actually saw him. He just got out of his GHD for a second there.
John Gleich, 11th place overall, 366 points. He trails Mike Kern by just 6 points. So Gleich trying to work his way inside the top 10 here. He's through 50 of those 90 reps. Dustin Owen in lane 5 sits in 2nd. Justin LaSala now trying to work his way up. LaSala has 40 remaining. He's in the white shorts and black shirt. Gleich through 65. Take a look at Justin LaSala. LaSala coming in 8th place overall with 382 total points. He's got 4 finishes inside the top 10.
He's all thumbs up right there. We've seen a few of these gentlemen actually get out and kind of stand up a little bit on the GHD. Again, just trying to get a little pressure off of those quads for a second. Attack these GHDs 2 different ways, Sean. You can really fire up those quads, and that's going to help save your lower back, your psoas area, and they're going to need that for the heavy deadlifts that are coming up later on this evening. Or you can kind of use your abs more, and that could fry out your midline for the deadlifts, but it just depends kind of how strong your low back is, your abs are.
So Gleich now with 5 reps remaining, now 4, and he looks to be the first man to get to the ropes. Dustin Owen's going to be 2nd, and there are Gleich's fans who are going to work their way down to the rig. They're all wearing those yellow shirts.
With a mustache on the back.
I believe it says
like it.
Those shirts read "The Man, the Myth, the Mustache."
I love me a good mustache. Nice first rope climb for Gleich right there.
And Gleich and Owen, the 2 men leading here in the 3rd of 4 heats. The score to beat belongs unofficially to Mitch Paget, 176 reps. We believe that is the best score from heat number 2. Now in lane 8, Marcelo Riala is moving to the rope, and Kern and LaSala.
Dustin Owen, he has a very interesting rope climb style. You can see he almost kips the way he brings his feet back and then up on that rope climb. Interesting technique, definitely working out for him. You watch, he hooks his feet, and then he kind of swings them back before he brings those knees up.
Gleich and Owen continue to lead here. Gleich no shirt on in the black shorts, trying to lock in his feet. And that's just being under that tension and trying to lock those feet in. Those seconds matter.
They do. Again, it was worth it for him. He kind of bobbled the feet. He's strong enough in those arms. It's okay to hang on for a second and reset those feet to assure yourself that you have a good foothold. What I do like that John's doing is he's getting a really good jump up the rope. So he's already halfway up that rope before he has to start pulling. You see Marcelo Riella right next to him doing a really good job of that also. I tell people, jump more, pull less.
Gleich and Owen are your leaders. Mike Kern has made up some ground here as well.
I tell you, watch Marcelo Riella right there next to Gleich. He has those pink wrist wraps on. He's really fast. The way he hit the hand pattern that he has, I really like.
Couple pulls and he was up that thing. Gleich, though, continues to lead. He's got 5 remaining. Taking a break.
5 reps for Marcelo there. Lane 8.
One more look at Marcelo.
Quick hands, quick feet, quick hands, tap, done.
Yeah, just 2 pulls for him, and he is up and down that rope.
Again, if we're talking about being efficient, Sean, Marcelo's doing a really good job of that.
So 5.5 minutes remain before we hit the 12-minute time cap. Leaders in the heat on your screen right now. John Gleich, who is now with 2 remaining, pardon me, and Riella next to him with 3 left. Dustin Owen sits in 3rd. Mike Kern moving up. Kern was 4th or 5th man to the rope. And doing some good work here on these climbs to keep the pressure on the leaders. 5 minutes left.
2 reps remaining. Lane 8. 1 rep remaining for John. In lane 7. 2 reps remaining for Mike in lane 6. Justin in lane 5's got 3 reps remaining. Justin.
The final rep for John Gleich. He's really trying to get his feet locked in there. And he is done, as is Riella. Riella and Gleich at the same time to start their 150 wall balls.
Yeah, he really made up some time on those rope climbs.
Mike here in lane 1, 5 reps remaining. 1 more rope climb in lane 5.
Dustin Owen in lane 5. Guy who finished 10th overall at the CrossFit Games in 2021 in the 45 to 49-year-old division. He's on the left side of your screen, now just jumping onto the rope for his final ascent. Meanwhile, Gleich and Riella continue to work on their wall balls, and now Mike Kern will be the 3rd man in this heat to pick it up.
And this is where Mike Kern could really make up some reps. He got 3rd place in the wall ball event in the age group semifinals. He had 215 wall balls in that event, 3rd overall. So this is, I think, where Mike Kern's going to make his move. Taller athlete.
Less than 3.5 to go. And Kern, as you mentioned, is a taller guy. And he's barely having to let go of that thing as he tosses it towards the target.
Exactly. He stays flat-footed. You can see just the extra effort that both Dustin Owen and John Gleich have to put in on either side of him, where it just looks effortless for Kern.
Kern, I don't think has put the ball down yet.
Correct.
That's his 30th rep. We'll see if he takes a break here. He's going to continue. So Mike Kern moving up here and starting to put some pressure on Riella for 2nd place. So Kern takes his first break through 30 repetitions. Gleich continues to lead. He's through 144 of the 252 total scored repetitions. Gleich again trying to punch his way inside the top 10. There is his contingency of fans. 366 total points coming into this event for Gleich. Trails Mike Kern by 6. Another break for Kern, who is now within 9 reps of Gleich. Riella has fallen back into third place, but now tied with Kern for 4th, and now moving past him as Kern gets back to work. 176 reps, the score to beat belongs to Mitch Paget. Less than 2 minutes to go here.
Jason lane 3 going up, and once he hits the top, he'll have 2 reps remaining.
You can see Gleich, I mean, it just looks like so much more of an effort for him than it does for Mike Kern, but he's just willing to sit in that pain cave. He just keeps picking it up and doing it.
Gleich back to work, getting closer to Mitch Paget's mark of 176.
See him shaking his head there, missing the rep.
Well, Mike Kern now within 7 reps, but Gleich getting back to work.
Jason's got a glut more broken. He'll move on to his wall.
And now Kern. Kern's best finish came in event 4, saved by the bell when he finished tied for 5th. It's a quick event, finished that in 2 minutes and 55 seconds. And now within 10 reps of Gleich, but not really able to get much closer than that.
Yeah, he looks so much smoother on the wall ball. It's just like that it's less effort, but Gleich is just willing to kind of sit in that pain cave where Kern looks like he's needing a few more breaks or a little longer break.
To go wide. Justin LaSala in lane 4. He's in the white shorts. He's starting to creep up here. He's got 156 reps under his belt. Going to run out of time, though, to put any significant pressure on Riella. And Kern's going to continue to work. He's got 7 seconds remaining. Quick break for Gleich. And John Gleich is going to have the score to beat at 194 repetitions.
Very impressive performance from John Gleich. We talked about the fact that very few athletes have come off the GHD first and then actually done well in the entire event. If any have even done that. And John is one of the few, if not the only athletes that we've seen come off that GHD first and actually finish first in the heat.
194 repetitions for Gleich. He's able to hold off Mike Kern, who made a good charge there on the wall ball portion of the event. Marcelo Riella will finish in 3rd, and Justin LaSala also making a late charge to finish in 4th, and Dustin Owen rounding out the top 5. But as you mentioned, John Gleich, wire to wire there.
Yeah, he really was. And you know what was so impressive to me with John is that he was really just willing to suffer a little bit harder than Mike Kern was. Mike Kern, his wall balls looked a little bit easier than John's did, but he just looked like he needed more rest. And John was just willing to kind of take the pain as long as he could. And that's what got him that heat win, 194 reps. That's 92 wall balls for that gentleman right there. The man, the mustache, the legend, Mr. John Gleich.
194 points right now is the score to beat as we have just 1 heat remaining for the 45 to 49-year-old men here in the 6th of 9 events that they will face at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Coming into this event, this is where we stood in the 45 to 49-year-old division. Jason Luukkonen is your overall leader. He won the prior event to put himself up there. He's got a 12-point lead on Jason Grubb. Ryan Retke sits in 3rd as the top 3 men in the overall standings, the only 3 men above 400 points.
Yeah, and this is where kind of the veteranness of Jason Grubb is going to have to come in. You know, she's 12 points back from Jason Luukkonen. He needs to make sure that he's 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, 150 wall balls. He executes this to the best of his ability, and really, if anybody can do it, it's definitely Grubb. He's an athlete that is used to competition. He knows volume. He knows his capacity.
$252 total scored repetitions in this event, and we have yet to see any athlete in either the men's or women's divisions complete all the work inside that 12-minute time cap.
Looks like there was a outfit call for this heat, because I think almost every gentleman is wearing the same outfit.
Really appreciate that. It makes things very easy for us on the broadcast. Here are your lane assignments. Jason Grubb will be in lane number 5. He's your two-time Legends Championship, but he's trying to track down Jason Luukkonen, who leads him by 12 points.
You know, another athlete to watch in this heat is going to be Jeremiah Head. He is really good at rope climbs. He is also great at wall balls. He's a taller athlete, and he was 3rd in the Legends Championship last year. So Jeremiah Head in lane 7 is another athlete to kind of keep our eyes on. Keys to this event: midline management. These 90 GHDs are going to smoke your midline, and a lot of these midlines have already been put to the test with 5 rounds of 18 toes to bar, so 90 toes to bar yesterday. They have a heavy deadlift event coming up. So these athletes need to manage that midline, and then also they need to manage their rope climbs. These rope climbs should be quick and efficient so that they give themselves the most amount of time possible on those wall balls.
Approaching the 1-minute mark here, as we're now a third of the way through this set of 90 GHDs, and it's Jason Tomlinson in lane 8 who is your early leader.
We've talked about the fact that it can be a trap to go out too hot and too fast on these GHDs. John Gleich proved us wrong in the heat before, but for a lot of these athletes, finishing first in the GHDs has not meant finishing first in this event.
Tomlinson in lane 8 on the right side of your screen through 50 of his 90 reps. Leskovic has now taken the lead. Vlad Leskovic in lane 3.
And Leskovic is another athlete we should keep our eyes on. He was 3rd at the CrossFit Games this year. No stranger to competition, high-level competition especially.
Also won the age group qualifier this past season as well. And Tomlinson and Leskovic with about a 5-rep lead over Jeremiah Head. Score to beat, 194 reps done in heat number 3. That belongs to John Gleich.
Kind of an interesting style from Ryan Recke. He's over in lane 6. He's taking a little rest right now, but if we move over to him at some point, Ryan Recke, you can see right there, he kind of has a frog style at the top. So he has his hip, if you notice, almost on the other side of the pad to where all the other gentlemen do, and he just keeps his knees bent and kind of gets froggy at the top. I'm assuming that's going to take a lot of pressure off the quads, but kind of an awkward position to be at the top.
Leskovic and Tomlinson are looking to be the first 2 men to get off the GHD. Leskovic is done, and he will now move to the rig for his 12 rope climbs. Here comes Jason Tomlinson and Jeremiah Head. Jason Grubb is off. And that's good news for Grubb because right now he is ahead of the man he's trying to catch in the overall standings, Jason Luukkonen, who he just finished up his set of 90 GHDs. Grubb coming in with a 12-point deficit that he's got to make up over Luukkonen in order to retake that top spot in the overall standings. Leskovich, Grubb, and Jeremiah Head, along with Tomlinson, are your leaders to their first of 12 rope climbs. There's Vlad Leskovich, now with 2 down. Tomlinson closest to the camera. Getting through his second rep. So pretty good pace here for this fourth and final heat on these 12 rope climbs.
Definitely.
Leskovich is on the left side of your screen. On the right are Tomlinson, Jeremiah Head, and then Jason Grubb from left to right.
Ryan Rettke was the final gent off the GHDs. He's the gentleman sitting in 3rd place right now, just a few points behind Jason Grubb. So he has some time and some points to make up right here.
And Jeremiah Head has taken the lead here. He's through 6 of his 12 rope climbs.
Yeah, Jeremiah Head is an athlete who there was a rope climb event last year at the Legends Championship, and he absolutely smoked that event as well.
6th place overall at the CrossFit Games in the 45 to 49-year-old division in 2021. And then he was here at the Legends competition in San Diego last year. He was 3rd.
Yep. Just missed qualifying for the games this year in the 45 to 49-year-old division.
Got a
good amount of talent and experience here.
Head out of Redlands, California, Paracalio Athletics.
Yep. Actually was one of the early starters of Romwad as well.
So 2 reps to go for Jeremiah.
Just now at the 6-minute mark. Jeremiah Head absolutely crushing these rope climbs.
And Jeremiah Head now onto the wall balls as he has put some distance between himself and the field. There's Vlad Leskovich, pardon me, and the man who was the first to the rope. He has 1 rep remaining, looks to join Jeremiah Head on the wall balls. Leskovich and Jeremiah Head, the 2 men on the 150 wall ball portion of this event. Now 5 minutes to go. Score to beat, John Gleich, 194 repetitions. He got through 92 of those 150 wall balls. Now Jason Grubb in lane 5 is onto the wall balls as well. He's in the middle of your screen, and the man just to the left of him is Jason Luukkonen, and that is the guy Grubb is trying to overtake for first place in this competition. He trails Luukkonen by 12 points. Jeremiah Head, right side of your screen in lane 7, is your leader in the heat. He's through 139 reps and counting. 252 is the number they need to hit if they want to finish this event. And we have yet to see anybody accomplish that here today. 192 is the mark to beat.
These guys still have 4 minutes, though. Jeremiah Head, one of the taller male athletes.
50 reps done for Jeremiah Head.
So we got Jeremiah still leading the heat down there in lane 7 at that 8.5-minute mark. Followed by lane 3, Vlad, followed by Grubb there. In
And Jeremiah Head with a comfortable lead over Vlad Leskovich right now. Leskovich has got to start worrying about Jason Grubb. Grubb has moved into 3rd place. Let's look at the target of Jeremiah Head. They're in lane 7. Jason Grubb in lane 5 is now being joined on the wall balls by the man who is your overall leader, Jason Luukkonen.
You can see in the right-hand side of the screen, Jason Tomlinson is still on his rope climbs. He was the first athlete off the GHD. One of the earlier athletes off the GHD, and he is now struggling hard with those rope climbs.
And this is the battle for the top spot in the overall standings. Jason Grubb on the right, Jason Luukkonen on the left. And Grubb has a 20-rep lead on him right now. Grubb taking a break, Luukkonen cranking through some reps. Jeremiah Head continues to lead this heat, 174 reps and counting, looking like he is going to smash the prior top scorer from John Gleich.
52 reps for Grubb.
78 wall balls down for Jeremiah Head. Now 2 minutes to go before we hit the 12-minute time cap.
2 minutes. And 212 would be our rep count for these gents to 202 would be our rep count for these 252. I'm going to get it, Sean. I'm going to do my
252
math.
total scored
252
repetitions.
reps.
And Jeremiah Head is
heading that way.
Going to be your event leader here in a couple of reps. Vlad Leskovich remains in 2nd place, but Jason Grubb is slowly reeling him in. Grubb with his hands on his knees there in lane number 5. Leskovich is on the far left of your screen in lane 3.
Jason needs to do himself some favors here. He needs to stay ahead of Todd Edmonds, and even if he could, like you said, pull ahead of Vlad, those would be some precious points that he needs to catch back up to Jason Luukkonen.
And Jeremiah Head is your new event leader as he gets past John Gleich's mark of 194. And less than a minute to go. So 48 reps remain here for Jeremiah Head if he wants to finish this event. Vlad Leskovich trying to hang on to 2nd place. And Grubb is getting a little bit of help here as Jim Royce is putting pressure on Jason Luukkonen for 5th place. Grubb needs to get some people between himself and Luukkonen to make up those 12 points here.
112, Jeremiah, 20 seconds.
20 seconds to go for Jeremiah Head, 214 and counting.
He's not going to make that 252, but what a huge rep score from Jeremiah Head. Best score we saw put up was
2, 1.
And that will do it. Jeremiah Head's going to win the event. 222 repetitions for Jeremiah. What a performance for him.
120.
As he picks up his 2nd event win of the competition. He started things out on Thursday by winning Endless Urge. .222 reps for Jeremiah Head, 31 shy of finishing the event, with that last rep being crossing the finish line. Vlad Leskovich, finishes in 2nd place. He was the first man to get to the ropes, and then Jason Grubb is going to carve into Jason Luukkonen's lead in the overall standings because Todd Edmonds gets himself between the two of them. Well, you mentioned it, Andy. If Jeremiah Head could just get to the wall balls, he was going to do some damage.
I even knew that it would be if he could get through those rope climbs. Vlad did a great job. Him and Tomlinson were very fast off of the GHD, but Jeremiah Head, like I said, he won the rope climb event of last year's Legends Championship. I knew that he could do really well on the rope climbs in this event, and then that just gave him all the time he needed, being a taller athlete, a well-conditioned athlete. Obviously, he's got an engine to get as many of those wall balls done, and that's exactly what he did. Just about 30 reps shy of finishing those 150 wall balls. Nobody was even close to him. Great job to Jeremiah Head, event win. Like you said, Sean, his second of the weekend, giving him a few more points to head up that leaderboard a little bit.
The 45 to 49-year-old men are done. The 40 to 44-year-olds are up next. We will have light coverage of heat number 1. Annie and I will be back for heat number 2 as action continues here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete.
Realization you had when you got to the wall balls?
Yeah, so I didn't anticipate being at the wall balls with about 5.5 minutes left, and then in my head I thought, oh no, I've done Karen in under 5.5 minutes. Everyone's gonna expect me to do Karen right now. I was like, so I gave it my best shot, but it wasn't there.
Any piece do you think you could?
Oh man, no, not like my shoulders were so burned out, I think from the previous workouts in the day. Maybe give me another minute, and in my head, maybe I would have shot for it, but I knew it was like just a little bit too far to reach for me right now, yeah.
So this is year number 3 at the Legends Championship. You've been second and you've been third. Yes. Think you can get to the top?
I don't know, I'm gonna have to go and just leave it on the floor tomorrow, but Yeah, today this is a good way to end Saturday night and leading into Sunday. So I'll give it my best shot.
Fantastic. And having seen the evolution of the competition, how are you enjoying yourself this weekend?
Oh man, so I can't say enough about what Bob and Joe have done. I went and watched this competition when they did it 4 years ago in their gym, and it was just super small. And after I watched it, I realized I wanted to take part in it. And then the next year was during the COVID year, and they still managed to pull it off in Arizona, outdoors, in everything, and threw off a great competition. And then last year in San Diego, and so it's just like a competition I want to be a part of, and I can't say enough about those two guys. They're the best.
Fantastic, and we appreciate you as well. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
everybody.
Good job, Ryan. Good luck tomorrow.
Day 3 of the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete continues here at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. The 40 to 44-year-old men are working their way through event number 6. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Annie Sakamoto, and we have Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez checking in with us throughout the day as we continue our coverage here of this Masters competition. The 6th time we have held the Legends Championship. Event 6, is anybody going to finish this thing?
Somebody's got it, Sean. We've gotten close now. We have 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, and 150 wall balls, and all of that is done against a 12-minute time cap. Like you said, we haven't seen anybody finish it. Jeremiah Head for the men in the 45 to 49-year-old division got about 30 reps away from finishing those wall balls. So I might be a believer, Sean. I think somebody might be able to do it.
Santa Froning on hand here as we are moving into the second of 3 heats for the 40 to 44-year-olds. Ryan Kesterholt in heat number 1 has the score to beat. He got through 166 of the 252 scored repetitions. Lane 5 is Maxime Guillon out of France. And he is not on the floor. So that is lane 6. That's Craig DeColobus. Maxime Guillon, I believe, has been
3, 2, 1.
disqualified from the competitions as he did not meet the minimum work requirement in the prior event. But we'll have to check on that. But lane 5 is empty right now and will remain that way throughout the heat.
This is a lot of GHD sit-ups, especially at one time, Sean. And so these athletes need to be very careful at how they manage these 90 GHD sit-ups. And that will probably affect the way they go into the second part of the event, which is the rope climbs. And those rope climbs need to be quick, but more importantly, efficient, so that really they can have the most amount of time and feel the best for those 150 wall balls that are ideally in their future.
Craig DeColobus coming in 16th place overall, 288 total points, but coming off his best finish of the competition in event 5, he took 8th in CJ, which was the 21:59 of the cleans and the bar-facing burpees.
Good old bar-facing burpees.
Down in lanes 1 and 2, that's Nicholas Grunwald in the blue shorts. Next to him is Tim Sanchez.
Tim got 22nd last year at the Legends competition, so he's a veteran to this comp.
So it's Arturo Ortiz and Tim Sanchez who are towards the front here. And Brian Zucchero is also on the lead pace. He's in lane number 4. On the right side of your screen with the beard. 17th place overall, 288 total points for Zucchero on the right. Ortiz is the man on the left.
Arturo taking his feet out of those GHD pads. You see a lot of these athletes standing up, just trying to get a little relief from that tension on those quads, maybe even from the back a little bit. Good time for some of these guys to hike their shorts back up also. I like this kind of relaxed look that both Craig DeColobus and Marcel Luc Vergon have right there.
This is a couple minutes ago in lane 7. That's Marcel Luc Verdon, who was taking a second there and rubbing his abs. And you mentioned midline management. You go beyond that red line and start to feel that, you're in trouble.
Right. And not just for this event, but for the rest of the competition. They're looking at some heavy deadlifts. There's still all the events. There's at least 2 events tomorrow. So, oh, wow.
Now, Brian Zucchero is off first. He's going back to the rig and right to work on his first rope climb. No time to chalk.
You can see
jumped right up, and that rep is good.
Yeah, he jumped up a little crazy, and that rope was swinging.
Tim Sanchez is now done. Sanchez in the gray shirt, bottom of your screen, walking back to the rig. And now Arturo Ortiz.
Zucchero making quick work of those first few reps.
He was through 3 of his 12, and now this is the first time he's going to chalk. Ortiz and Sanchez, the 2 men on the rope right now, and Zucchero right back to work. Past the 4-minute mark, 12-minute time cap here. Score to beat belongs to Ryan Kesterholt from heat number 1. He got through 166 of the 252 total scored repetitions.
You can see that black tape on the rope. That's where those athletes have to be under control before they're allowed to drop off of that rope. Most athletes getting well below that tape mark, though.
Zucchero with 2 good pulls, and he knocks that rep out. He is halfway through, so 6 remaining for Zucchero. Zucchero 17th place overall. Has 1 finish inside the top 10. That was in event 3, Unforgiven.
Thanks for everything you guys did. We've been judging all day. I'm heading out.
There goes Zucchero. He threw 7 of his 12, now 8. He's got 4 remaining, and we're not even at the halfway point yet. 12-minute time cap again as we approach the 6-minute mark.
Saw Jeremiah Head in the division before these gentlemen, the 45 to 49, come off those rope climbs right around that 6-minute mark. Brian's not going to be too far behind that if he keeps pace.
Got 3 remaining. And that last rope climb struggled to get his feet locked in a little bit. He looked really efficient a couple of climbs before that. Just 2 pulls and he was up. That one took him in a lot longer. But Tim Sanchez and Arturo Ortiz are still in 2nd and 3rd in this heat, with Craig DeColobus now in 4th.
Brian having to rest a little bit more between those rope climbs now. He was a little quick, in my opinion, on some of those first ones, but only has one to go. He's going to have probably a good 5 minutes to chip away at those 150 wall balls.
Zucchero out of CrossFit South Shore LI in Bohemia, New York. And he is done, and he will move to the wall balls now. And he gets right to work. So 5 minutes for Zucchero to pile up as many reps as he possibly can here.
I'm impressed. You know, we've seen so many athletes, the first couple reps of those wall balls, they really bobble and they kind of miss it. And I think a lot of it is the shoulder fatigue they're not expecting. And Brian actually looked great on those first 5 reps.
That's Tim Sanchez in lane 2. Sanchez in 18th place overall, now on the top right part of your screen, 284 total points. Trails Zucchero by just 4.
Yeah, Tim looks really methodical on these wall balls.
Sanchez and Zucchero are the only 2 men on the wall balls, as Ortiz is going to be the next man to finish up. He's got 2 reps remaining, though.
So Tim looks like what he's doing is 5 reps, quick rest, 5 reps. And we talked about this earlier, you know, for somebody like me, let's say, wall balls are not my jam. So that means I can't do big sets. I got to keep them short. But if I keep them short, don't redline, I can keep my rest short and just chip away. And that's exactly what Tim's doing right now. Sets of 5. Resting not more than about 3 to 5 seconds, picking it right back up.
And it's paying off for him because he's about ready to pass Zucchero for first place. And he has now tied him 127 of the 252 total reps down. Zucchero back to work. But any lead that Zucchero was able to build on those ropes has pretty much disappeared as Tim Sanchez doing some good work on the wall balls to keep the pressure on. And I don't know if he's pacing off of Zucchero right now, but they are taking breaks at the same time and starting at the same time.
I think Tim has a plan of 5s. If you watch, he's doing sets of 5, controlled rest.
And Brad Townsend down in lane 8 on the right side of your screen has started his wall balls. And Arturo Ortiz is going to hike up the knee sleeves, and he's going to get to work. Lane 1, Nicholas Grunwald also onto the wall balls. Craig DeColab is the only man who hasn't finished his rope climbs, and he just made his final touch. Marcel Luc Verdon also on the rope climbs as well. He has 2 reps remaining. But your leaders are Tim Sanchez and Brian Zucchero. Sanchez, the man closest to the camera. Arturo Ortiz is next to him.
And Tim has been able to overtake Brian Zucchero, and I really think it's these controlled sets of 5 with methodical rest.
46 reps for Brian.
Less than 2 minutes to go here. The score to beat Brian Kesterholt, 166 reps. Looks like Sanchez isn't going to have any problem reaching that. Zucchero comfortably in second place right now as Nicholas Grunwald is the closest man to him, but he's 22 reps behind.
Important to remember, though, Sean, you're not just battling out this heat, you're battling out the entire competition. So, you know, it's easy to settle into a spot within your heat, but you got to remember there's close to 25 other guys that you're competing against.
Sanchez is now your new event leader as he has passed Kesterholt. So 167 and counting, our top score in the event.
Seconds.
1 minute to go. And Tim Sanchez looking to set a mark that has a chance of surviving the 4th and final heat. Overall leaders will be on the floor.
Nicholas lane 1's at 42.
It's great. This is where Tim needs to ditch the 5s and just start chugging away. There's less than 30 seconds left. He was really methodical. He set himself up. Great job by Tim. He's got to try to hang on if he can for 15 seconds.
One final break. This is probably going to be the last time that Tim Sanchez puts down that ball.
3, 2, 1.
Wow.
One final heave for Sanchez gets him to 196 reps.
That was a very impressive performance by Tim Sanchez right there. Whew. $94 wall balls.
Tim Sanchez, your new best score at 196 reps. Brian Zucchero was the first man to the wall balls, but was not able to hold off Sanchez on that final portion of the event. Nicholas Grunwald with a late charge will finish in third, and it's Townsend followed by Craig DeColobus rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, you know, Brian Zucchero was so fast off that GHD, and he was almost kind of maniacal on that rope climb. He was super fast. He was consistent, though. I almost thought he was going to burn out with how fast he was attacking that rope. Tim Sanchez just kind of cruising to it, a little bit more methodical through those rope climbs. And it was Tim's methodical effort that really got him the event win, or the heat win. Those sets of 5 with controlled rest, he did it all the way through, just about to that 11-minute mark. And then once it was the end, he just kind of went for it. Big sets, quick rests, chipped away. And that's what got Tim Sanchez the heat win and 196 reps in that event.
3 heats down, 1 final heat remains.
It's going to be me with you tomorrow, Sean.
Probably.
Put you right on the front, a little passy in the mouth.
Thanks for staying with us, everybody, as we continue to work our way through the third of 4 days of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Event number 6 of 9 has proven to be quite the test for the entire field here. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Roy McKernan, and Tommy Marquez, part of our crew here, have been checking in with us throughout the day. 4th and final heat here on tap for the 40 to 44-year-old men, Gran Torino.
It is a hefty ask, Sean. 90 glute ham developers sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, and 150 wall balls. And that's all within a 12-minute time cap. Appropriate here at CrossFit Mayhem to start an event with 90 glute ham sit-ups and finish with 150 wall balls. We have yet to see anybody finish this workout. I have faith it can be done.
Misspoke earlier. This is the third of 4 heats. We still have 2 heats remaining here. And 8 men will be in this third heat.
One of those men is David Johnston, who actually won this division last year at the Legends Championship.
And there is David Johnson, who right now is in 14th place overall. Only has 2 finishes inside the top 10, a 7th and a 5th. In event 5, he took 20th. So looking to get himself back on track here and inside the top 10 heading into the final 3 events of the competition.
6 seconds.
It's Martin Doust in lane 5.
3, 2, 1.
Doust in 11th place overall. Started the competition with 3 straight finishes inside the top 10, but since then been moving in the wrong direction. A 15th in event 4 and then a 23rd in event 5.
Doust has that same style that we saw with Ryan Retke in the 45 to 49-year-old division, kind of that frog position with his legs. He's got his hips on the inside of the glute ham developer pad. So kind of a different style. My guess is it's to take a little pressure off those quads. Does mean you have to extend that back a little more to get down to the ground.
Let's talk keys to Gran Torino. We've seen some people have trouble with that midline.
Yeah. We even saw athletes rubbing their bellies on the heat previous. It is definitely some midline management, and that is so that when you go into those rope climbs, they can be quick and efficient. We've seen too many athletes lose a ton of time on the rope climbs. And really all of that is just so you can feel the best that you possibly can. Going into those 150 wall balls, we have seen a ton of athletes make up a lot of reps by getting to those wall balls feeling good.
Our scoring system temporarily down here, so we'll keep an eye on the judges to let us know who our leader is. 90 total repetitions here. After this, it's the 12 rope climbs and then the 150 wall balls. No one's finished this event inside the 12-minute time cap. But Tim Sanchez has the score to beat. He did that in heat number 2, put up a score of 196 reps. 252 total repetitions in this event.
And I would say, Sean, he was so methodical with the way he attacked that event from start to finish. He was slow and controlled on the GHDs. He was smooth on his rope climbs. He had sets of 5 with controlled rest on the wall balls. Went for it on the last minute. Really good performance from Tim Sanchez.
That is Chris Anderson in lane 3, 9th place overall. Does have an event win under his belt. Finished first in Unforgiven, event number 3. In lane 7, that's Rich Lunsford, who has completely extricated himself from the GHD and has taken a little stroll here.
We saw an athlete in the previous heat, Marcel-Luc Verdon, do the same thing. And he actually was able to complete the rope climbs. He got onto the wall balls. So hopefully, Rich is able to do the same. Almost rubbing the same exact spot Marcel was.
And making that something is not right here face. So judge's hand in the air in lanes 3 and 5. So final reps for Chris Anderson and Martin Doust. Doust going with that butterfly style. So Anderson off the GHD, and he will head back to the rope, as will Doust. And the two of them start at exactly the same time. Now in lane 8, Danny Hale is done. And in lane 4, Ryan Kalinsky. So more men closing out their set of 90 GHDs. And Lunsford in lane 7 has yet to get back onto the GHD. Lane 6, Greg Hotzoglu is now done. And David Johnson, last year's champion, is heading back.
Yeah, Martin Doust is making quick work of those rope climbs. Barely any rest at the bottom. Look at him just right back up.
And just looking across the field, Doust looks like he's one of the tallest guys.
Definitely.
If not in this heat, maybe in the entire division. He gets to that wall ball and look out. So 5 reps left for Doust. Trying to get a report on the time. We're about 5 minutes in to this event. So Doust is more than halfway through the set of 12. He's got 4 remaining. Chris Anderson in lane 3 has 5 reps remaining as he is in second place as Dowse is down to his final 2.
Like you said, Sean, Dowse is so tall and he is utilizing that height.
And he's going to get done before we hit the 6-minute mark. This is the fastest we've seen anybody get to this point of the event. 6 minutes to do 150 wall balls here. So Dowse may have a shot.
Jeremiah Head was similar, just a little over that 6. Look at how he switches sides on the wall ball. Instead of keeping it center or just doing one side, he kind of right to left on that.
But Dowse got through 6 and then had to kind of readjust himself.
David Johnston making up a lot of time on his rope climbs.
So Dowse the only man on this portion of the event. And Chris Anderson is getting close to joining him. Anderson has 1 rep remaining. He is in the gray shirt now, left side of the screen, just jumped up to the rope there. And there goes Anderson.
You can see Martin kind of side to side on that wall ball. David Johnson almost missing the wrap right there.
And Johnson is done. And he will move to the wall ball. So David Johnson getting through those 12 rope climbs pretty quickly. He was one of the last men off of the GHD, and now he is the 3rd man to the wall balls.
And again,
lane 4, Ryan Kalinsky also starting his set of 150.
and that can be that midline management, you know, not going too fast on those GHDs. You've got the wind, you've got the strength, you've got the ability to get some good fast rope climbs done. Look how easy those wall balls look for Johnston.
Well, Martin Dowse continues to lead here. He's in the middle of your screen. The black short sleeve shirt, just putting his hand on the ball there. Tim Sanchez has a score to beat at 196. There's 252 total scored repetitions here. And Dowse is a third of the way through this set of 150.
He's got less than 100 reps to go and just over 3 minutes.
And he is comfortably in first place right now. Anderson is 20 reps back of him. And Anderson has a comfortable lead right now on Ryan Kalinsky for second. But Kalinsky is trying to hold off David Johnston for third at this point. 3 minutes to go here. Martin Dowse, your leader, 11th place overall coming into the event. 3 straight finishes inside the top 10 to start the competition, but since then he's gone tied for 15th and then a 23rd in event number 5. CJ that had the cleans and the bar facing burpees. Heat 3 of 4 for the men here in the 40 to 44-year-old division. So 1 heat remains after this. And then we will move into the 35 to 39-year-olds to close out day 3 of competition. The Dowse through 183 and counting. He's now 13 reps away from Tim Sanchez, and he still has 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Chris Anderson remains solidly in second place. There is Anderson. Trying to hold off the man on the left side of the screen, Ryan Kalinsky. And David Johnston. Johnson on the right side. Overall leader on the left side, that's Martin Doust, and then the 3 men behind him in this event on the right. Chris Anderson in the middle on that box on the right. He sits in second place. Ryan Kalinsky is on the left side. He sits in third, and it's David Johnston with his hands on his knees, who right now is in fourth place. So Doust is your new event leader. He's going to get into the 200s here. And we are approaching the 11-minute mark, so 60 seconds to go for Doust, who is 53 reps.
And the best score we've seen put up from any male so far, Jeremiah Head in the 45 to 49, was 222.
Sorry, I was going to say Doust is 53 reps in. He's way more than that. He is now 108 reps into that set of 150. So 42 reps remaining to close out the event. We have yet to see anybody finish it, but Doust is going to have a really solid score as we head into the fourth and final heat for the 40 to 44-year-olds. 2:16 and counting for Doust. Anderson has just crested the 200 rep mark as well. So he will be in second place in this event, trying to lock up 94 points, as both Anderson and Doust looking to move themselves up the overall standings here. And that'll do it. Doust at 222 for the new score to beat with 1 heat remaining.
Doust did a huge favor for himself there. Like you said, Sean, he started off the competition with 3 top 10 finishes and then kind of started sliding the wrong way, a 15th and a 23rd. So Doust doing himself a huge favor, 222 reps. Should be good, possibly for a top 10 finish.
222 reps for Martin Doust with the heat win, and now he'll wait and see if that score will be good enough to earn his first win of this competition. Chris Anderson also gets into the 200s. He'll finish second, followed by Ryan Kalinsky and David Johnston.
Yeah, we saw Doust one of the first off of the GHDs. He was right there with Chris Anderson, but Doust used his length to his advantage on those rope climbs. Not only that, he was super quick back on it. There was a few times where he never even really took his hands off the rope. He was able to get himself to those wall balls in 6 minutes. And then again, using that height to his advantage, chipped away at over 130 of those wall balls. Excuse me, 120 of those wall balls. Just 30 reps shy from finishing, doing himself some favors, grabbing some points. Good job to you, Martin Doust.
1 final heat remains for the 40 to 44-year-old men here in event number 6 of 9 at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. We are in CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez, also part of our broadcast team. They've been checking in with us throughout the day. Overall standings coming into this event, Rudy Berger is your overall leader with 488 total points. So Chris Anderson, with that score that he just put up, has moved into second, and Martin Doust would be in fourth place, but we still have scores here in this final heat that need to be factored into the standings that we are looking at. Anybody with an asterisk by his name has yet to complete this event. Rudy Berger with a 24-point cushion on Jonathan Varela coming into event number 6. Event description: it's Gran Torino presented by Reebok. It's 252 total reps, and so far it has been unconquerable.
90 of those reps are on the GHD, and they're in the form of sit-ups. And then we move over to the rope climb. There's 12 of those, finishing up with 150 wall balls, all against a 12-minute time cap. So far, it has just been an AMRAP of wall balls in the remainder of the 12 minutes. Can somebody finish this? Could somebody in this heat? We have a lot of super high-level athletes. There's Austin Medford. He actually got second in this competition last year.
Medford will be working out of lane number 8. Rudy Berger, who came in with the overall lead, will be in lane number 7. Berger already has 2 event wins.
10 seconds.
He won event number 1, Endless Ergs, won event number 5, CJ, and then finished 3rd in Benjamin Button. That was event number 2, but he does have 2 finishes outside of the top 10. A 12th and an 18th in events 3 and 4. So we are underway, 90 GHDs to begin. Martin Dowse has the score to beat, 222 total reps.
Yeah, and the keys to this event definitely are managing this first piece, managing your midline on the GHDs, and that's in an effort to have some quick and efficient rope climbs. And all of that is in an effort to get into those wall balls feeling as good as possible so that you can chip away at the largest amount of 150 wall balls that you can. And if you're Superman, you're going to finish it.
Once again, technical difficulties with our scoring system, so we will keep an eye on the judges to keep you informed as to who is leading this heat.
This is going to be a fun heat to watch. You know what I was going to tell you, Sean? You know one of the other things that Rudy Berger has won? The CrossFit Games. The CrossFit Games this past year in the 40 to 44-year-old division, so definitely an athlete to watch.
It was his first year competing in Madison, and he won at a Chalk Dust CrossFit in Powell, Ohio. And he is in the gray shirt and headband going through these 90 GHDs.
I like the Ode to Karate Kid Austin Medford has here with that headband. Right there on the left-hand side of the screen, you see Chicho Quesada. There are 2 countrymen, 2 Costa Ricans that are in the top 3 right now, and that's Jonathan Varela and Chicho Quesada that we're looking at right there in the black shirt.
The Legends Championship is proud to partner with Reebok. Reebok's top training shoes are built for the most intense of workouts, including the ones here. You can check out their entire line at Reebok.com.
This is Roy Viger right here. He's 25th in the age group semifinals, so missed going to the games this past year, but currently sitting in 4th place, not that far off of a podium position.
We are approaching the 4-minute mark here, and Viger's just about done with his GHDs. He has 2 reps remaining, and he is done. So Viger will head to the rope for his 12 ascents. And he is right to work. No judge's hand is in the air for any athlete on the GHD, and now a hand in the air for Rudy Berger in lane 7, your overall leader.
Hand just went up for Jonathan Varela as well in lane 3.
And now Berger is off, and he will head back to the rope. And now in lane number 3, there is Jonathan Varela. And Austin Medford is done.
You actually saw Viger struggle a little bit. He kind of fumbled at the top there, keeping his grip or his footing before touching.
And Rudy Berger through another climb. Well, 222 repetitions is the score to beat. Again, we're going to have to rely on the judges on the floor to let you know where people are here in this event. So Martin Dowse was just 30 reps shy of finishing this event. 252 total scored repetitions here.
Viger doing a great job of getting those knees up high.
4.5 minutes gone by approximately here in this event, 12-minute time cap. And The 7 of the 8 men are onto their set of 12 rope climbs. That is Jonathan Varela in lane 3. Viger is your leader. Varela sits in second, and it's Rudy Berger who is in third place unofficially in this heat. 5 reps remain now for Viger. His judge's hand is in the air. Viger, your leader now, with 4 remaining.
Rudy Berger. His judge's hand is in the air as well. He's got 5 reps left.
And he's been taking minimal rest here on these rope climbs. So head back to Viger, check in on him. He now has 3 reps remaining. The 5.5 minutes have gone by here, and in the prior heat, Martin Doust got done with his rope climbs with just about 6 minutes remaining. So it doesn't look like Viger is on that pace right now. Viger and Varela each with 2 reps remaining. And in lane 7, Rudy Berger, right side of your screen, now has 2 reps remaining as well. So he's about a half rep behind Varela and Viger. Now Varela back in front of Viger. Varela, middle of your screen. This is his final climb.
Jonathan did a great job of being super consistent and smooth on those rope climbs.
Varela right to work on his set of 150 wall balls here. Now Viger is done. The Viger and Varela onto the final portion of this event. As Rudy Berger looks to be the next man to finish. He's on the right side of your screen. So 5 minutes remaining here.
Varela looks like he's got about a 7 or 8 rep lead on Viger right now.
And here comes Rudy Berger, third place in the heat, but your overall leader coming off an event win in CJ, event number 5, 488 total points, 24 up on Jonathan Varela. But Varela does lead Berger in this heat, so Varela looking to shave a few points off of that cushion.
Varela looking solid on those wall balls. It's the first little bobble he's had. He hasn't paused yet. First break right there. That had to have been a good set of 20 plus.
Varela has approximately 130 reps down, and now he stumbled there and had to reset himself. But about a 15 rep lead on Berger. Berger's on the left side of your screen. Viger and Varela on the left. Viger's a man without a shirt. Varela next to him in the all black. So 4 minutes remain here. 2:22. That is the score these guys are trying to beat.
And on the other side of Rudy Berger, in the all black right there, still doing his wall balls that we just dropped it, is Chicho Quesada, who currently sits in third place. He's just 12 points behind his countryman, Jonathan Varela.
Quesada continuing to work away. His best finish in this competition was a tie for first and saved by the bell. He's got 3 finishes of second or better, but the big problem for him so far has been event 3, Unforgiven. He took 26 there.
Yeah, a little mar on the record right there, but if he can finish top 5, he can definitely stay on one of those podium spots.
Varela, Viger, and Berger, your top 3. Quesada sits in 4th place in this heat. Less than 3 minutes to go here. There's Jonathan Varela.
Varela was 8th at the games this year. And he's showing us why right now.
And Jonathan Viger next to him.
70 reps.
Roy Viger. Jonathan Varela is on the right, Roy Viger on the left. And we'll try to get a rep count here as this thing comes to a close to figure out if anybody is getting close to Martin Dowse's mark of 222. So Varela has 180 reps down with 2 reps remaining. So he's going to have to knock out another 43 repetitions if he wants to win this event. Now 2 minutes to go.
Definitely doable.
Final heat for the 40 to 44-year-old men. 6th of 9 events that they'll face here over 4 days of competition in Cookeville, Tennessee at CrossFit Mayhem.
Good set right there from Varela.
Viger remains in second place, trying to hold off Rudy Berger. Pardon me, Viger's in third place. So Varela, Berger, and Viger right now, first, second, and third. So Varela's going to carve a few points off of Berger's lead, but Rudy Berger looks to leave this event as your overall leader. 1 minute left. But Varela's at 205 and counting. 222 is a mark he's got to hit, and he's got time to do it.
He does. Just under a minute now.
40 seconds to go for Varela.
Jonathan sitting at 111 in lane 3. 30 seconds.
If he could get this event win and put a couple of spots in between him and Berger, that would be huge.
At last check, Varela was at 212 reps.
20 seconds.
So 20 seconds to go. This one's going to be close.
15. 120 for Jonathan, lane 3.
So Varela is actually passed Doused by a pretty sizable margin, we're being told.
2.
And now it's a matter of how far he can get. So Jonathan Varela looks to pick up the event win. It would be his first of the competition. 227 total reps, so he beats Doused by 5 unofficially. So first event win for Jonathan Varela. He'll pick up 100 points, and he will inch closer to Rudy Berger for first place in the overall standings. .227, the best score we have seen from any division so far in this event.
Super impressive performance there by Jonathan Varela. Again, he wasn't one of the first off of the GHDs, but it was very efficient, very smooth on his rope climbs. He was able to catch up to Rudy Berger and Roy Viger on these rope climbs, and he became the first man to get to the wall balls. Him and Viger were kind of going toe-to-toe when it started, but Varela had bigger sets, shorter rest, and he was able to overtake Viger and Berger and hopefully pick up some points on Rudy Berger.
227 reps for Jonathan Varela. Martin Doust's score is going to be good enough for a second place finish. He'll pick up 94 points as he looks to move up the standings. Chris Anderson will finish in third. Overall leader Rudy Berger will take fourth. So Varela carving about 16 points unofficially off that lead. And then Tim Sanchez rounding out the top 5. But Varela doing some pretty impressive work there on those wall balls
and that
in order
was,
to get himself those 100 points.
Yeah, like you said, Sean, that was huge for Jonathan Varela. He was behind Rudy Berger by about 24 points. And if it was about 16 points, now he sits only 8 points behind Rudy Berger. That could be made up quickly on a Sunday morning. So great move from Jonathan Varela right there. Rudy Berger still holding the lead, though. And Roy Viger possibly chipping away at the lead that Chicho Quesada had over him going into this final day of competition.
Victory Grips is one of our sponsors for today, and we have our Victory Grips Get a Grip moment of the day. Tommy Marquez caught up with April Payne.
I'm here now with April Payne, winner of Gran Torino in the women's 35 to 39 division. April knocked out all 12 reps of the rope climbs in just a smidge over 3 minutes. And April, there was no shortage of grip required for this particular event. How did the rope climbs and the result play out compared to your strategy?
Well, I went into it knowing that I don't cycle GHD very well. I'm not super strong with that. So I just had to stay in my own lane and not worry about getting off the GHD slower and just really do my thing on the rope climbs. I train rope climbs a lot lately. It's one of my weaknesses. So it felt really good to get that win with the rope climbs and get them all done pretty quickly. They felt like they got better, not worse. So it was good.
That certainly helps to get better as the workout goes along. It's your first event win of the weekend. You're coming off an event in CJ that wasn't your best performance. What does bouncing back with 100 points do for you as an athlete?
It does a lot. I honestly tried not to really look at the leaderboard or scoring. I honestly have no idea where I placed. I just know it wasn't my best. But getting a big win like this is probably because I didn't look at the leaderboard and didn't really think about it and get down about that one event. So it was good.
And April, you're a return competitor here at Legends. You actually won this division last year when it was in San Diego. Can you speak a little bit of your experience compared to last year now that we're in Mayhem?
I think it's been pretty similar overall in that all the judges are like super amazing and super like supportive when you're out there. They want you to do well. My judge in this last event kept saying like, you got this, all right, pick it back up. You can get to 120, let's go. You know, they're super supportive and it's just really amazing that they're here to, you know, they sacrifice this time. As well as all the women are amazing. It's really fun to get to know them all and hear about their families and their struggles and sacrifices. I love the Masters community because they're all super nice and it's a good group to hang around.
Well, great job again, April. I know you got a quick turnaround for your next event and you're in the podium hunt, so best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
Sean, Annie, back to you.
April Payne, our Victory Grips Get a Grip Moment of the Day award recipient. Action's going to continue here with the 35 to 39-year-old men. We'll have light coverage of heat number 1. Annie and I will be back with you for heat number 2. Stay with us as the 2022 Legends Championship continues from CrossFit Mayhem.
All right, I have the winner of the previous heat for the 40 to 45-year-old division. I've been getting coached up, so make sure I'm doing this right. Jonathan Varela. Varela. And what an amazing performance. You said you had a strategy. I'd love to hear what it was because you executed beautifully.
Thank you. Well, I want to push it on the GHD. At Mayhem, we train with doing a lot of GHD, so I was confident on that. And then rope climbs, I knew the first 3 reps will be rough, and they were. And then wobbles, you just gotta go. So I was listening also to the time left. I had to just have less rest during the breaks.
Now, it's a small CrossFit community, as we all know, but we have an interesting connection. Your wife's uncle is a friend of the show. His name's Joe Novello. And even beyond that, what I think is very interesting, you're a Costa Rican, but you live in Wyoming. How did that come to be?
Well, my wife is from Wyoming. Her family is there. We took the decision to move there. And I love it. I have my community there. I have a own boutique gym there, and I just love it. It's just fun. I have my kids there, and I struggle with the weather a little bit, coming from an 80 degrees weather, tropical weather, but it's all good.
Awesome. And just one more question for you is just how is your performance now matching with your expectations coming into the weekend?
The first day was rough. I was 12th, so I came to 12th to the top, and I'm just having a blast with my friends and competitors here from the games too, and it's just an incredible experience.
Let's go. Pura vida.
Thank you. Pura vida.
35 to 39-year-old men closing out day 3 of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. We are working our way through event 6 here. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez checking in with us throughout the competition here. Gran Torino, presented by Reebok, is event number 6. 252 total scored repetitions. No one has been able to finish it inside the 12-minute time cap.
Not a one, and we're down to about our last 21 guys that are going to attempt to finish this. Final 3 heats of 35 to 39. And what are they looking at? They're looking at 90 GHD sit-ups, 12 rope climbs, and 150 wall balls, all done in a 12-minute time cap. We've seen some gents get within about 30 reps, but nobody has finished it yet. We should put money in Vegas on this. Can somebody do it?
7 men in this second of 4 heats. Rodrigo Franco Medina got the closest of anybody in heat number 1. He got through 202 of the 252 total scored repetitions. That is Akaika Pascua in lane 5. He's 15th place overall. Does have a second place finish in event number 3 under his belt. Got to manage the midline through those 90 GHDs, because if you don't, you're going to have a bad time.
Not only are you going to have a bad time, you might have a bad rest of your weekend, Sean. So definitely one of the biggest things in this event is to manage these GHDs. And that's going to help you, I think, on the rope climbs. You've seen a lot of people come off the GHD first, but fail on some of those rope climbs. And those rope climbs need to be quick and efficient so that you have some time to chip away at that Karen, AKA 150 wall balls staring at you at the end of this workout.
First things first, got to get through those 90 GHD sit-ups. And it's Cameron Curry in lane number 6, who is out front early here.
I think it can be a trap sometimes to get through these GHDs too fast. We just saw that interview with April Payne where she said she knew she wasn't great at GHDs and she really just had to stay in her own lane. That's exactly what she did. She finished that event with 230 reps. So darn near finished those wall balls. And what did she do? She managed her midline. She knew what her capacity was on these GHDs, and she stuck to it.
Cameron Curry in the blue headband was your early leader. Then he took a break there. That allowed Matthew Burley to overtake him for first place. 90 seconds in. And some of these men about halfway through this set of 90 GHDs. Matthew Burley in lane 4.
Yeah, you see some of these athletes taking their feet out of the pads, getting a little relief from the tension on those quads.
Burley in 10th place overall. 350 total points coming into this event. Best finish so far was a 7th. That was in event 5. CJ put up a time in 3 minutes, 21 seconds in that event. 21:59 of cleans and bar facing burpees. Brett Stanhope in lane 7, closest to the camera, is the man who is your new leader now. Cameron Curry in the blue headband now has 20 reps remaining.
Brett looking real snappy on those GHD sit-ups.
Brett Stanhope with now 4 reps remaining, and he will be the first man to get to the rope for his 12 ascents, and he is done. Stanhope, 14th place overall, coming off his best finish of the competition, a 4th place in event number 5.
Just over 3 minutes. That's about 30 reps a minute. Super impressive.
Stanhope is done now in lane 4. It's Matthew Burley working his way to the rig. Burley trying to stay inside the top 10. Heading into the final day of competition, and now Pascua is off of the GHDs as well. He will be the 3rd man to the rope, and right next to him is Cameron Curry. Curry in lane 6. Pascua in lane 5. But it's Brett Stanhope who is now through 3 of those 12 rope climbs. He's on the right side of your screen in lane 7.
Pascua looks real smooth on those rope climbs. You can see him right here. There's 1 pull. There's 2, easy touch, smooth little letdown. And this is where we've seen a lot of athletes make up a ton of time on these 12 rope climbs. And that's exactly what Pascua is doing right here.
And he's moved into 2nd place because Matthew Burley is having a tough time with these rope climbs.
Yeah, you can see him struggling. You can see how much more he's using his arms and his grip.
Stanhope with a 1-rep lead on Pascua. Stanhope is more than halfway through a set of 12. He's got 5 reps remaining, 5 minutes gone by, 12-minute time cap. Top score from heat number 1, Rodrigo Franco Medina at 202 total repetitions. He was 50 shy of finishing the event.
Matthew, 7 reps in. Matthew, 5 reps remaining. Lane 4, you kind of get it. Lane 5's got 5 reps. Spread down there.
Ikaika, every single rep looks the same.
He's about half a rep behind Stanhope, and now the 2 of them, Stanhope and Pascua, making their ascents at the same time. Pascua is just ahead of him on that rep and is tied with him, and now Stanhope back in front. 2 remaining for Stanhope. Burley has managed to get back on that lead pace. He is through his 11th rope climb, 10th rope climb. But Burley and Pascua each have 2 to go. Stanhope with 1 to go now.
Yeah, Burley and Pascua are kind of going rep for rep right now, pacing each other. Stanhope's done though.
And Stanhope knocks out his 12 rope climbs, and now to the wall ball. Less than 5.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. 150 reps here. We'll see how far he can get. If he wants to be the new leader in the event, he's got to get at least 101. And 2 reps, and he's going to take a break.
We've seen a lot of athletes do that.
Burley and Pascua now working on their wall balls.
Burley just made his move right there. Great opening set from Matt Burley.
Stanhope trying to hold off both Burley and Pascua. Stanhope is on the bottom right-hand side of your screen.
You can see how comfortable Matt Burley looks on those wall balls.
Just got 3 reps here, remaining in lane 2. James, once he hits the top, he'll have 2 reps remaining in lane 3.
They're all within about 5 reps of each other.
Burley now in the lead ahead of Stanhope. Stanhope retaking the lead, now tied with Burley, the 2 of them taking a break. Pascua sits in third, now fourth, as Cameron Curry has moved into the top 3. Cameron Curry in lane number 6.
I like how you can see Matt Burley's breathing pattern right there. You can see 2 breaths every rep.
Curry's
holding his breath.
Curry's in the bottom right-hand part of your screen. He's got the headband on, the blue headband next to Brett Stanhope, pardon me. And here are your top 4 men. Matthew Burley is in lane 4. Akaika Pascua is in lane 5. Cameron Curry is in lane 6, and that's Brett Stanhope in lane 7. And now Burley starting to open up a little bit of a lead here as we approach the 9-minute mark. So 3 minutes remain. Burley threw 152 reps and counting. So through 50 of his 150 wall balls, he is creeping up on that 200 rep mark. Rodrigo Franco Medina got through 202 total repetitions to win heat 1. The second of 4 heats for the 35 to 39-year-old men.
Curry taking a little break there, opening the door for Stanhope.
Burley now another break. He's through 172 reps. He's on the left side of your screen. He's got those light blue wristbands on. Curry now into second. 5 reps behind Burley. Burley now through 80 of those wall balls.
Seems to be kind of chipping away at sets of 10. Set of 10, maybe about a 10-second rest, trying to get back on it. Got less than 90 seconds left.
Cameron Curry on the far right side of your screen is trying to get closer to Burley. He's within 5 reps. That's the closest he's really been able to get right now in this portion of the event. Burley now up to 192 reps, so 11-minute mark approaching here. Burley 10 reps shy of Franco Medina's mark. So Burley's going to set the new mark to beat here. And he's through 100 of those reps. Takes a look back at the clock.
Yeah, he's so set on these 10s, which is great, but at this point, this 30-second mark, he's got to pick it up and just get as many as he can.
He's the only man above the 200 rep mark in this heat right now. Curry and Stanhope looking to get here, or looking to get there with 18 seconds remaining. Cameron Curry putting on a good charge here, looking to lock up second place in the heat and second place in the event as he is now past the 202 rep mark. 5 seconds remain.
2, 1, time.
And Matthew Burley is going to get through 214 of the 252 repetitions, and he is your new event leader.
Great job from Matt Burley. He seemed to have a game plan there. He was doing sets of 10 with about a 5 to 10 second rest. A lot of those other guys were kind of just chunking away at it. He seemed to have a plan and be able to stick with it. It's a great job from Matt Burley.
214 reps. Burley and Curry are able to both pass that 202 rep mark set in heat number 1. So they are your top 2 now in the event as we are halfway through the 35 to 39-year-old men. Brett Stanhope finishes 3rd, and it's Akaika Pascua and Alan Joyner rounding out the top 5. Heat 3 for the 35 to 39-year-old men. Up next as our coverage continues here at the 2022 Legends Championship. Action continues here for the 35 to 39-year-old men as we close out the third of 4 days of competition here at the 2022 Legends Championship, presented by Mayhem Athlete here at CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. I'm Sean Woodland with 2021 45 to 49-year-old CrossFit Games champion Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez with us as well, checking in throughout the day. Event number 6, Gran Torino. Still waiting on someone to finish all 252 repetitions.
Yes, Sean, this is a 12-minute cap on, excuse me, on Gran Torino.
Start with those 90 GHDs. We go into the 12 rope climbs, and then the 150 wall balls. That's essentially been an AMRAP in the latter portions of this event. Matthew Burley got the farthest. He got 214 reps completed in order to set the score to beat heading into this third of 4 heats. 7 men on the competition floor here. Marco Coppola is supposed to be in lane 5, but he is not out there on the competition floor, so we'll have to find out the reason for his absence. So we have 6 men who will be competing in heat number 3 here. All of them trying to track down Matthew Burley's time, our score of 214 repetitions.
10 seconds. Athletes.
Sorry, Sean, got a little choked up thinking about this workout.
2, 1. Go.
I was going to say those 90 GHDs is a very fitting way to start an event when you're at CrossFit Mayhem. We know Rich Froning and Mayhem athletes are known for their capacity and volume of GHD sit-ups.
So there are actually 2 empty lanes out there. Lane 3, that's where Gary Helmick is supposed to be. And then lane 5, Marco Coppola. The 2 of them have withdrawn from the competition. The keys to this event.
Well, speaking of those 90 GHD sit-ups, for sure one of the main things that these athletes have to be wary of is the midline, and that is just managing the volume of these GHD sit-ups. It doesn't mean you have to be the first off the GHD. In fact, we've seen a lot of athletes first off, kind of last off the rope. So managing your midline on that first piece, and then that should allow you to have some quick and efficient rope climbs, giving you the most amount of time possible to chip away at those 150 wall balls. See kind of some different setups here of where you have your glutes as far as that pad goes. And we see Nicholas Altgers and Ram Dover right here with their hips much further off the back of the pad than Brandon Nolan in lane 4 in the center of your screen right there. Can make it a little easier to touch the ground when your hip is a little further off that pad.
Nicholas Altgilders is your leader through 53 of those 90 reps. Dover and Pastoric are right behind him, along with Brandon Nolan in lane 4.
We're coming up on that 2.5 minute mark. 52 reps for Brandon in lane 2. And Brett here in lane 1. 59 reps. 2.5 minutes in, 2.5 in.
About 2.5 minutes in as you take a look at Brandon Nolan at a Great Oaks CrossFit in Wadsworth, Ohio. He finished 3rd in the occupational games this past season in the educator category. And former games athlete himself finished 14th in 2021 when he competed there in the 35 to 39-year-old division.
We appreciate our teachers, that is for sure.
Middle school teacher, also coaches football. He has his hands full.
I extra appreciate middle school teachers. I have a middle school age son, and they are not an easy audience.
The 9 reps to go for Nicholas Altgilbers in lane number 7. Looking at him as he's getting set to close out this first portion of the event, and then he will move to the rig for his 12 rope climbs. So Altgilbers is done.
I like it, a little run to the rope.
He's in 11th place overall, 348 points. Coming into this event, he was only 2 back of Matthew Burley for a spot inside the top 10. And 1 rope climb is done now in lane number 6. There's Rom Dover, who's going to the rope, and Brandon Nolan. 214 repetitions is the top score so far through 2 heats. Matthew Burley accomplished that mark in heat number 2. Down in lane number 1, Brett Owsley. And in lane 2, Brandon Pastoric are on the rope. Owsley is just inching his way up. Saw him in lane 1. There's Brandon Nolan as he is through his 4th of 12 rope climbs. Nicholas Altgilbers continues to lead in this heat.
Graham's got a great way coming off the rope. Gets his hands below that black tape mark and pretty much just kicks the rope to the side and drops off. Can be risky, but he's been super smooth at it so far.
Brett Owsley in lane 1. He's on the far side of the floor, now middle of your screen. He's been having trouble getting his feet locked in.
You know, that's the problem with these events. They always have put up brand new ropes, which is great because they're brand new, but they're always a lot slicker when they're not broken in. And so you see a lot of athletes that are used to their ropes in their typical gym that are broken in a little bit, and they're not, you know, they got some chalk in there, they got some skin, some hair, and it kind of, they've got some bend to it, and they're much easier to climb. And these ropes, when they're brand new, are always a lot harder to climb.
Ram Dover is 1 rep shy of finishing this set at 12. We're just past the 6-minute mark. He has overtaken Altgilbers for the lead. Ram Dover now will move to the wall balls. Altgilbers is now through 10 of his 12 as Dover is cranking through his 150 wall balls. Brandon Nolan left side of your screen on his final rope climb.
Ram opening with a big set. We've seen so many athletes struggle on the first couple of reps, finding that target. Shoulders are more taxed than you think they're going to be. And Ram just picked it up, and he's deep into a first set.
He's through 20 and continuing to move here.
2 reps remaining for Brandon in lane 2.
And the only person I've ever seen do this many wall balls unbroken was Tommy Hackenbrook back in the team competition in 2012. I think the only time he rested is because he had to move over to change targets.
Right.
He may have taken one break, but it was essentially unbroken there.
That was the year that everybody took one of the benchmark workouts.
That's it, and he did it
Yep.
fresh. So.
Yeah. Well, Julia Kenyon from the women's 40 to 44 division did 40 unbroken, I think, to start off.
She did.
Super impressive.
Well, Dover's still going.
Yep. He's going to challenge that.
He got 40 done as well, and that's his first break. Al Gilbert's closest to the camera is on his wall balls, as is Brandon Nolan. And Brandon Pastoric will be the next man to finish up his rope climbs. He has 1 rep remaining. But Dover back to work. Less than 4 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Top score belongs to Matthew Burley. Got through 214 reps. 252 total repetitions here. And not one athlete in any division has managed to finish this event.
Do you think Rich tested it?
Probably.
Do you think he finished it?
Probably.
So it can be done. By a Masters athlete, too.
That is a good point. Dover is 60 reps in. 3 minutes to go. And right back to work. Left side of the screen in the backwards hat is Brandon Nolan. Nolan in 8th place overall coming into this event with 390 total points. Just 6 points back at Dover for 7th.
Reps for Nicholas in lane 7. 76 reps for Ram.
Dover has been, in his individual career, a fixture at the regional competition. He was there for 6 straight years, starting in 2012. He competed in the Asia Regional, the Meridian Regional, competed on a team.
So obviously a lot of competition experience for Ram.
This past year, he finished 29th in the 35 to 39-year-old age group semifinal. And then the prior year, 2021, he was competing as an individual at the CrossFit Asia Invitational semifinal. He took 20th there. 90 seconds to go. Dover is through 194 repetitions. 214. That's your score to beat from Matthew Burley.
I think he's going to beat it, Sean.
Brandon Nolan comfortably in 2nd place. And Al Gilbers is all by himself in 3rd. Brandon Pastoric sits in 4th. Less than a minute to go. Dover looking to set the new mark to beat here.
Yeah, Dover,
and then some.
Yeah, he is putting on a clinic right now with these wall balls. Good positioning in that squat. He's got the score to beat now.
With less than 30 seconds to go for Ram Dover, the man from CrossFit Modin in Modin, Israel. And he is your new event leader. And now piling on the reps. 15 seconds to go for Dover. Takes a break at 2:24. He's beaten Burley by 10. And he's going to add to that total.
3, 2, 1, time.
And Ram Dover 229 repetitions to set the new mark to beat with now 1 heat remaining for the 35 to 39-year-old men, and he started with a set of 40 on the wall balls.
And there's, like we said, only one other athlete that we've seen do that so far, and that was Julia Kenyon in the 40 to 44-year-old women. Super impressive effort by Ram Dover.
Brandon Nolan is going to take second place. He was 22 reps back of Dover. And Nicholas Altgilvers will take third, followed by Brandon Pastoric and Brett Owsley. Rounding out the top 5 as both Gary Helmick and Marco Coppola have withdrawn from the competition. They were scheduled to be in this heat. They were not out on the floor, but it's really been the wall balls throughout the day where we have seen people be able to make the biggest charge.
Right, and I think, again, a lot of that came down to not being first off the GHD, being really efficient on those rope climbs. We saw Nicholas Altgilvers first off the GHD. He looked good on his first few rope climbs. No problem getting up that rope. But then it was, it was Ram Dover in the lane right next to him who made up some ground on those rope climbs. And then once he hit the wall balls, 40 unbroken to open up. And he's able to just punch a bunch of those wall balls out. Only, let's see, 33 reps shy of finishing this event. Super impressive. You can feel good getting to those wall balls like Ram Dover did. You can get a big chunk out of the way first. You can possibly get an event win, if not at least a heat win.
Well, it is a heat win for Ram Dover, 229 total repetitions. We'll see if it will be enough for an event win as 1 heat remains for the 35 to 39-year-old men here on the 3rd day of competition at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks for being with us in Cookeville, Tennessee, everybody, as we wrap up this day of competition. I'm Sean Woodland with Annie Sakamoto, Rory McKernan, and Tommy Marquez, the other members of our broadcast team here at CrossFit Mayhem. Overall standings for the 35 to 39-year-old men after 5 events. Ryan Smith is the only man above the 400-point mark. David Syvertson sits in second place. He has some ground to make up. And Chad Cackert is in third, but only 2 points up on Michael Pass for the 3rd and final spot on the podium. Event 6 is Gran Torino, presented by Reebok.
And it is 90 glute ham sit-ups right before you do 12 rope climbs and 150 wall balls, otherwise known as Karen, all against a 12-minute clock. And so far what we've seen is it's really a AMRAP of wall balls in about the remaining 4 to 6 minutes. We have one athlete that's, I was going to say, Sean, do you know the athlete that's gotten the closest so far?
To finishing this?
Yes. To
Dover.
finishing. No. April Payne.
April Payne is the closest.
230 repetitions, so one more than Ram Dover. She was in the 35 to 39-year-old women. So can anybody beat April Payne is now the game.
10 seconds.
7 athletes in this 4th and final heat. That is David Syvertson, who is your defending Legends champion right now.
1, go.
Sitting in second place coming into this event. Event keys here, and we've said it ad nauseum today, but your midline's going to be taxed after these 90 GHGs. How you manage this is really going to affect the rest of the event.
And we've seen it over and over and over again. I wish some of these athletes had listened to the keys. And case in point, April Payne, she said, you know, I knew I had to manage those GHDs. And so she said, I just had to stay in my lane. She was one of the last girls off the GHD. But that meant she got through her rope climbs quickly and efficiently. And then when she got to that wall ball, she could chunk off some big sets. And that's how come April Payne is so far, the highest rep getter of any athlete that has competed in this event so far.
There's David Syvertson, left side of your screen, the black shirt, your defending Legends Championship. He's your early leader here on this opening set of 90 GHDs. And Gavin Burkett sits in second, and Michael Pass is in third.
I've said it before too, Sean, but it's almost like these 90 GHDs are a trap for a lot of these athletes. You know, you go out, you're feeling good, you get ahead early, you feel happy about it, and then you get to those rope climbs and, whoops, I have no more abs to pull myself up that rope. And, you know, it's one of those things, you don't even realize how much you need your abs for a rope climb until you've just gassed them on 90 glute and sit-ups.
Well, Michael Pass is another guy with a lot of competition experience under his belt. This past season, he was at the games on a team with 8th Day CrossFit Black. They took 10th overall.
Wow.
It was his second appearance at the games on a team. He's a 4-time regional competitor. And then this past year, also at the semifinals to get himself to the games. So Pass with plenty of big-time performances under his belt. And now he is your leader, passing Syvertson on this opening set of 90 GHDs. Up next, those 12 rope climbs.
See Syvertson and Ryan Smith taking their legs out of those pads, getting a quick little relief, right back to it.
And Pass with his final 5 reps now in front of him. And he is done. So Michael Pass moving back to the rig.
Syverson's hot on his tail, though.
Syvertson, the second man off.
Good little 2 pulls for Pass on that first one.
Pass right back to work. He barely spent any time on the ground there.
Step back, step right back into it.
The 2 reps down, now Pass is going to slow his pace just a little bit. Syvertson as well. The 2 of them through their first 2 reps of the set of 12. And both getting right back to work.
Both gents getting a nice jump up that rope. I saw a post by Scott Panchek, that talked about rope climbs and when you jump, and he said, and I'm a victim of this, don't jump at the rope, jump up the rope. And Pass is doing a really good job of exactly that. He's jumping up it, not at it, which means the rope's not swinging and he's getting as much height on that jump as he can.
Syvertson and Pass trading the lead here. Pass about half a rep ahead of Syvertson. 6 remain for both athletes, now 5 for Pass. Approaching the 5-minute mark here.
Pass almost looks like he's getting more efficient at his rope climbs as he goes.
12-minute time cap. And this will be the last chance we have to see if anyone can finish the entirety of this event. Michael Pass now with 3 remaining on the rope.
Every rep looks the same, Sean.
2 reps left for Michael.
When you think about it in team competition, when you have rope climbs, you're usually dividing them up. You got to be fast on, fast off.
Yep.
To really save your team, some precious seconds, and that team training definitely coming into play here for Michael Pass. He is now done.
Sub 6 minutes.
One of the fastest times we've seen by any athlete getting to this point of the event. Now 150 wall balls remain, and Pass is right to work. Syverson is on his final rep.
3 reps remaining down there, and like 7 for Gavin.
Little bobble for pass right there, but he's right back on it.
Reps here in lane 1.
Syverson is now done. And he will try to reel in Michael Pass, who got through about 11 reps before Syverson started his set. Now in lane 2, Travis Flanagan is done with his 12 rope climbs, as is Chad Cackert in lane 6. The 229 reps from Ramdover in the prior heat is your top score. There are 252 total scored repetitions here. And now we have 5 minutes remaining. Ryan Smith, man who came in with the overall lead in lane 4, is now done. So he has fallen behind the men who are right behind him in the overall standings.
He's got a few points. He's got a few points on the gents behind him, but
the Pass is over 40 reps, and I think has he broken yet? He's taken one break,
yeah.
I think.
No, he's taken a couple breaks. You know, so he went in with about at the 6-minute mark. If you can hold 25 reps a minute, which is a big ask, he could finish this.
There's Ryan Smith in the gray. Syverson in lane 3 is 11 reps back of Pass, and that is the amount of reps that Pass was able to get done before Syverson started. Right. So that lead has remained the same throughout this portion of the event. As we approach the 8.5-minute mark, so 3.5 minutes remain for Michael Pass to try to reel in Ramdover, who put up the score of 229 reps in Heat 3.
Pass still has over 3 minutes. And he's nearing the halfway mark.
In lane 5. Tracking down that 150. He's got 3 minutes to make it.
Michael Pass looking for his first event win of the competition. His worst finish was 12th in Benjamin Button. That was the second event of this competition. But everything after that has been 6th or better.
So again, Sean, if Pass could hold 25 reps a minute, he could finish this event. He's 82 reps in.
Now 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah. He's almost on track.
90 reps.
90 reps down for Michael Pass. 91 down by our scoreboard.
We're coming up on that 2-minute
252, that's the mark he's got to hit to finish the event. 229 is what he's got to get past to be the event leader. And he has actually put more distance between himself and David Syverson. Syverson now has got to worry about Cackert, who's creeping up on him.
Athletes, 2 minutes.
Cackert's in lane number 6.
He's got 50.
Man with the backward baseball cap on the right side of your screen.
Last and final heat of the day. Heat 4, 35 to 39.
Pass above the 200 rep mark now. He's in the middle of your screen in those pink wristbands. Next to him is Chad Cackert, who's trying to catch up with David Syverson for second place in this heat. Syverson on the far right side of your screen.
Ryan Smith chipping away at those wall balls, trying not to lose too much ground on his first place hold right now.
Yeah, Smith in the gray shirt. 229 reps. That's the top score, but maybe for not much longer. Now 1 minute to go. Pass has now got 30 reps to complete if he wants to complete the event.
Unlikely he'll finish it at this point, but he's going to have the new event record for sure.
He's probably going to have to go unbroken to have a chance. And now a break for pass. 2 reps to take the lead outright, and that will do it. And now pass has 20 reps to go to complete the event. He's not going to get there, but this is impressive for Michael Pass, looking to pick up his first event win of the competition. 10 seconds remain. 238 of the 252 reps are down for Michael Pass. Not going to finish the event, but he is going to pick up 100 points with 240 reps for Michael Pass.
12 reps shy of finishing that event. That was closer than we thought anybody could get earlier today. That is for sure. You know what else was big? David Syverson chipped away at that lead that Ryan Smith has over him. He put a couple people in between himself and Ryan Smith, so that was a huge move from Syverson as well.
Michael Pass, 240 reps. That's going to be good enough for first place and 100 points. Ram Dover will add 94 to his total after completing 229 reps. And then David Syverson will add 88 with his third place finish. Chad Cackert picks up 84 points, and Travis Flanagan will earn 80 with that 5th place finish. But Michael Pass, put himself in great position with the work he did on the first 2 portions of this event. Was not close to the front when he got off he was close to the front when he got off the GACs. He was the first man, held that lead.
He was, and it was a great race between himself and David Syverson. But, Pass was just a little bit smoother on those rope climbs, and where he made all of his money was on those wall balls, opening with a set of 40. Sorry, I think he had one little bobble in that first set, but he had a huge first opening set. And then he just big sets all the way through, small rests, 240 reps. So although he didn't finish it, he is the athlete that got the most repetitions of any athlete that competed in this event today. Just 12 reps shy of finishing Karen after 90 GHDs and 12 rope climbs. Good on you, Michael Pass.
First event win of the competition for Michael Pass as he heads into the 4th and final day of competition in really good position here. As 2 events remain. These are your unofficial overall standings. We will have the official overall standings in our post-game show, so you're going to want to stay with us for that. But it's Ryan Smith who's in first. Michael Pass, with that event win, has moved into second. Syverson sits in third, and it's Cackert and Flanagan rounding out the top 5. Let's send it down to the competition floor. Roy McKernan is with your event winner, Michael Pass.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, we were chatting before the camera was rolling, and I was asking, was the goal to finish? But not necessarily, right?
Not necessarily. I was going to try and keep tabs on everyone and just try and get an event win. I'm good at rope climbs, so if it was going to happen, it was going to be this one.
Well, you were closer than anybody else in any division, and is this play to your strengths? Was it the crowd? What happened?
Yeah, rope climbs are good. I think I paced the sit-ups pretty well. I didn't go too big, and then just chipped away at the wall balls. Just tried to keep my rest small.
You've got team competition experience, individual competition experience, and now Masters competition experience as well. What's different about this?
It's just all on you. You got no teammates to pick you up. Thankfully, I have people helping me, support staff. My parents are here. I have some friends that I'm staying with. One of my old teammates is here, so that all helps. That all helps, the in-between stuff, which matters a lot in a 4-day competition.
No doubt. It was an incredible way to finish the competition, and thank you so much for the effort.
Thank you.
Michael Pass, just 12 reps shy of finishing event 6, Gran Torino, and he picks up the event win in the process. And he has earned himself some rest as we get set for the fourth and final day of competition tomorrow. Our coverage here is not done. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back here in a little bit to wrap up day 3 of competition, take a look at the official overall standings, and get you set up for day number 4. So our coverage continues here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete.
Hey friends, Rory McKernan here, and I'm switching hats just for a moment. I'm putting back on my Mayhem hat. I'm doing that to say thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for supporting the Masters, and to tell you what we're trying to do here is really create something very unique in partnership, obviously, with the crew from Legends Championship. We can't do that without sponsorship. So straight up, we want to show you guys who's helping us, who's supporting us, and we want you in return to help us support them. AdvoCare has been the biggest partner in helping us to bring you this amazing live coverage. We've got Sean Woodland, we've got Annie Sakamoto, we've got live scoring and the whole big thing, and we couldn't do that without the help of partners like I said. What AdvoCare wants to give you in addition to that is a special offer. You can see the QR code on your screen, and what it all comes down to is supporting the brands that support each other, that support us. And so at the end of the day, that's what I'm asking you guys to do. If you're looking for great quality products, check out AdvoCare. Click that screen. They're going to give you a preferred customer promo, which usually you would have to pay for. It's going to give you a discount on all the products that you're going to get from them for the year. It's a fantastic offer, and like I said, at the end of the day, it's just about supporting the brands that are supporting us. And so again, from the bottom of my heart and from the whole crew of Mayhem, thank you guys for tuning in, and thanks for the support.
We did a boatload of GHDs and wall balls today here at the 2022 Legends Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. Centurion Boats, one of our sponsors here for this competition, and they want you to have the best Christmas ever. Scan the QR code on your screen for more. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. Sean Woodland and Annie Sakamoto inside CrossFit Mayhem in Cookeville, Tennessee. Crew is dismantling all the stuff on the floor behind us. Rory McKernan and Tommy Marquez will be here as well. But we watched event number 6, Gran Torino, and Michael Pash really saved the best for last. He was just 12 reps shy of finishing that whole event.
Yeah, when we started this event, I was like, there's no way anybody's going to finish this. And then when we saw April Payne get 230 reps, I thought, maybe one of the guys is actually going to be able to finish this. Like you said, Michael Pash, just 12 reps from finishing it. And even though nobody finished it, such valiant efforts on what was really the meat and potatoes of this competition so far.
We had 3 total events that were held today. Some were held on a separate competition floor, not the one we're covering behind us. We'll have more on the men in a second, but let's get caught up with the women. Here are your overall leaders heading into the 4th and final day of competition after 7 events in these 7 divisions. We saw Amy Morton compete here earlier. We mentioned Julia Kenyon and what she did in the 40 to 44-year-old division. But there's a really close race in that 35 to 39-year-old division, and that one is going to be a lot of fun to watch as it plays out over the final 2 events on Sunday.
We come into today, Allison Stahl and Amy Morton are just 4 points apart. Allison Stahl takes the lead from Amy Morton, and she has a 16-point lead going into this 6th event. Amy Morton takes back the lead from Allison Stahl. Now she's 8 points ahead of Allison. We have 2 events left for tomorrow. They're fast events. It is going to be such a fight to the finish between these 2 ladies.
Now, 3 women have really separated themselves. Morton, Stahl, and Latimer all over the 600-point mark. Colette Casey's got some work to do if she wants to catch Latimer for that 3rd and final spot on the podium. We'll get to the men's side of the house in a second, but before we do that, Rory McKernan is with one of our sponsors. RP Strength has had a lot to do with what we are doing here at the Legends Championship, and he spoke with them earlier in the week.
Hey, thanks, Sean. I am back here with Mike Israetel, who is the creator of the RP Diet Coach app. And Mike, I noticed when I first started with the app, there's a little home cooking here because I'm an app user myself, that it is so different from anything I had experienced before. But for people who are thinking about using RP, like, what is the experience? What will they see that is different to them?
Yes, the app is going to want first to know a lot about you. Social security number, financials, tax stuff.
No.
Just kidding. So the app is going to ask you for every day, it's going to ask you what time of the day you wake up. Do you take any naps? It can program in naps. Do you have any time of the day where you're not able to eat? Like, if I have an app that reminds me what to eat and when, but I'm in traffic from 5 p.m. to 5:45 p.m. every day, I don't want it popping up at 5:20. Drink a shake, like what? I got to drive this car. So if you can actually tell it when you can't eat, and it'll block off those periods for you. You're going to tell it when you work out, up to 2 workouts per day, anywhere from a 15-minute workout to a 2-hour-long workout, twice a day if need be, by 15-minute increments. You're going to tell it how difficult each workout is. You can even select the type of workout that you're doing. You can tell it how many meals you want to eat each day. It can, of course, recommend a certain number, but you can jive with it. Later, when you're actually in the app, you can move the meals around exactly as you want. It's going to ask you tons of those questions, and it's going to build you a customized plan hour by hour to exactly what you need to be eating to optimize your results. It's not just like, hey, here's how many macros you eat today. Like, that's nice. Am I really paying for that? The good news is you don't have to pay much for the app at all. It's incredibly cheap, but it goes over and above and beyond to really get you specifics. Why? Because you probably want results. And, if you want results, you do specific things. If you hire a football coach for your team and he just shows up and he's like, just go run around and play football. Like, oh, I'm sorry, why are we paying you? He's going to have specifics. The app has an exact plan for you. It negotiates that plan for you. You can change that plan. You can wiggle around, but it needs tons of information for you to make it super specific to your goals because it treats you seriously. And if you follow the plan, we pretty much guarantee results.
Love it. And there's no reason not to try it right now if you're watching from home. Scan the QR code on your screen. You're going to get 6 weeks free. And again, that's going to take you through the end of January. Whether you're doing the Mayhem Athlete Challenge, you're talking about the RP transformations, that you can do that challenge as well. And by the way, we're also just scratching the surface on the RP Strength YouTube channel. Mike goes way, way, way into the weeds on all these things because we don't have that much time to do it right now. All right, Mike, we'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk about more stuff within the app. Thanks, guys.
Big thanks to RP for helping us out here at the 2022 Legends Championship. After 7 events, here are your overall leaders for the men in the 7 divisions. Ryan Smith with 610 points. He is your leader for the 35 to 39-year-old division. Rudy Berger continues to lead for the 40 to 44-year-olds. Nicholas Harbilas in the 50 to 54-year-old division. But this guy is in a dogfight right now.
Well, this whole 50 to 54 division, the top 3 have pretty much set themselves apart. 62 points separate Rowan Lowe from the next place, which is Tim Anderson. But only 10 points separate Lowe and Corey Daig, who's in second place currently. And like you said, only 2 points separate Daig and Harbilas in first place right now. So while those 3 men have secured kind of the 3 podium spots, it's up to tomorrow to see who's going to take which of those spots.
Pretty sure we know who will be on the podium. It's just a matter of where they will be. Tim Anderson's got an outside shot, but he's going to have a really great performance over the final 2 events on day number 4 to get himself into that conversation for the podium. Want to send it down to Tommy Marquez, who has our Airwave Performer of the Day from day 3.
Thanks, Sean. We saw over 300 athletes take on the Gran Torino event today alone, but the top performer, we saw some amazing performances. The top performer came from someone you didn't see throw down. In the 65-plus men's division, Cal Charrington was the closest athlete to finish of any that took part this weekend, and you got to give him some credit for the effort there. Everyone was talking about it afterwards. It was coming down to the wire. A few people thought he might finish, and during those last 5 to 7 wall balls, every rep, you could hear him screaming out loud. Everyone was circling in to watch by the end of it, and when the dust settled, Cal came up just 2 wall balls short of finishing the entire workout. A couple other athletes came close, but no one was able to top Cal's performance. He's the reigning 65-plus champion at the games, and he's hoping to walk away with his first title this weekend, and that performance is certainly going to do it for him, Sean.
Thank you, Tommy. He is the Airwave Performer of the day, and Airwave is engineered for serious cross-trainers looking to maximize their potential. Achieve your personal best and save 10% on your order with the Mayhem Edition Hybrid Pack. And scan the code that was on your screen to learn more. It's available for a limited time. So we have 2 events remaining on the 4th and final day of competition, and they are back-to-back, Old School 1 and Old School 2. Bar muscle-ups and front squats in the first part, and then strict handstand push-up and sandbag cleans in the second. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be fast. It's higher skill with both those bar muscle-ups and those strict handstand push-ups. There's only a 1-minute reset in between these 2 events. So especially when we're thinking about, you know, the 35 to 39-year-old women, the 50 to 54-year-old men, it is going to set up for such an amazing race to the finish.
2 final events, and we will cover every championship heat for every division on Sunday. Our coverage will begin at 1 o'clock Central Time, so don't miss that as we crown our champions for every division here at the 2022 Legends Championship. That is going to do it for us for today. To check out all the scoring and leaderboards presented by Strongest, you can go to legendschampionship.com. If you want to watch highlights or past live coverage from the competition that started on Thursday, continue to peruse the CrossFit Mayhem YouTube channel. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody, today. For Rory McKernan, Tommy Marquez, and Annie Sakamoto, and our entire crew here in Cookeville, Tennessee, I'm Sean Woodland. We'll see you tomorrow for the 4th and final day of the 2022 Legends Championship.